you're now on a timer until you have to immediately take a shit within 3 seconds or you're gonna shit your pants, right? Like, you guys know about that, right? Yeah. Okay, so I was doing that during Vicus Prog, and so that sucked. And so I finished that, everything's okay, like, we good, we chill, and I wake up the next day, I'm not feeling great, but I'm chilling, right? Then after that day, I wake up, oh no, maybe I don't stream the next day, I don't fucking remember, right? But I slept on this fucking futon, right? And I'm sleeping with my head like this. Right, like I'm sleeping fucking like a zombie. And I wake up and obviously my neck, say it? Sup y'all, it's me, it's your boy Asmongold. And today, we're gonna have a little bit of fun. Please pet the chocobo. Oh yeah. There we go. All right, you better be happy now. So listen, we got some stuff to talk about. We got some stuff to get into. But anyway, let me get back. I'll tell the whole story, right? So I sleep on my neck the wrong fucking way. And like, I feel like my neck just, like, I got a vertebrae in my neck that was like, you know, like how they're supposed to be like this. That shit was like this. And like, it fell off like a motherfucker. I was like, what is this, right? And so I go to bed, I wake up again, I don't feel like I'm gonna stream, right? Because I had a fucking headache. So I wake up the next day, I'm just kind of like, I forgot even what I did that day, I have no idea. And then the day after, yeah, I genuinely have no idea. And then the next day I wake up, we have to do that event, the event that we did yesterday. So I go to, I drive down there, and I get pizza on the way over there. And guess what I do? I eat the whole fucking pizza. I eat the entire thing. My neck still was fucked. Oh, wait a second. I forgot about a little bit of fucking information. So I go and I'm like, man, it's not that hot outside yet. It's only 95 degrees. And so I might as well go out and make a video and outside. And so I go outside and I make a video. I'm sweating my fucking ass off because let me tell you something. Like, having long hair and it being hot, this is like fucking like a force multiplier for being uncomfortable. Like, let's just say that it fucking sucks. So I go and I look at the fucking what's the thing, the weather, and it says 102, 105, 107, 109, 99, 98, 97, and don't start thinking it's gonna go down. It's not. So it's so fucking hot every day. Every fucking day, it's hot as fuck. I feel like I'm under attack. I feel like I'm under fucking attack. So I go outside. The fucking sun is coming down, trying to burn me alive. And I'm sitting out there in my tree house. And I had a bunch of trees cut down in my backyard because they said that they were a fire hazard. So I had to get them cut down. So guess what that means? That means every fucking time my neighbor wants to walk out into the fucking backyard without any clothes on to yell at his dog for barking at me, I have to see him. And so that used to never be the case. So I'm sitting there fucking looking at him, talking to the camera, and then lo and behold, guess who fucking shows up? The goddamn wasp. The fuck, I tell you one thing, like, I got attacked by a fucking nest of wasps whenever I was a kid. And so I have like there used to be, like, I used to think that, like, like, this is like what I was afraid of the most whenever I was younger, was death, dentists, and wasps. Now it's flipped. Wasps is number 1, dentists are still number 2, but death is only it's only number 3, okay? I don't worry about that shit as much anymore. But wasps are like number fucking 1. So I'm being attacked by the sun. By the way, I got logged out of my fucking, phone, and so I had to go up here and put in my password again, and so all this happened, and then, so I live in a, you know, I don't really talk about where I live, really, but I live in Austin, Texas, right? I used to live in a working class neighborhood, and you know what happens to every fucking working class neighborhood here in Austin? Guess what happens? It gets fucking gentrified, and so whenever I used to see Ford F-150s and Chevys rolling around, now I'm getting to see BMWs and Audis. I am fucking tired of that shit. I see people jogging around. Like, nobody used to jog around. What the fuck are you talking about jogging for? Wearing a little, you know how you can tell that the shit has been gentrified? Is the fact that they're wearing visors. You know those stupid fucking hats that you wear and it's just a headband basically and there's nothing to protect the top of your fucking head? And so if you see people running around with visors on, you know that you're being gentrified. And I am so fucking sick of this shit. And then, so you got cars driving around all the time. And then on top of that, guess what? We live, again, it's a gentrified area, but this is a work in progress. So there's a lot of fucking crime in my area, right? And so every 5 minutes, there's another fucking siren. Every 5 minutes, somebody's house is burning down. Every 5 minutes, some, 15-year-old is gonna go, spend 10 to 20 in jail getting arrested for smoking a joint. And so you spend all this fucking time dealing with this people riding bikes, yeah. And so anyway, this is, it's so annoying. And I go outside and like there's these annoying fucking people everywhere. There's like noise constantly. And it's like, I feel like you remember that one guy Grims in PUBG back in the old days? And like this guy would get fucking tilted as fast as I did. That's why I liked watching him. It was funny to watch him get mad, right? And so this guy would tilt off the fucking moon the moment that PUBG added a fucking car horn to the trucks and the cars, right? People would drive around where he is and they would honk their horn like, and they would just do this over and over and over. And I feel like I'm being stream sniped in PUBG when I've got my fucking fly swatter here in case one of these sons of bitches tries to fly around me. They're fucking months. I've been at war with these things for 6 years. I can't win. I can't get rid of them. So anyway, let's get back to where we were at. Where were we? So I go outside, and all this stuff is happening to me. It's fucking hot, by the way. Fucking wasp shows up, and it's not like one of the yellow ones. It's the elite wasps. The red ones. Because the yellow ones usually are just trying to live their life. But if it's a red one, holy fuck. Like, that's like a straight up, like, that's an elite wasp. Like, those motherfuckers are out for blood. Those are the big ones. And so I saw that bitch, and he was right next to my leg. He was right there. I said, fuck that. I go inside. I was flustered. And so I turned off the stream. And I was pissed. And so I go on and I think I jerk off or something, and then I drive over to Nick's house, right? And on the way over, I get a fucking pizza. I get 2 pizzas. And I did get 2 pizzas. Well, it was the same pizza, but I got it coming and going. But we'll get to that. Anyway, so this situation happened. I go and I get pizza. I go over to Nick's, and like immediately I go and I'm like, sitting over there, and like everybody's so fucking loud. Everybody's so fucking loud. Everybody's talking so loud. Oh my God, like what is this? And so I think it's because I had a headache, and so it's like really getting to me. And so we turn on the stream, and I start to realize that this is going to be a situation. Let's just say that this is going to be a situation. And so I'm trying to, like just stave it off, just chill, right? Everything's going to be okay. I'm all right. And then after a while, I felt really bad, but I had to do it to him. I said, guys, I think I got food poisoning. I'm going to drive home before I throw up. But guess what? I didn't make it home. So I go outside and I get all my stuff and I leave in the middle of the stream. Like in the middle of the fucking stream. The literal, oh shit, my shit turned off. Give me a second. I'm gonna make sure I get all this sorted. Okay, all right, we good. Music good. All right. So I get, what was it fucking? So I get to the, like literally the first intersection and I burp and like, it's just, like I felt like, that picture of that guy in fucking Team America World Police throwing up? Like that shit just fucking like, like it just popped out like it was like a frog opening its mouth, and I just throw up all over my fucking steering wheel, all over my clothes, and I'm literally driving around with puke all over me. And then I go over to the to the gas station because guess what I like to do? I like to drive my fucking car around until the check engine light comes on. Why is that? Or not check engine light, until the low fuel warning comes on. Why is that? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because I'm a fucking idiot. So I had to fucking go to 7-Eleven, and I was at 7-Eleven, and I was literally throwing up on the fucking, on the garbage can for the, whatever the hell that thing's called, the gas station, while I was pumping my gas. And, you know, I looked like a fucking crackhead. I'm surprised the cops didn't come and arrest me for thinking that I stole the car. And I have a 2001 Mustang. And so anyway, I'm driving down there. And like 3 times, oh, by the way, I'm driving down. This is a little bonus event, right? It's like an optional hard mode unlock that I didn't know I was getting myself into. It was rush hour. Wow. Isn't that great? Now I have to spend 20 more minutes in the car. And so I'm sitting there, I've got fucking, it's rush hour, so I have to pull over on the highway, like on I-35, like 3 times to throw up more on myself. And by the way, keep in mind, it's 105 degrees. So whenever I'm throwing this up all over myself, it's literally being cooked into my fucking steering wheel. Like I couldn't get it all off. Like I have to buy at least 3 of the little Christmas trees for the new car smell to get rid of this shit. So I literally cooked my own puke onto my steering wheel. And I'm like, yeah, like I can't really, the thing is I can't smell that well anyway. So this is only gonna be a problem if I ever get a girlfriend again. But the way things are going, I don't need to worry about that. So that's the least of my problems. And so I'm throwing up and I'm just fucking, you know, having this happen. And I get home, we're getting to the best part. I get home and finally, you know, I get out and there's just fucking puke all over me. And it's just like, I have to fucking take just like clumps of it and throw it on the floor. And it's just, I finally get inside, I change my clothes, I lay down. And, you know, I have a fucking a trash can. I'm like throwing up a little bit into the trash can. And I'm trying to blow something out of my nose. I'm trying to blow something out of my fucking nose, but I can't do it. And the thing is, like, I was blowing pieces of pepperoni out of my nose. Like, little pieces, right? Then, finally, I you know, because I'm used to doing this because I have, like, the fucking, the nasal problems. I fucking, like, kind of, I do, like, a thing where I can take my snot, put it in my throat, and then I throw it up into my hand through my mouth. And I swear to fucking God, there was like a chunk of pepperoni and pizza the size of a USB stick that was trying to go out my motherfucking nose. So I think I need to chew my food a little bit better. I need to chew my food a little bit better because the thing is, like, that's the thing. It is like, I never, you know, usually you don't really get a chance to see how good your chewing is. I did. Man, I gotta do some fucking work. Lesson learned, chew some fucking food. So all this stuff happened, and I finally, I fall asleep for a few hours. I wake up, and it's like it was all a dream. You ever have that happen? You wake up, and you feel like absolute fucking shit whenever you go to sleep, and you wake up, and it was like, did this really even happen? Like, you don't even know if that shit happened at all. And that's the way that I felt about it, is because, like, the car won't survive, get a new one. It's going to be okay. So I wake up, and it's like 9 p.m. Great time to wake up, by the way. I look at the window. The sun's still out. It's 9 p.m. Like, go to bed. Like, holy fuck. Like, I cannot get... again, I am under attack. I'm under attack all the time. I like it whenever it is cold and dark. I am like a vampire, all right? And so anyway, this whole thing happens, and I go down to fucking HEB. I buy myself a steak, some cookies, some cake, and that's pretty much about it. But I bought potatoes, and I cooked myself a steak last night, and I ate the whole steak. Felt fine. Woke up this morning. Stream's a little bit late today because I spent 10 minutes taking a shit. I feel pretty much okay, but not great. So yeah, that's what I've been up to. Yep. That's about it. Yeah, that's about where we're at. Did you take a shower? No. No, not really. Actually, I probably should. I think, do I still have the puke on my legs? No, it's gone now. We good. Yeah, I probably should take a shower. I might take a shower. The thing is, I had already taken a shower a day before then, so like I felt like I was on my quota. Yeah, I probably should do that. And but like I threw all my clothes in the fucking in the bathtub, and so I got to get all that. You puked on yourself? Yeah, I've done that before. Like the thing is, it's not that big of a deal. Picture it didn't happen. I actually saw that there were some people that were assuming that I was lying. People thought that I made this up. Like I didn't want to stream today, and I was just like, man, I've got to come up with something. I'm going to invent food poisoning. Bro, I wish I was lying. I wish I was fucking lying. To be honest, man, I actually, like, physically might need to go to the doctor. It's this time you got food poisoning, right? I feel like the first time I was, like, not really sure. Like, I just had to take a shit. And I stayed up really late, so I felt sick the next day, right? Because I didn't get a lot of sleep. Like, this is the first time, like, people are telling me, they were like, man, you didn't get food poisoning the first time. I'm like, bro, now I agree with you. Like, after I saw that shit that happened to me yesterday, after I felt that, I'm like, man, yeah, fucking, like, Wednesday was nothing. And so, yeah, I feel fine, really. And honestly, like, I'm kind of glad this happened because, like, I feel like my stomach's been getting it. Look, tell me right now. Look, y'all got to let me know if y'all think I'm getting fat. Because, like, look, take a look at this. So, I actually, like, I felt, look at that. Like, I got no belly anymore. None whatsoever. None. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Because fat, bitch, shut the fuck up. So yeah, I'm skinny as hell. Because the thing is, I felt like I was getting a bit fat. I was like 145 pounds. That was a lot. That's a lot, man. That's a fucking lot. And so anyway, I was 145 pounds. Now I'm like, I lost like 5 pounds. I feel good. Skinny fat. The thing is, like, there is nothing that is less attractive. Like, I actually think, like, it is more attractive to be a fat dude than be a skinny guy with a gut. Like, there is nothing worse than that because you look like those fucking aliens from Men in Black. And I am not having it. I'm going to be real. And so I've thought about working out a little bit more, right? I have. Because the fact is that, like, I have the weights right over there. I just need to move them over here and just do it while I'm over there, right? Because I usually, the only thing is, like, I got to eat. Yeah, thanks, Greek. Exactly. And how tall are you? 5'6"? I'm about 6'3". So I'm a pretty tall guy. And yeah, I used to be 108 pounds. And that was probably, I was about like 21 or so at that time. And now, as I said, I've gotten fat as fuck. And so 145 is malnourished. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? And so should weigh a lot more. Yeah, but the weight shouldn't be in my fucking stomach. That's the difference. Let me see what this is. Yeah, this is what people did to me. Who the fuck wants to look like that? That's awful. Do it right now, bro. Take your 10 seconds, bring your weights over 1 step at a time. But I'm not gonna do that shit right now, bro. Like I'm recovering. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how long the stream's gonna be. I don't know how much energy I'm gonna have today, to be honest with you. You know, as I said, I felt like I missed Thursday. I felt bad about it. I wanted to get on and at least chill out, hang out with you guys for a while, and just have a little bit of fun, man. And so yeah, my stomach rebelled. Yeah, it said I'm not gonna be this fat fuck. Because the thing is, like, it's one thing if you have that and you have like a developed upper chest, right? Like with like, you know, like your shoulders, your arms are bigger. But like if you don't, like you have to have both or neither. Because if you have one, then it's an issue. You see what I'm saying? All natural, nothing to see here. Yeah, it is all natural. Did you go get a refund for more Chick-fil-A? No, I don't fucking, the only time I go to Chick-fil-A is whenever I have to. Like, it's not that I don't like Chick-fil-A, but it's just that I've grown up, I've always had KFC. It's always been we've been a KFC household for a long time. Y'all remember whenever they used to have those drinks from KFC? And it was like fucking a 50 liter, I guess like 50 ounce, and it would be like these buckets, and they would come with a handle. And I remember I would go there with my mom, and we would each get one of these like buckets of fucking soda. Remember that? A Pepsi, and we would put it in there. Yeah, it was a mega pint. Yeah, a 50 liter. It was a big boy, and we couldn't fit them in the cup holders. I remember that really well. Alpha might be the 14th. Yeah, I saw it the first time you typed it. So listen, we have a lot of other stuff to talk about today. We have a lot of stuff to get into, and overall, I know I want to make a little bit of a public service announcement because it's been. Let me think how long it's been. It's been a while. And there's been a bit of drama recently, like whether it's the Greek thing, the fucking the Diablo Immortal, Lost Ark. I feel like there's been a lot of this shit. I'm so fucking tired of this. I'm so fucking tired of this. I don't want to deal with this anymore. It's annoying. It's a waste of my fucking time. I don't want to see it. So I'm going to try to do my best. Because it's like, why does this keep happening to me? Oh, I wonder, why is the same thing kept happening to me for 6 years? Oh, I guess it must be everybody else's fault. No, it's obviously my fucking fault, right? It's obviously my fault. So, we're gonna try to spend a little bit less time making fun of chatters and like arguing with chatters and stuff like that, you know? And do you change? The thing is, I've changed a bit, yeah, but I don't think I've changed as much as people think that I have. I think that really I'm just saying things that people disagree with. That's all there is to it. And so yeah, that's all it really comes down to. But that stomach gut is caused by soda. Yeah, I've heard of that. I don't know if that's gonna be the case or not. I'll have to see what happens. But yeah, shit's funny. Loving you do that. The thing is, like, I've just gotta. It's like a dial, right? I'm not dialing it down to 0. I'm just taking it from like a 9 to like a 5. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like we're not changing a whole lot of stuff. We're just dialing it back a little bit because I feel like it's just toning it down a bit. Yeah, less derailing. And so that's the way that I see it. And I don't know if that's the case. No, I don't know. I mean, soda could be a factor. You're absolutely right. Now, I know that there's the beer gut, right? There's literally even a phrase for it. So there's not like there's no precedent for me to believe this. I would be inclined to believe it if you want me to be honest with you. But yeah, that's basically where we're at. Did you see XQC versus Greek? I saw that. Yes, I did. The fact is that I also saw, this is kind of funny to me, Aiden Ross is going to literally have Andrew Cade on his Discord. Or on his stream. Meanwhile, everybody fucking loves this, but oh wow, I do anything and everybody's getting mad at me. Like, I can't catch a break. Yeah, it's nuts, man. I can't catch a break. I'll be excited to see that. I'll be curious to see what's gonna happen. Hope your tummy gets better soon. I think I'll be all right. I'm chilling. In your 30s, it's only downhill. Yeah, I mean, that might be the case. I don't know. Vicus win, dude. So I beat Vicus. I beat the fight. I did it on hard mode. I did it on my second stream. Beat the fucking shit out of it. We two-shot the first one. We one-shot the second one, and we spent like 3 hours on the third one. Because people kept fucking looking at her whenever she did the Medusa thing. And we had to figure out a few things, but now that we got it done, I think it's going to be like Vaulton. Where, like, actually today I might do a little bit of Lost Ark, now that I think about it, because today is the day that I get my golden Turpion. It's been 6 months of farming, or 5 months of farming. I get it today. That's a big fucking deal. Yeah, that's my last Ignia token. Vicus review. There were a few there are some things that I felt like required a tremendous amount of coordination that got very frustrating to do. But overall, I think that I probably liked the third gate the most, minus the typing test. To be honest with you guys, I am very bad. Like, I don't even know what any of my passwords are. I don't know what, like, how to spell a lot of words. I just have like a combination memorized, and it's like, it's like in muscle memory. And I just put, like, I remember one time, it was like 7th grade, and I forgot my locker combination because it was like over like a fucking, what's that thing? Christmas Vacation. And I come back and I forgot my code, and I just like close my eyes. I let Jesus take the wheel, and I unlocked my locker. Right? That, yeah, I forgot my shit. And so, yeah, it's hard for me to do the spelling stuff for that reason. And KFC does have a half-gallon beverage bucket. Yeah, they got rid of it, though, like where I'm at least. I don't know. Like, maybe if you go to the places where you get a little bit more of the Porky Boys, they might still have it, but they got rid of it for me. And you need to really eat better food. It's kind of concerning. Bro, I actually don't think my diet is that bad. Like, my soda intake is bad, but I usually eat 1 to 2 meals a day. Like, I have a steak and a potato. Like, I'm sorry, man, but if you think steak and potato is a problem, we have a problem. Like, that's not gonna change, man. And, yeah, remember is good, suck I wrote. Yeah, exactly. What's Porky Boy mean? I mean people that are fat. That's what I meant to say. I tried to be nice, but, you know, if you were curious what I meant people that are fat. Yeah, obviously. And you take vitamins? I know, I do not take any vitamins. I don't do anything like that. Try steamed vegetables? Listen, man. I have like a, you know, like, it's not going to happen, all right? I need to eat some green food. We'll see what happens, all right? I usually, it's like I am physically unable to eat certain foods because it will just make me it will auto trigger a nauseous response. Like, there's no even choice to it. It's not even about the taste. It's like something about it, like being able to see it, like it's actually, yeah, it just triggers my gag reflex immediately, man. And so, yes, I'm unironically allergic to some vegetables. And, yeah, the thing is, I'll try to eat a little bit more, I'll try to, drink a little bit more water, right? I'll do a little bit more water. And then also maybe have like banana pudding or something like that. You know, smoothies in that way are not really that bad. And you eat a whole box of pizza, bro. I eat 2 pizzas usually, but I got halfway done yesterday, and then I had to go and have that same pizza the other way around. Make a deal with somebody straight, cooks homemade meals, include delivery to you. It's great. Yeah, I've heard about people doing that. The truth is, I like to go out and get food myself, right? It's like, you know, I like to get out of the house, drive around a little bit, and just go get myself some dinner and come back home and just relax. There's something that's really relaxing and nice about that for me, and that's what I like to do. And your body just blended your pizza for you? Yeah, I might just have to take a break on pizza for a little bit, man. And that's it. Makes you feel better is watching my cousin from Flint, Michigan. Oh my God. That's a bit much. It's called food texture hypersensitivity disorder. It's common with people with ADHD and autism. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, it is what it is. Okay, guys, let's go back over and we're gonna look at a few more of these posts here. And yeah, I did think it was funny. People thought that I was faking being sick. That was very, very clever, very interesting. And let's see here, mmorpg quests. What is this? Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of games where the quests are, like, you don't need a lot of filler quests. I think that, like, you should have, like, an editor come through whenever you're doing the quest lines for these things. And unless you're trying to tell some fucking, like, multi-level story, you should just cut out a lot of the bullshit. It's like, okay, so basically there's, like, a big guy, he's at the bottom of the mountain, and you're gonna get him. So, you have to make a sword, get the iron ingots. Okay, you got him. Here's the sword. All right, go for it. Have fun. And that's it, right? I like quests like that a lot more because they're simple. They're not really, there's not a lot to them. And the only exception is that, like, quests that have cutscenes. I feel like every time I have, like, a delivery quest or something like that, like, why is this really happening? Who is this really for? What am I really doing this for? Did you see Blizzard employees walking out because of the abortion issue? It's not even Blizzard's fault. I did see that. So for anybody who doesn't know, I think I saw this somewhere. Where was it here? IGN. Yes. So Activision Blizzard staff are staging a walkout later this month in protest of the U.S. Supreme Court's reversal of Roe versus Wade. So I actually, this was a little bit nostalgic for me whenever I saw this, because in my high school we had one of these, and it was for some social issue that I didn't care about, but I pretended to care about it because it got me a chance to not have to go to 6th period. So yeah, this is very nostalgic for me. It's like, I wonder how many people probably don't really give a shit about the abortion issue, or like maybe they're, you know, like they're ambivalent towards it, and they're like, yeah, man, I can't believe they would do this. Like, this is fucked up. And then they're like, yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and go off. I think this is ridiculous. If you want me to be totally honest with you, I think it's stupid. It's got nothing to do with Blizzard. Walkouts are supposed to be a protest of like the leadership of the company. What the fuck are you doing protesting your own job? They didn't even do this. How many people get abortions at Blizzard? You know, like, nobody gets an abortion. Nobody who's ever been getting an abortion at Blizzard. Like, Blizzard, I wonder, I feel like nobody's ever done that. The walkout's gonna cost us a raid tier. I feel like, you know what I said before about like with Blizzard employees, some of them, it's like virtue signaling is like oxygen, and they can't go long enough without having to do something. They have to do something. They have to, like, we have to put ourselves out there. We have to show that we are the good people. We are the right people. We do the good things. And this is just another one of them, man. It's just crazy. It is because when the breast milk's stolen, it's got nothing to fucking do with that, right? The fact is, the people that made those decisions are either not going to go away or already gone. It's got nothing to do with that. You know, workplace behavior and things like that don't have anything to do with abortion. They're completely unrelated. Fortunately, you're probably right about virtue signaling. Exactly. Yeah, the abortion they should have had was Diablo Immortal. You're right about that. So, also, speaking of that, there was an interview with Mike Ybarra. I think it was with the LA Times or something. I was going to read that in a little while. And just remind me about that in like maybe like 30 minutes or so, and I'll get into it. It's California. What'd you expect? I don't know. I mean, it's just, it's weird. Does this mean a blackout in service like many internet companies tried to do for net neutrality? I don't really know, but I probably not. Like, yeah, probably not. The thing is, the difference is that with net neutrality, internet companies were directly affected. Their job and their function as a company was directly at risk and affected by net neutrality. This is different because it's not anything that has to do with fucking making video games. Like having abortions. Now, you can always make the argument that these are people and it affects people, but I think that this falls on deaf ears the moment that it's not immediately relevant to what the job is about. Yes, this is purely virtue signaling. It's stupid. It has no purpose. I also disagree with the reversal. I think that you can make an argument that you can say, well, maybe the Supreme Court shouldn't, maybe the Constitution doesn't protect abortion. I don't really care. I'm pro-choice. This is somebody who is pro-choice. I still think this is fucking stupid. I think it's fucking stupid virtue signaling, and I have no idea why anybody at the company would take this seriously at all. If there's actually a service outage because of this, I think that you can expect to see a lot of people get angry about it. And so that's really what it is. It's stupid as fuck, yeah. Be different than the company give employees a day off to protest, but this is them protesting their own jobs. Yeah, it's weird as fuck, man. Blizzard trying to save face after all the sexual harassment claims. I think that it's just two groups of people. I think that these are a completely different group of people, if you want me to be totally honest. And Mike Ybarra finally realizes how bad Rep Grind is on his stream last week. I didn't see that. I'm behind this, but the companies in California where abortion is going to be protected. Listen. You fell for the trap. You fell for it. You've been fooled. You assumed that this had a logical basis. It doesn't. It's fucking stupid. It's got nothing to do with it. It's just people that are going around and they're protesting something so they don't have to go to work. This will do nothing. If anything, if this is the thing, this is what I find funny, is that I think if anything, this will make people more, it will make them take these protests and take the people that are pro-abortion less seriously. Because it's annoying and stupid and pointless and it does nothing. Saint, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's the worst part about it, is that not only do these people accomplish nothing, but they look like fools in the process and devalue and weaken the entire movement because they can't go fucking 2 weeks without having to fucking make some statement publicly about how great they are and how much they care about some fucking social issue. It's so annoying. Yeah, I don't like it, man. And just like the dog walker took down a 1 million+ subreddit, yeah, it's really easy to have somebody, and this is just the truth, right? It's really easy to have like 1 or 2 or 3 people from like a group, especially like a fringe group that people don't necessarily take very seriously, right? Or that people have like, not necessarily take seriously, but they have like a very neutral or like almost oppositional, like borderline oppositional opinion of. So whenever this shit happens, you have a few people like the dog walker that goes on to fucking Jesse Waters on Fox News. And Jesse Waters, in my opinion, was a much bigger fucking asshole than the dog walker was. But that's not what everybody thought. And he looked like a clown. Yeah, they looked like a fucking clown, man. What if the organizers pro-life want to make them fools? I don't know. And I heard about Shinzo Abe, Japanese leader, died, shot dead. Well, I don't know why more people aren't talking about them. Like, I feel like that should be like fucking national world news that everybody is talking about. But meanwhile, I go over and I look at the fucking tweets. What are people talking about? Fucking the Xbox Series X. Oh, this is a big one. To be fair, this is definitely a big one. And all right, these are mostly relevant. Okay, this is all right. I'm glad about that. Usually it's like celebrity drama. Celebrity drama. Who cares? I find the fact that, like, yes, basically, and did you guys see the gun that the guy made that shot the Prime Minister of Japan? Bro, that looked like that was a homemade gun. That was incredible. Yeah, it was a shotgun. What the fuck? It was a 3D printed gun. Oh man, like it was, yeah, it looked like Fallout gun. It did. It wasn't. It was not 3D printed. Okay, I didn't, like, maybe there's like a combination where like certain pieces were 3D printed and other pieces weren't. Maybe they were all put together. Either way, it was not a gun that he bought. Okay, let's just, I don't want to have that argument right now. It doesn't matter. It was not a gun that he bought. It was not like a, manufactured AK-47 or something like that. I'm scared because it might encourage copycat shooters. I just hope Japan, I hope they're able to isolate that person as much as possible, keep them off the media and off the news as much as they can, and try not to do like a big expose on them. As I said, every mass shooter that we have nowadays, you get to hear about their whole fucking life story. Like, I mean, I swear to God, there was more coverage of these fucking mass shooters than there was about their life than whenever Betty White died. Does this seem a little bit problematic? Does it seem a little bit weird? A little bit odd? It's fucking sad, yeah. She was a piece of shit anyway, yeah. I mean, fuck them. And Japan have death penalty for this? I mean, I think that death penalty seems reasonable for somebody who shoots effectively the president of the country. I think that seems like a reasonable, some Greek journalists blame Kojima. I saw this, where is it? Yes, Hideo Kojima misidentified as the assassin. Greek, not the first time that we had fake Greek news today, and I guess at least this week. And I think it's just, people fuck this kind of stuff up. It's the same thing as whenever there's a mass shooting and people send in a picture of Sam Hyde. Right, and they're like, oh, the shooter has been identified as Samuel Hyde, 37-year-old, ISIS insurgent. Yeah, exactly. They got it from 4chan. Yeah, this is the same stuff that happens, and it's just, a news station that's got no fucking idea what they're doing, just publishing bullshit. And, yeah, Ghost of Kiev, yeah, all Sam Hyde. We know all about that. And, yeah, I think that's stupid too. I mean, obviously it's dumb. Sam Hyde shit's funny as fuck though. The thing is, like, it's funny because it's a parody on how bad the reporting is. Like, it's not funny intrinsically. It's only funny in the context of the fact that it can happen that goes to show how bad the reporting is. That's the way that I see it. I'm Greek and he's retarded. I don't know, man. Like, I think people just make mistakes sometimes. It's like, it's one thing if like you're always making mistakes like this and it's happening constantly, but sometimes people just get fed information and, you know, they just fucking mess up. That's all there is to it. There's no real reporters anymore. There are, but there's not as many. Let's go back over here. They never apologize for their mistakes. Sometimes they do. I think that sometimes they do. With my luck, it could be raining titties and I'd still look up and catch a dick. I like that. I've never heard this before. Yeah. Yeah, this is great. I love this. This is perfect. Yeah, perfect, guys. This is a, did this come from somewhere? I don't know. But, yeah, manga creator from Yu-Gi-Oh! Died. I saw that, too. I was never really a big fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! But I watched the show a few times, right? And I knew a little bit about it. That's just fucking sad, man. It just fucking sucks. Japan barely has shootings. All of them got too complacent, let their guard down. Bodyguards are more focused on direct physical contact than ranged weapons. The fact is that, like, whenever you're going out in public all the time, something like that can happen. And that's just the truth. Like, something like this can happen. And, like, you can never protect everything always 100% of the time. That's really what it is. Like, you can't do that. There's always going to be somebody who slips through the cracks. There's always going to be somebody who's able to get over on security or whatever. This will change how Japan does things, definitely. We'll have to see what happens. I don't know. Yeah, you have to be combat ready. Well, you can never really be ready. You can never really be ready for... You can't be ready for something you don't even know that you need to be ready for. And that's why bad stuff like this happens sometimes. Because eventually somebody will make a mistake. There is human error. That's life, man. And so it sucks. But yeah, I thought that was a really big deal. And the true duality of man. Not sure I'll be on tomorrow or Sunday. Got food poisoning and then fuck that food poisoning shit. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, this is the way a lot of food poisoning goes. Is that like after you throw up and you take a little bit of a rest, you're going to be all right. I have a hard time feeling bad for the guy with medical issues. Refuse to take medicine, refuse to take medical professionals, refuse to take a sane diet. I mean, I'm not looking for sympathy. I was just saying that I got food poisoning. But I don't need anybody to say, like, I mean, yeah, I ate food. It was, I got food poisoning. I threw the food up from the food poisoning. I took a nap. I felt better. Yeah. I mean, first, it's like never seen him expect anyone sympathy. Yeah, what the fuck? Like, I'm chilling, man. Oh, pepperoni came out of his nose. Yeah, it's too bad. And I've been pooping. Yeah, I have. Don't worry about it, okay? And yeah, this was food poisoning. I know, it's nuts. Okay, Greek media shows Kojima as a Shinzo Abe shooter. Yeah, this was a as I said, not the first time this week that we've had fake news from Greek media. I think it's just a fuck up, right? I mean, like, fuck ups like this happen. They happen all the time. The fact is that it's a matter of, I think this is the truth. Like, I don't know how the Greek media is. I don't live in Greece. I have no idea. But like over here in America, if somebody did this, everybody would automatically assume that they were fucking stupid. But if like a more respected news publication did this, people would be like, oh, well, mistakes happen. I think that mistakes do happen. Human error occurs. And it's not a big deal. This happening is not fundamentally a big deal. It's only a big deal in the context of if the other media that people are receiving is like biased or bullshit. You see what I'm saying? It's a bad quality news station. It's a shit show channel. There you fucking go. And as a Greek, not even surprised. And origin of misinformation seems to be Damien Roux, a failed far-right French far-right French politician. Excuse me. I don't know about that. I mean, the thing is that here's how I've always looked at European politics, okay? I don't live in Europe. I don't understand the nuances of Europe. I don't know I don't know what language they speak. I don't like to be involved in the politics of another country because I feel like there are so many problems in my country that I don't want to go and tell you what's supposed to happen in yours. You know what I mean? Yeah, you speak European. Well, you see what I'm saying, right? Like, I don't speak French. I don't speak Greek. I don't speak any of these, right? And like, obviously I have opinions about things, but I don't really feel very strongly about these because who the fuck knows? Like, I mean, I don't know all the nuance. I don't live in their culture. Asmon in a parallel universe. What's this? Nice to be knowledgeable of world affairs, though. Did this get removed? Oh, I was just, okay, it's just like me if I was working out. All right. Yeah, maybe one day I'll actually start working out and actually do that. I have some weights, and it would be good to, you know, at least work out a little bit, right? Removed. I'm not sure why it got removed. It could be a bunch of different reasons. But yeah, anyway, remember, who cares? We live in a completely different hemisphere. Well, it's like, it's not that I don't care at all. It's that, like, there are so many problems, like here in Texas, for example. There's a lot of, like, dumb stuff that happens here. There's a lot of dumb stuff that happens just, like, in the country in general. So, like, I'm kind of the, I've always been of the mindset, you know, like, don't go in somebody else's yard if you can't keep your own yard clean. You know, like, don't worry about somebody else's stuff. Worry about your own stuff. Think about your own stuff. Get that squared away, and then you can think about telling other people what to do. That's the way that I see it. Do some yoga for 10 minutes. It helps. Give me 1 second, actually. We're good. Sorry about that. I had a little bit of a situation, but I'm good now. And regular old Peterson Andy. Well, I do think that there is some truth to, like, having your own life in order before you go and tell other people what to do with theirs. I think this is common sense. Like, there are a lot of people I would just not take advice from if they don't have their own life in order. Like, why would I listen to somebody who doesn't fucking, like, they can't get anything together on their own, and so why listen to them, right? I mean, like, it's common sense. Pearson on his life in order, it doesn't matter. Like, it separate the message from the messenger. It doesn't matter. Like, anybody could have said this. A crackhead could have said this, and I would have agreed with it. It doesn't matter who said it. Either way, I think that it's just a matter of priorities. That's all it comes down to. Let's see here. And it's common sense. Yeah, it's just common sense. What are your thoughts on Warmane? I don't support any private servers. I think Wrath servers are not really a big deal, but overall, I don't really support private servers in any capacity. I feel like I was more okay with private servers back whenever, like, there was no classic WoW, because there was no other alternative. But we know Wrath is coming out. We know a BC is already out. Vanilla is already out. And I find that to be kind of, like, that in my opinion is like, that's kind of like reasonable for, like, Blizzard to not want people to provide a free alternative for something that they, you know, spend real money to have upkeep and provide. I think that's pretty fair. Do the face. Is that it? Yeah, is that it, man? I'm okay as long as they don't try to get money from it. Yeah, but they all do. Yeah, I think that they all do. I think that because it costs money to, like, upkeep it and invest time into it, so it would only make sense that somebody would want to do that. Somebody would want to make money off of it because they're investing a large amount of time into something. Like, everybody tries to, like, monetize their hobbies nowadays. It just makes sense. His face do be like that sometime? Okay, yeah, real fucking funny. Dude! Someone mod this guy. There it is, dude. I can't unsee it. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if I'll be able to either. And, yeah, this is, again, I saw that this got posted. I think it was, like, a few days ago on my Reddit. And, should have aborted Diablo Immortal. True. Blizzard really can't catch a break. It's not their fault this time, and their employees walk out. Yeah, it's just fucking stupid. I'm just astonished that, that this is even happening. You read your replies on YouTube or YouTube videos? Yeah, sometimes I do, not all of them. I mean, I get millions of comments, so it's hard really for me to get through every single one. But yeah, I try to keep up with a lot of them, absolutely. Why not? Let's see here. They don't deserve a break. I think that Blizzard... I feel like Blizzard's been through the ringer, and it's okay to give them another chance, because they literally got audited by the state of California. All the people that did bad stuff, minus, like, probably some executives that skated by, you know, these are just, like, normal people. Like, I don't like it. It's kind of the same thing I've said before with, like, different people in, like, different countries, right? Like, if you're like a, let's say you're from the Middle East, right? How many of you guys from the Middle East have ever had some fucking holier than thou European or fucking American try to hold you accountable for what your government does? Like, how many of you guys have ever had this shit happen? Try to like blame you for 9/11 or some bullshit. You know, all the time. Yeah, it's fucking annoying. So like, yeah, there are a lot of people that work, and it's the same thing. Like, this happens with like other countries as well. Like, yeah, I'm German. I wonder what happens there. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. There are a lot of people that work at Blizzard. They've got nothing to do with this, and I don't want to make it seem like the people that work at Blizzard are all, you know, morons, or we're all abusers or something like that. Some of them probably just tried to make a you know, do a good thing. And I think it's very disingenuous and entitled for you to say, oh, you could have quit your job. Like, bitch, what the fuck you talking about? You could have quit your job. You can't even stop watching a stream that makes you mad. They got the whole fucking family relocated across the fucking country, and you're telling somebody they gotta quit their job because of your opinion? Yeah, right. It's nuts. Of course that shouldn't happen. And everything at the corporation at this point should be suspect. I think that it should be suspect, but people shouldn't automatically assume that it's bad. What's this here? Remember whenever they made BLM the start screen for Warzone? They're pandering. I didn't play during that time, so I'm not sure. The Cosme Suite contributed to this. I think that it's just... I think what Blizzard should do is they should just keep their head down and make video games. Like, it's like O.J. Simpson. You fucking killed somebody. Shut up about social issues. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear it from you. You have had enough fucking bullshit. We don't want to hear it. It's the same thing with Blizzard. Stop fucking trying to make these statements. Like, you've already had, like, this has damaged your reputation massively. Like, nobody is going to listen to this and think, oh, wow, Blizzard's so woke. They're just going to think that you're fucking trying to make up for something. Courts say he didn't kill anyone. I don't really give a shit. You see what the point is? That's what I'm really trying to say here. And as I'm putting the hammer down, yeah, just stop. Like, fucking stop. Yeah, keep your head down, make video games, and just do that. Nobody wants to hear your political fucking messaging after you just got through with a fucking massive state investigation for sexual abuse. Just nobody wants to hear this. Let's see here. Noble of them to sacrifice their workday instead of their Saturday afternoon. True, I'm pro-choice and this thing is still retarded. Imagine everyone stop working whenever you feel like it, protest on your free time. True. Where are all the walkouts over the Uyghurs, huh? Well, I mean, to be fair, they did do, let's be honest, the Blizzard employees did do a walkout for the Hong Kong thing as well. And then they walked back in and they kept working and they kept providing content to China all the same. And they went on BlizzCon and they said, we messed up. So yeah, I think it's just, the thing is, people are always willing, and this is, as a general rule, whenever I look at any situation, right, I look at the people, and the way that I judge somebody's authenticity of if they are being like real or not with what they believe in, the way that I judge that is I think to myself, what do they have to lose by saying this? And if you have nothing to lose, if you're not risking anything for like a lot of these opinions or something like that, I generally take the way that your opinions less seriously. I do, because like you have nothing to lose. Like there's no real risk in this. Is this the popular opinion to have? I think that for a lot of people it is, and that's really what happens. And right thing, as long as it doesn't inconvenience me. That's Blizzard, exactly. Yeah, it's like this is, and that's what I was saying before. Is I feel like, you know, one of these things, I think that it actually does damage to these movements because people look at it and they see how transparently self-serving it is, and it's annoying. And so, yeah, people get banned or based. Sometimes. You know, banned for truth is a meme. Let's see. Why my bus doesn't see in my Zoom meeting? Okay. I need to do this. This is a good idea. Yeah, this is a great fucking idea. Holy shit. Wow. No repercussions. Yeah, it's perfect. All right. Subreddit is Stratham, and you all know the rest. Well, mostly things have calmed down now. We're all good. And spotted Asmon's Tesla today. It says bald. Wow. Real fucking funny. The irreversible corruption of WoW. I actually had this on my playlist. I'm going to watch this in just a little bit because I do think that he's talking about the WoW token, right? And I'm assuming Bellior is going to talk about how the WoW token's corrupted the game. And Devil May Cry when modding in Final Fantasy is going too far. Let me mute this and watch it. Nah, I don't know what this is. Very good video. Okay. Made by Papa. Papa Smurf?
Devil may cry. I got a gig. Cash up front. Cash up front. This I like. The water needs turning
That's
on
cool.
and those toilets need flushing.
God damn. Cat girl, of course. Oh my god.
Hurry up, Dante. Whoa, you are the infamous Dante. My grandmother is Nell Goldstein, the gunsmith that made all your fancy weapons.
This is pretty cool. Yeah, holy shit. I do need to go back and play these games. I missed out on a lot of this. Holy fucking shit. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, but I think this is really cool. Yeah, what's this number now? Yeah, it's Devil May Cry 5, I think is the one that's out right now. They replicated it? Yeah, they looked at a lot of them. 3 and 5 would be perfect on stream? Yeah, I haven't done 4 either, to be honest. And how's your stomach? I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. What's this here? Even the gaming news media world has decided the headlines look like shit at posts or the meta. Well, the reason why is because they work. Like, weird headlines like this work really well. That's why people use them. It's common sense. And, yeah, there was a lot of people that were very upset about this, this whole billboard thing. Obviously, we brought on the creators. We had an interview with them. And we talked to them about what they were doing. In my opinion, I just don't really... Like, I think... I don't work at Square. I don't really care if they use, like, different models. Like, I feel like the Final Fantasy community gets, like, so fucking anal about, like, people breaking the terms of service. Like, it's the fucking law. Like, it really matters. Who gives a fuck, man? Yeah, it doesn't even matter. It's not that big of a deal anyway. Yeah, it's like, why is this even a big deal for you? Like, just... Yeah, let Square Enix handle it. I mean, it's one thing to, like, acknowledge that it's a bad thing. Like, yeah, it's a bad thing. But, like, the level of investment that people have and, like, the vitriol behind it is, like, crazy. TOS is law. Always is community, man? No, it's not always a Final Fantasy community. The WoW community does their own stupid stuff, too. Be wary of Trap. I'll watch that in a minute, okay? Oh, God. Yeah, we're not gonna do this one. No fucking shot. Asmon McFly. Asmon and chat. You're not going to believe this, but we got a ton of drama content to cover. Chat, I don't believe it. Yeah, it's probably true. We miss IRL streams like this. Good days, man. This is whenever my internet went out, and I just sat at my treehouse for like... Wait, was it this one or another one? Yeah, it was the power outage. Holy shit, I can't believe that was 2 years ago. Oh my fucking god. The day chat became Asmon's cock. No, I had done it before, actually. I had done this multiple times. And, yeah, you look a bit crazed. When do I not? I mean, let's be honest. Our boy needs to react to this. What is this? Asmongold leaves the Alliance? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We'll watch this in a few minutes, okay? I'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that, all right? I want to see someone Photoshop this picture of Asmon because it'll look like him. Okay, yeah, very fucking funny. Let's scroll all the way down here. Yeah, this is She Attack, and Josh just She Attack. Yeah, that's about all wasps do. They're fucking annoying. And this is the alpha. I mean, listen to what Tally says here.
By the way, I'm taking Tuesday and Wednesday off, guys. From the stream. I don't know if you noticed.
So he really thinks it's going to be Thursday the 14th.
I can't tell you if I signed an NDA.
I think actually you can. You can disclose that you signed an NDA. He could say it, it's just that he's choosing not to. Yeah, he can't say what the NDA was for, but he can say that he should. Yeah, it depends on the NDA. I've never heard of an NDA that you literally can't say that it was an NDA. Food poisoning, Asmon. Listen, things get you down, and then you get back up. That's about it. Taliesin said he signed NDA to not disclose the NDA. Oh, yeah, but you could I don't know if that's even possible. I've never had anything like that before. Wow, this 99-cent pack has a 666% value. Damn, it's overpowered. Oh, yeah, of course people do this. Flat Earth theory conspiracy explained. Wait, is this actually... Okay, let's watch it. It's only 1 minute. Let's see why people think the Earth is flat.
You may have heard about the flat Earth theory in the last few days because of rapper B.O.B. and his beef with noted astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson. B.O.B. declared to his Twitter followers that he believes the planet Earth is actually flat and that all the nations of the world have joined together in a massive conspiracy to cover up this fact. Here is how flat earthers believe the universe works. They believe the Earth is a flat disk which looks like this. The North Pole is at the center, with Antarctica forming an ice wall around the outer edges of the disk. This is why flat earthers believe the 1961 Antarctic Treaty was agreed upon by all the world's nations, so no one could reach the edge of the disk. They believe that this is the reason the UN uses this as their symbol. There is also a dome-like barrier
because they want to keep it in plain
firmament
sight.
Which surrounds the disk. This is an impenetrable barrier that keeps the atmosphere intact. Flat earthers do not believe we have ever passed this barrier. According to flat earth theory, gravity does not exist. Instead, they believe in a universal acceleration, believing that all celestial bodies are accelerating upward at a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. They also believe that Earth is not actually spinning and provide counter evidence to disprove the rotation of the planet, such as the fact that clouds in the atmosphere are not moving at the rate of 1,000 miles per hour, the rate of the Earth's rotation. Flat earthers believe that when Copernicus theorized that the Earth moved around the sun, all of the world's religions decided to accept his theories, and rather than risk being questioned, the world's religions have a vested interest in furthering the Earth globe idea.
Oh my God,
in
it goes
turn,
so
flat
deep.
earthers believe that all imagery from the space program has been faked. Some of the most common pieces of evidence are the lack of direct commercial flights between two cities within the southern hemisphere. Unfortunately, and we are talking to you, B.O.B., all of these theories don't explain why a ship disappears over the horizon, bottom first.
Well, I mean, that's just more fucking... I mean, you can't explain everything, right? It's a massive conspiracy. Listen, here's the thing, is if somebody believes that the Earth is flat, I'm not going to try to convince them that the Earth isn't flat. Because you clearly did not use logic to come to this conclusion. This was not a logical conclusion that you have arrived at based off of, evidence and research. This is something that you've come up with pretty much on your own, and that's about it. So it's like you can't reason a person out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. So no, I'm not going to go and try and do this. What do they have to gain by saying that the Earth is flat? How's it not something that's common to conspiracies? Listen, it's just about, there's a lot of, a power narrative with conspiracy theories and all this kind of stuff. I don't really, I don't pay this any credibility, because even if you took, this is the thing with flat earthers, is that even if you took them on a space shuttle to the fucking moon and you let them get out on the moon, they would say, man, these Universal Studios rides are really getting crazy. You guys really put a lot of work into this one. Damn. Wow, this is like a roller coaster, huh? You put all this together just to hide the truth? Yeah. There is never going to be a point that you will reach the end of a flat earther's logic or fucking copium levels. This will never going to happen. Yeah, Mars is flats too. Yeah, you have to open the airlock to prove it. I mean, listen, I think that there's plenty of people that are flat earthers that get into that. So Amarath posted her OnlyFans income on Twitter. That's a small fortune. Yeah, I saw that actually. Where is it? I think Fandy tweeted about this too. Yeah, there it is. So I don't know if you guys know this, but girls on OnlyFans make a lot of money. Did you guys have any idea about this? Isn't this a shock? Can you believe it? Girls are able to make their own money. Wow, look at this. Fandy making $85,000 in a month. That's a lot of fucking money. I mean, this fucking kills me, man. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking money. And then, okay, look at Amarath. Look at how much Amarath made. $1.5 million a month. That's a lot of fucking money. Do men make the same? Fuck no, they don't make the same. What are you, fucking crazy? Of course not. I'm in the wrong professions. And yeah, there's more than pro athletes. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, the thing is that people like boobs. They really do. They are big fans. And that's it. Yeah, it makes sense. And people are degenerates. Well, I mean, they buy it, and that's what it is, but they're free. I mean, listen, there's enough people out there that disagree with that. I think that's all it comes down to. And you don't have the body for OnlyFans, I'm afraid to say. I have a good feeling I don't, too. Exactly. Kylie Jenner makes $1 million every Instagram post. I think that it's crazy to see how much money some people make for this stuff, man. The problem is that only the very top makes good money on OnlyFans. Yeah, I do think this is important to know, is that, like, for every Amaranth, there's like a 10,000 girls that aren't making this much money, right? They're just barely getting by, doing stuff on OnlyFans. Have you ever subscribed to somebody's OnlyFans, though? I have never subscribed to anyone's OnlyFans. No, I never have. It's crazy to me I can already see and believe it's that much. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it's only July 9th, exactly. No, it's just that I've never subscribed to somebody's OnlyFans. I mean, are there people that disbelieve this? People that think that's not true? I don't know. OnlyFans model don't really last. Well, I think that it is a job that has a I mean, it's not a job that you do for 50 years. Probably not. No, but make a lot of money. You don't have to. I think that's all it comes down to. And I don't get it. Who pays for porn? A lot of fucking people do. And that's the thing, is you can say that it's a bad thing or whatever, but it's astonishing to see how much money people make. Let's see here. It's $800 a month I make. I exclusively put the money in college feeding my child. It was add up for the next 10 years. Good job, man. I'm glad you're thinking about the future. OnlyFans is such degenerate fans. I get follow messaged by randoms all the time. Sub to Twitch channels, and people ask why people pay for. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, somebody subscribed to a Twitch channel, and other people are surprised that people pay for porn. That's a good point. And Hasmon head over heels. What's this? I love how this guy's just completely fucking relaxed. Yeah, oh, here we go. Now he's having fun. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would never do this. It's like, I don't... There is no reason in my mind to ever... I don't skydive. I don't get on roller coasters. I don't tempt fate. Okay, I watched Final Destination before. There is no reason in my life that I need this. Yeah, I just simply don't fucking need this. There's no reason. I almost died to pizza. Exactly, man, but you live in the U.S. Yeah, that's true. I don't go out with a bulletproof vest. Asmon and Iron Mouse animated. What's this? Let me watch this. That's why I said, like, it makes sense that she fell in love with that dragon because he's the most attractive one.
Wait, really?
And everybody freaked out. Like they acted like I was some kind of a crazy person. Yeah. But I wasn't wrong. No, I wasn't. Like I wasn't wrong at all. Like he was the most attractive one. Like, and I'm not saying it's a theoretical. I don't mean this for real. Like, but I'm just saying, like, if you had to, that would probably be number one. Yeah. I feel like people... There's another one of these. Oh my God. I didn't even see the first one. I'll watch the first one. Give me a second. I'll look at this. This is great.
There is lady balding.
Yeah.
Now, you know, it's
well, I heard
stress
about that. Will Smith smacked the shit out of somebody for it.
Oh my God. You can't say that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, really well animated. I think this is really good, man. Let me look at the second one. I want to. Is it the same guy? Let me double check. Yeah, it is. I'll link it to you guys. I think this is really well done. Oh my God. Dude, it was so crazy that Iron Mouse straight up plays on my server in Final Fantasy. Like, she was like, I think the server's Cactar, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? Like, I thought I was being trolled or something like that, but it turned out that, yeah, she actually played on Cactar. Oh my god, the interview from Iron Mouse was fun. I'm glad that people liked it. I had a lot of fun with it too. It was great. And this is a great date with nerd promotion. What do you mean by that? I mean, I think that's the normal experience. And I remember whenever I was talking about the most attractive one. It makes sense that she fell in love with that dragon because I was talking about how Shiva fell in love with Hraesvelgar. And everybody got mad at me because I said Hraesvelgar was probably the most attractive dragon. And I still think this is true. Like, I'm not gay, but I can see if a guy is good looking. Why can't I do that with a dragon? I mean, really? There's no reason. Like, no, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's true. Yeah, it's fucking true, man. So you're scaly? Fuck no, that's weird. I'm just talking about it from my own perspective. That's all. Yeah, it's just crazy. Final Fantasy dragons have no gender. Well, I don't know about that. And Meat Boy, yeah, we'll look at that in a minute, okay? And Willie Griffin, Guild Hall. I wish that they did Guild Halls in WoW too. I don't know whenever that's gonna happen. Yeah, let's see here. I think I've got pretty much all of these. There's a few other things that I needed to look at. Before I watch this video here, Boras apparently resigned or something like that. Oh, I'm not gonna watch the full fucking thing for that. Yeah, it was some guy. I don't know exactly. Like, again, I don't live there. I have no idea. Every time I see the guy, the only thing I notice is his fucking hair. That's really all I know about him. And the Welk one, yeah, it's a good video. All right, we'll watch it. And after we watch it, I want to look at the interview from Mike Ybarra. I'm not sure exactly where it is, but we'll find it in a minute. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so he's resigned, but he hasn't fucked off. He's fucked off then. He's resigned. Okay, so he's resigned, but he hasn't fucked off. Okay. Fucking, I mean, what do we have to do? Wait for another few months whilst he takes the wallpaper down? I'm loving this. What an exit. The Prime Minister forgot that his whip was a sexual predator. No answer to that one. No answer, no humility, no meaningful apology. For days, just more Dickensian twaddle. And a little reshuffle.
Oops.
Not so much reshuffling deck chairs on the Titanic, more reshuffling cat shit on a litter tray. And the manner of his departure should tell you everything you need to know. No dignity, just desperation.
Is this actually a real news show in Britain? No, I don't know if it is or not.
And delusion and a despotic disposal to cling to power, no matter the harm to our country. A Tory party facing the inevitable truth that they have been complicit in enabling one of the most dangerously incompetent and untrustworthy, selfish individuals ever to have occupied number 10 for as long as they have.
Jesus.
And what's beautiful is it was the lying that got him in the end. He leaves in disgrace, as well he should, having exposed himself once and for all for what we always knew him to be. Not a statesman, but a sad little liar. A Shakespearean tragedy written by monkeys on typewriters. A Prime Minister who is as adept at lying at the dispatch box as he is to his string of mistresses. Every marriage Boris has had has ended when he fucked someone else and got them pregnant. That's who he is. Lies on top of lies on top of lies. He lies and gets people to lie on his behalf, and then lies about the lying. And when he runs out of lies, he can always rely on the incompetence card. I forgot. I can't remember. Oops. I don't understand what the word party means. My Willie just ended up inside my secretary. Oh, I forgot that he's a renowned sex pest. Essentially, a man who would rather pretend to be stupid than admit his mistakes, which of course makes him a coward. a desperate, sad, talentless flag shagger who is so blatant in his dishonesty that when accused of lying to Parliament, he simply tries to change the rules to make it okay to lie to Parliament. Who, when his own ethics advisors resign in disgust at his complete lack of ethics, scraps the role of ethics advisor altogether, which proves his complete lack of ethics.
That makes sense, right?
The devastating cries over the last few days from the Tory party of enough is enough and one step too far are coming from the same people who have sat and watched him take a flamethrower to their party and our constitution for 3 fucking years. Fuck up after fuck up, lie after lie. And they were thinking what? Oh, he'll get better in a minute. All of them talking about trust and integrity. If you cared so much about trust and integrity, then why
he's popping off.
Put Boris Johnson in number 10 in the first place? All of the reasons they're getting rid of him now, lack of leadership, lack of morals, lack of integrity, lack of truth, all these traits have been in plain sight for years. His CV reads like a demon's resume. These noble cabinet ministers all falling on their swords. These are the fuckers that enabled Boris to be there in the first place. And
Jesus!
Look at what he's achieved. Trust in politics at a lower ebb than that time President Trump told Americans to drink bleach. A government with a complete absence of ethics, morals, direction, or ideas. A ministerial code in the bin. An oven-ready Brexit deal that even Boris admits is unworkable. A COVID response that has been found to be criminally negligent. A United Kingdom inches away from complete devolution. An economy in tatters. A recession on the way. A health service barely fit for purpose. A country on the verge of a national strike. A man who took an 80-seat majority and just spaffed it up the wall in the name of hubris and ambition, destroying his party's reputation and leaving the UK ungovernable. What a legacy. Chaos. He leaves office the most hated man in his party and his country. And even though he's resigned, he's still fucking there. Just fuck off and we'll take our chances with the next useless posh sliver of bollock skin who gets to shag their mistress in the £50,000 floral wallpaper gin palace and factory of lies that number 10 has become under Boris Johnson. Okay, well, we're still waiting to get a clearer picture as to the timeline as to the Prime Minister's departure, but it is safe to say that there are signs.
That was really fucking good. That was insanely fucking good. Oh my god. Wow. Like, yeah, that guy, yeah, he let him know. It's just on my Reddit. It's not a video. Like, yeah, I'll link it to you guys. Like, this is the post here. That was legendary. Yeah, it's nuts, man. Dude, these guys popped the fuck off. Yeah, I don't know if they're right or wrong about that stuff. The British Bear, everything. Apparently, it's great. 70K up, dudes. I know. It's an epic gamer moment. Oh my fucking god, man. He's been doing it for years. It's a little harsh. I don't know. I saw an interview with Boris, and he was talking about how he wanted to paint buses on like a piece of wood or something like that, and like that's what he does to relax. And it was just like, man, you know, like I love it whenever like another world leader somewhere, you know, like besides America, is a fucking dumbass, because it's like, yeah, see, it's not just us. See, it happens everywhere. See, look. See, yeah, you thought it was just us? Nope, it's happening to you too now. Yeah, how's it feel? How's it feel? Yeah, it doesn't feel good, does it? Yeah, that's our life. That's the thing. Yeah, it's not just us. I feel great about that. What's this here? There's drama in there. Congratulations. I'm not sure what that is. And is drama Port a mead? I'm confused. Metal Gear fans will understand. Giant 200-pound egg? Fuck that. Let's see what this is. I always try to make his penis. Oh my god. All right, we will we'll watch this, and then I want to go and look at that interview with Mike Ybarra, okay?
I always try to make his penis hard, not his life. Yeah, correct. Yeah,
it's very valid.
Yes, make his dick hard, not his life, so he will make your pussy wet, not your eyes.
Man. Wow, that's crazy, isn't it? Oh my God, true? Yeah. True and fucking real. It's always funny for me to see what other people like that say. I find it to be funny as fuck. Where is she from? I have no idea. I'll look that up after the stream, okay? Give me 1 second, and I'll see if I can find this interview here. Is it on Wowhead? I'm not sure if it is or not. Let's go back over here and double check. And yeah, Singapore. I don't know. And yeah, the interview with Mike Ibarra. Where was it? Blizzard interview confirms Hall of Fame. Don't give a shit about this. Fuck that. Who cares? Classic beta update. Who gives a fuck? An eye on professions. We actually need to look at this too. There's a lot of new WoW news with that. And let's see if I can find the rest of them. Microsoft acquisition faces scrutiny. Diablo Immortal. Who gives a fuck? Like literally nobody. Fuck. All right. Let's see if I can find it in here. Mike Ibarra, Blizzard, interview. See if I can find this real quick. Okay, there we go. And feels really good about its launch. All right. Let's see here. Blizzard boss navigates. I guess we'll just look at the one from LA Times. And this is the, fuck, what is this? What is this? What's going on here? Okay, can I just look at the cache version? Okay, yeah, I can. All right, great. So anyway, let's go ahead and look at this. Blizzard's new boss wants to have fun with games, but first, his company is in a crisis. Yeah, we'll have to, we'll look at this. Stupid paywall. Yeah, I mean, it's just annoying. And let's see what he says here. We're committed to change our culture. It was an unbelievable task of restoring stature to affirm his atmosphere was forged long before he joined in 2019. Yeah, it's obviously awful, and there's a lot that he has to do. Talking about walking into a fire. Where's the stuff about Diablo Immortal? Yeah, I want to see, like, where's the Diablo Immortal stuff? Let me scroll down here. Okay, so this is what he said. Blizzard's controversial Diablo Immortal launched to big numbers and high revenue. It set off an ongoing debate about in-game purchases. Blizzard boss Mike Ibarra has defended the game's launch and its controversial monetization, citing high App Store reviews to claim that most players enjoy the game. In yesterday's wide-ranging interview from the LA Times, Blizzard president talked about numerous topics, including the many issues Blizzard faces. Of course, he also talked about the company's most recent game, the mobile free-to-play action RPG, Diablo Immortal. Here we go. Real reviews? Well, no. It's completely possible. Do you defend Immortal pretty heavily? What, fuck him? Well, what's he gonna say? Like, he has to defend it. He works. He leads the company. He has to defend it. Like, anybody that thought that, what did you think he was gonna do? Did you think he was gonna, like, come on and just be like, yeah, guys, we really fucked up. This game's horrible. No, of course he's not gonna say that. Yeah, duh. You're crazy. Yeah, there we go. Say they'll do better. Be fucking honest. Being fucking honest hurts other people at his company. Is it more important to be honest or you know, help the people that you're working with? I think that it's very easy to say be honest whenever honesty doesn't cost you anything. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's very easy to say, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, you should be honest whenever it doesn't cost anybody anything. That's it. Yeah, it's always easy to moralize whenever it's not people that you know whose jobs are on the line. Let's look at this here. While many have criticized the game's in-app purchases, low drop rates, and possibly exploitative mechanics, Ibarra defended the game, saying Blizzard built it so literally 99 players could do literally 99.5% of everything in the game for free while still getting a full Diablo experience. Demonetization comes in at the end game. The philosophy was always to lead with great gameplay and make sure that hundreds of millions of people can go through the whole campaign without any costs. Well, but like, I mean, that's not really true though, right? Because like after you do every dungeon, they give you like a notification that you can go to the store and buy a new box. So like, I don't know about that. I don't think that's true at all. Yeah, in game, yeah, it's like every time you do a dungeon, you have to go and buy a box. Let's see here. From that standpoint, I feel really good about it as an introduction to Diablo. Mike Ibarra told the LA Times that he and others at the company are well aware of the online complaints and concerns. But he still defended the mobile ARPG, pointing out that it's high rating on the Apple Play Store. Let's see for ourselves. Let's see what the rating is. 4.5. There you go. Yep. Fucking 4.5. A lot of people like the game. Very high. That's insanely good. Wait, what? Well, you know, the thing is, like, ratings are fake. I don't think they're fake at all. How do you think that the ratings are fake whenever all of these people that play these games are used to this? This is what they do all the time. Yeah, they removed fake ratings. Well, how do you know that they removed negative reviews? Like, I feel like that is a very large accusation that I'm not going to just believe this based off of somebody saying this. They're bot reviews. Re-rating comments. True but fake reviews. They trick you into putting 5 stars. Check the Google Play Store. Okay, let me see if I can do that. Google Play Store. Okay, let's see. I'll open this one up here. There was an error. It says it's not letting me do it. I have no idea why. Diablo Immortal. See if I can find it here, and let's see what people are saying. On the Google Play Store, I can only Google it. Unfortunately, I can't actually look at it itself. It says it's got 3.5 stars. A 3.4 with 700,000 votes. That's still quite a lot. And open your phone. Yeah, I wanted people to see it themselves. I think if you're a mobile gamer, chances are you're used to this kind of monetization. And Google reviewed bad reviews where people are bombing on mass scale. It affected games not even related to Diablo. Yeah, it's hard to determine like whether that's a good decision or not. And what's this? Your implication being seemingly broader community of people playing Immortal don't have a problem with the game or its in-app purchases. That's true. Like, and this is what I said before, is that like the average mobile gamer, the average person that plays video games now doesn't care about this stuff. It's only gamers that care about it. And the truth is that they can make plenty of money without making money off of gamers. Like we've talked about this 100 times. Like that's just what it is. It's literally their vote matters more than your vote because everybody's voting with their dollars and they're spending a lot of money and you're not spending any. It's the same with me, right? I mean, like, I can complain about this stuff all I want, but they're going to keep making the games as long as people keep buying them, and it's obvious that people keep buying them. That's all there is to it. LA Times Blizzard explained in a follow-up email that the vast majority of players are not spending money in game, but wouldn't share any specific details. Yavara seems to suggest that it's a feature, not a bug, but let's be clear, if the game ever stops raking in millions of dollars, it's unlikely Blizzard will keep it running out of the kindness of their heart. Of course, right? I mean, that's not specific to Diablo Immortal. That's any game. Of course, they're not going to just do it for free. Of course, many players, myself included, continue to play and enjoy Diablo Immortal. There's no denying it. It's possible to spend a lot of money on it. Blizzard hasn't created any real protections to save people from sinking thousands of dollars into the game. Based on what Ybarra has said and how much money Immortal is bringing in daily, it seems unlikely that the game will be changed anytime soon to address concerns that people have with its economy. I mean, what I really don't like is the fact that this line is in the article. According to Blizzard, it won't be anything like Immortal and will only include cosmetic microtransactions. So the reason why this annoys me a lot is the fact that it's not what was said. Like, they literally didn't say this. Like, I read what they said and they didn't say this. I don't know why, like you would assume that people's reading comprehension would be better if they were a professional writer, but apparently not. It's nuts, man. Cosmetics should be in games, not store items. Yeah, I think so too, but if it's a free-to-play game, you've got to make money somehow, right? That's all there is to it. It's Kotaku. Well, I mean, like, let's not pretend like other places don't do the same thing. It's not like Kotaku is some unique problem. No, all of these places say this stuff. Yeah, Kotaku, like this has got nothing to do with Kotaku. Like, you see bullshit like this everywhere. Whether they're doing fake news about Diablo Immortal. Not really, but basically, they said that effectively Diablo Immortal and like what they were saying about all that stuff And panel after the question, joking and looking at their catalogs. That's just more about, like, again, the company at Blizzard and Diablo Immortal. This is generally what it's saying. 50% of Immortal players are new to the company said that it collected data and it tells that about 50% of Immortal players are new to the Blizzard ecosystem. I'm not really surprised about that either, to be honest with you. I think that there's a lot of people that can go through and, you know, this is their first time playing a Diablo Immortal game and they're popping off and they're enjoying it. That's all there is to it. It makes sense, and yeah, 100%. Bears critical link the time between Diablo 3 and Diablo Immortal. This company missed out on nearly a generation of gamers. Here's the thing, and I'm not going to get into like another Diablo Immortal rant because we've had like a million of these. At the end of the day, this shit is never going to go away. They're going to keep doing it. It doesn't matter how many negative videos I make about it. It doesn't matter how many times I complain about it. It doesn't matter how many times I say that it's bad or anything like that. This will have literally no impact on anything that matters. And it doesn't matter if even all of us say that, because we are just simply not the audience. There is a small fraction of people that care about this stuff, and there is a broad window of people, or an entire vast horizon of gamers that don't even look at videos. They don't even really look at the reviews besides the App Store. They just see a game, they download the game, and they play it. That's it. There's no grand thing about that at all, right? That's it. Why not prove it then? Why not prove what? Yeah, I don't understand that. What do you mean by that? Bellier's Warcraft video is an example? I mean, I have no idea. Yeah, I'll look at it in a few minutes, okay? For me, it's society. Yeah, I mean, when will we see your predatory game? I don't know. I mean, with things like this, it might be a little bit sooner than later. I'm going to be honest. And also, I just wanted to make sure people knew this. I said that I got sent a hat by the New World team, and this is Greg from the New World team saying that he sent me a hat. I couldn't find it, but I was sent a hat. I just don't want anybody to think I fucking lied about my hat. I absolutely fucking saw the hat. And I have it. I don't know where the hell it is, though. But yeah, all I'm really saying is that these microtransactions and stuff like this, there's nothing we can really do about it. If you don't like it, I think the best thing to do is just don't buy them and don't worry about it. And support people that want to make it more more legislated and more regulated. I think that's the best option. And let's see here. Take a look at Griffin Gaming's video about Diablo Immortal. I mean, the thing is, like, what is there to say that hasn't already been said? You see what I'm saying? Like, what is there to say? Like, Griffin Gaming. Is this even a good video? If it's less than 10 minutes, I'll look it up, but that's it. Griffin Gaming. If it's less than 10 minutes, I'll watch it. If it's not, I won't. Yeah, it's unfortunate truth. Yeah, we all know about this. Everybody knows about this. It's bad, and all they're doing is they're just making content. I think the problem really is that people don't realize the fact that they are not the target audience. And I think this is what's very frustrating, is because you have a company and you feel like you've been the target audience for a long time, and then something like this happens and you're no longer the target audience. You see what I'm saying? I think that's fundamentally what it is. And yeah, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Exactly. And you watch the Cult of a Dead MMO? No, I haven't seen that. Asmongold, what do you mean? We love Warcraft, but it no longer loves us? Well, I think that's what happens with WoW too, right? Is like WoW used to be made for people who were, you know, people who liked, you know, grinding for stuff, and like, you know, they liked what WoW had to offer, and then slowly those people became less and less, and the game started being developed for different kinds of players. I know it happened to me, and it fucking sucks, man. So anyway, let's talk about the Warcraft alpha, okay? And did you get in the alpha? Let's see, did I get into the alpha? It looks like I haven't been, or maybe I need to restart my BattleNet. I don't really know. I'd have to look and see, but no, I'm not into the alpha right now. And it might not be turned up for me yet, or they might not have given it to me yet. I have no idea. I'll be surprised if they don't give it to me, but, you know, what happens, happens. You need to opt in. I'll look into it probably in a day or two. I've got a little bit of time. We're the ex for the company that got dumped for a new, richer boyfriend. There you fucking go, man. There's no way they don't give it to you? I don't think so. I mean, I don't think so, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, alpha testing for World of Warcraft Dragonflight is rumored to begin this Thursday on July 14th. I really hope so, to be honest. I really, really fucking hope so. I think that every day that the beta isn't out, that increases my anxiety for if the game is going to be good or not. Because I don't know. Fuck, man. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe this is going to happen. Why give it to him? Yeah, just ask to death. I mean, if it comes out, what I'm worried about is this. I'm worried about it coming out, there being one playable zone, and there being, you know, like a stick figure written on, like, the side of a rock, and it says Alex Straza here with a, you know, a little arrow. That's what I'm concerned, man. Yeah, that's what I'm really fucking concerned about. I don't know. Talent trees look interesting, at least. No, I'm waiting until they have the warrior talent tree. Whenever they have that, I'll be happy. No, I have no idea. Will I be worried and just go play another game if it sucks? Well, I still want it to be good, right? I mean, I've played WoW for over 15 years now. I want WoW to be good. Like, I have a vested interest in WoW being good. I love the game. And so I would hate to see the game come out and it be a bad product and have it be like half-baked and then have people further be frustrated and disappointed in the game. I think this is what's happened for years now and it sucks. So yeah, 100% I'm stressed out about it. I mean, is it a big deal? No. I mean, if it doesn't come out and it's bad, then that's life. But I still would be unhappy about that. I wish people would just move on. But why? Why can't people be hopeful about something that they want to enjoy? Like, what's the problem with that? I don't understand it. Yeah, move on from what? Yeah, people like the game. Yeah, WoW existed. That's how I feel. I feel no disappointment. Everyone's expecting a half-baked project. Yeah, it's the hope that gets you. Yeah, I mean... The thing is, realistically, do you think they'd have to execute a WoW 2? I think that they probably have to do WoW 2 at this point to really get the game back in, like, the minds of an average person. Yeah, I definitely think so. I don't have to wait around for WoW to be good. Got plenty of other stuff, great stuff to play. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like, if Dragonflight isn't good, it doesn't really matter. We can play a bunch of other games instead. It's not that big of a deal. But I do want the game to be good. Of course I do. The game hasn't been good for 7+ years. Can be hopeful, just don't be disappointed if this shit happens. I am hopeful. I am absolutely hopeful. And let's see here. Blizzard's Dragonflight preview and Ion Professions. Okay, I haven't looked at this at all. And so I'm going to go through some of the... Holy shit, this is a lot. Oh my god. They put all of this out? Blizzard released a Dragonflight Profession preview going over crafting orders, profession specs, and quality. Oh my god. With Dragonflight in full swing, we'll get to see the chance to upload new updated profession system. The system's been designed to provide greater depth and engagement, allowing you, the crafters of Azeroth, to differentiate yourselves and stand out from your peers. You can have crafting orders, profession specializations, and crafting and gathering with quality. Holy shit. Crafting orders are a new way for you to place an order on almost any Dragon Isles crafting recipe using an auction house-like interface. The new system will be provided nearly free of charge by representatives of Artisans Consortium. That's nice. When placing an order, there are 3 options that you can set to fulfill it. Fulfill to anyone, guild members only, or a specific individual. Okay, so it's basically... I'm assuming that they have things like this because there's going to be materials that are BOP. So, like, you need to have people that use their BOP materials in order for you to actually craft with them, right? I think that's effectively what it is. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen, but I'm not sure. You already see the posting fee on the picture? Yeah, I see it right there. And let's see. Let me go back over here and look at the other stuff too. You'll also be able to customize the order further by including various optional reagents depending on the recipe, dictating exactly what you want to be crafted. So I think this is, yeah, similar to Missives and Shadowlands. I feel like one thing that New World did pretty well is crafting. And I think that this system does seem like it's taking a pretty good amount from New World. Once you're finished customizing the order, you'll decide on an offered commission for the crafter, pay a small posting fee, and then send it off. Okay, that makes sense. Crafters can view these orders, fill in any missing reagents, and then craft the item. Okay. Profession specializations. will allow you to specialize in your primary crafting and gathering profession once you've reached a high enough skill. You'll earn profession points through various activities and get to spend them permanently to improve different areas of your profession. So, like, what this reminds me of is it reminds me of the fishing rod in Legion. Do you remember that whenever you would fish with the fishing rod and then you'd get enough fish and you could like get different traits for your rod, so you could like swim really fast or like walk on water or like get a better chance to like fish up an entire pool in one cast? And I actually thought the fishing rod in Legion was really cool. So I'm glad that they're trying to do this more. Yeah, the Underlight Angler, that's what it's called, I think. This will be one of the main ways you can differentiate yourself from your peers. There'll be many areas of each profession to specialize in. More to come in this feature a bit later. I'm curious to see whether it's going to be like you can get all of them if you take a long time, like New World, or it's like WoW, how it is now, and you can only have like one profession specialization. You guys remember back in like in like BFA, or not BFA, sorry, BC, whenever you'd have like armor crafting and like weaponsmithing, etc. That's kind of what it's going to be. I'm not sure which one it's going to be. New to World of Warcraft is concept of quality crafting, both for crafted items and many gathered reagents. This is not to be confused with rarity, which will remain unchanged. Crafted equipment will have 5 levels of possible quality, while many other crafted and gathered items such as potions and ores will have 3 levels of quality. For crafted equipment, quality will primarily mod item level, with each level of quality increasing it by a small amount. So it might have 270, 272 at the different quality levels. The goal is to have quality matter enough for it to be worth it your effort to achieve higher qualities without having all the gains be so large that the lowest quality versions don't feel worthwhile. Well, can you determine, yeah, is this honing? Like, what is this? For crafted items such as consumables that have quality, the effects of quality are a bit more varied. For most, the higher quality will result in a more powerful effect, but in some cases, it might come in other forms of variation, such as longer duration, more charges, etc. Note that there is an expectation that low-quality versions of these items will sell for less, but this will provide a niche for those that don't want to spend a lot of gold and will be able to make use of the full suite of crafted items. It will also be cheaper to craft lower-quality versions of these items for a variety of reasons. For reagents that have quality, increases the inspiration. Oh, for reagent, the quality value will serve as a major input into the crafting. Crafting with higher quality basic reagents will provide bonus skill when crafting the item. Finishing reagents are a new type of reagent that can be used to improve aspects of the crafting process. Increasing skill or increasing stats, for example, higher quality versions of these will have stronger effects on crafting. I don't have a problem with the quality stuff. Okay, all right, here we go. Determining quality. Lastly, please note that not all gathered reagents will have quality. The primary gathering professions of mining will have quality, as well as reagents. Other reagents, such as meat, cloth, and fish, will not. When crafting an item, there are 2 main elements of note. The recipe difficulty, how hard it is to craft a recipe at a higher quality. Recipe difficulty will change whenever you include optional reagents, which can modify it up or down depending on the effects. Your crafting skill is determined by your base skill and professions, but can be modified by a variety of factors. So, like, as you craft your item, there is a small amount of randomness added to your skill roll to represent the natural variation in your crafting execution. In addition, if you have any inspiration, the new crafting stat, you have a chance to become inspired, gaining a significant amount of bonus skill during the craft. It means you may do better than you expected, but never worse. In the end, your final crafting skill will be compared against the recipe quality. If that skill is higher than the difficulty, you will craft the weapon at the item at maximum quality. Otherwise, the quality will depend on where your skill falls comparatively. What do you guys think about this? Yeah, how do you guys feel about this this whole situation here? It's RNG. It is certainly kind of RNG. It's pay to win. I mean, it depends on like what the chances are. Like, can you deterministically craft the best gear after you've done it enough time? Like, I think that like rolling quality for like a Lost Ark item kind of sucks. Like, in general, doing these like random rolls to get items kind of sucks. in just a general sense. Is this how jewel crafting worked in Kata and Mop? I don't remember, to be honest with you. Additional crafting stats, to use fewer reagents, inspiration, crafting the recipe with extra skill, and you'll get lucky on some bonus quality. Okay, so you want to have inspiration for crafting the good stuff. Multi-craft to craft additional items. That's cool. I know this is like, I remember, like, there was one time my mom procced 5 primal mites with one transmute because she was a transmute master. Like, she still remembered that shit for like 10 years later. Still remembered that. That was a big fucking deal. And crafting speed, for those who mass crafts are faster, you just want to save a few seconds. Crafting speed's a stat to help you craft a little bit faster. Who cares? Quality philosophy. Okay, this is really what we need to know about. Many players will want to craft the best of the best and settle for nothing less. With that in mind, we want to share a bit of our philosophy for quality and difficulty tuning for recipes. This is what matters right here. For many early and lower tier recipes, such as leveling gear, starter potions, etc., your general crafting skill might be low enough that you tend to craft the item at the lowest quality. These recipes aren't meant to be difficult though, and gaining a higher skill in your profession will make these recipes easier to make at max quality, even with low quality reagents. On the other hand, many of the recipes for the high-end items, particularly gear with powerful optional reagents and top-tier consumables, will be extremely difficult to craft at the highest quality. In fact, the goal in these situations is that only the best of the best can make them at the highest quality, and only by using every tool at your disposal, which means in practice that if you wanted to craft the most difficult recipe at max quality, for example, a chest with an item level equivalent to mythic raids, yes, that will be possible. You will likely need to fully specialize in crafting that type of gear, use all top quality reagents, and use the best profession gear that you can find. That's fine. I think that's totally okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. Does anybody have a problem with that? Because the only thing, on top of that, you would either need to get lucky with inspiration or use valuable finishing reagent that boosts skill to guarantee the item is crafted at top quality. They will take the contribution of many skilled crafters and gatherers, as well as some luck from extra resources to make these items the best and highest quality. The goal here is to make sure crafting the best of the best, or having it crafted for you, will be no small feat and one to be proud of. We also want to emphasize you will never need to rely on luck. Luck can be much help to you if you want to focus on inspiration, but it's never necessary. That's really good. Like, so this is the way that I think it's going to work, right? And so let's assume that we have like the crafting bar, okay? So this is the crafting bar, and we're just going to use, let's see here. I don't know why it always defaults to the really big font. Let's see. 500 eye level. And this is going to be 600 eye level, okay? And so we're just going to look at New World, for example. So we're going to go ahead and make a few of these. Okay. So basically, you're going to have like your base quality. And let's see here. I'm just going to put in some different colors so people can get an idea of like what all this is. Okay, so right here, this is base variance. 1 second, let me make this black. Base variance. Base variance. Okay, good. And after that, we've got the... yeah, I got it. I just fucked up for a second. My brain got... it got jumbled up. You got base variance, and then what are the other options here again? Let's go ahead and double check here. Specialization. Actually, crafting reagents. Reagents used. And then crafting skill. And then we have finishing reagents. And then we have gear. Crafting, so that was me, not you. Crafting gear. So if you have all 5 of these, you will get to 600 eye level every time. I actually think this is a good system. Is there anybody who thinks this is a problem? Yeah, I think this is a good idea. Because the one time, yeah, this is fantastic. Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, I love this. So basically in like New World, it's like the difference whenever you're crafting with like orichalcum or crafting with asmodium, for example. So like orichalcum is like, it's like in classic WoW, like think of orichalcum as like thorium, and then think of asmodium as arcanite bars. So if you're crafting with arcanite bars, you're gonna have a much higher base item level. But if you get enough of those bonuses together, you're gonna have a extremely high crafting chance. Because I think the main thing that a lot of people were worried about whenever I first started this, and correct me if I'm wrong, we were worried that quality meant honing. We were worried that crafting meant honing. Am I right about that? Like, that's what my concern was. Yeah, a good system, exactly. Dragonflight's good. Do you think it'd be a good time for someone to come back? Yeah, it's always a good time. Like, the pre-patch is probably the best time to come back and play the game. That's always been my opinion, is that during the pre-patch, that's whenever things are really popping off. Everybody's having fun. People are playing the game, enjoying themselves, and that's what I enjoy the most. So yeah, you can buy mythic level gear. That's okay. So like, if you can buy, here's the thing. You can already buy mythic level gear. You just buy a boost. That's it. You just buy a fucking boost. So is it a good idea for Blizzard to make the game worse because of some arbitrary, oh, but you can buy mythic gear? You could already do that. That's it, man. Did you watch the Bellier video yet? No, I will watch it after this, okay? I will watch it after this. Some reagents are BOP, so you can't buy mythic gear. My understanding would be that they're BOP to the crafter and not the person requesting the craft. Isn't that right? I don't know. I guess we're going to have to see. Yeah, it's for the person. It's both. It could be both, actually. You know, like that would actually be really cool if it was both. And so let's read the rest of this, okay? We also hope this means that crafting the very highest quality items turns out to be very lucrative, while also being something that a large guild could coordinate and do on their own. Phenomenal. Please note that the goal was not to have high-end gear cost anything remotely approaching the cost of top legendaries and Shadowlands. In general, we don't expect the base reagents to be nearly as expensive, and most of the effort to become highly specialized will be through play, not spending gold. Even if for a time, the only players that can make the best items of the highest qualities, getting an item crafted at lower quality will be much more attainable. Lower quality items will only be slightly less powerful in contrast to tiers of Shadowlands legendaries. Finally, you'll be able to get lower quality equipment recrafted to higher quality later on by a more skilled crafter for minimal reagents. That's cool. Profession skilling philosophy. Okay. This is like the philosophy on it is what really matters. Like what's actually in game doesn't really make a difference because that's going to change. Give me a second. Not only spending gold, but it didn't say not spending money. Yeah, of course you're going to have to spend gold. That's common sense. It's a fucking fantasy video game. You're going to spend gold in crafting items. That's the way it goes. The problem is not that this system exists. All of the problems that people have with this are entirely built around the WoW token. Because nobody ever complained back in Burning Crusade that somebody who farmed a lot of gold was able to buy a fucking BOE. Nobody gives a shit about that. People care whenever somebody's able to spend real money, buy WoW tokens, pay a guild to carry them through a raid, and then they have all the mythic gear. That's what people have a problem with, not this other stuff. Let me see this again. And but instead, Dragonflight, you'll skill to your profession similar in a way that you have in the past. There'll be one main difference, though, for primary crafting professions. Instead of needing to max your skill to learn all the recipes, you will only need to max a skill about halfway. The intent is you won't feel the need to rush your max out your profession skill, but instead you can slow down halfway, content in knowing you can learn any recipe you get your hands on. It should also mean that whenever you're filling crafting orders, that you continue to gain skill. Okay, that's smart. Finally, it should mean that fewer items will be made just to skill up. That's smart. Yeah, having like 1 million of the, remember like those little fucking cataclysm trinkets, those like the fucking ghost iron dragonling or some shit, and you would see 1 million of these on the auction house and nobody would ever buy them. This is also true because much of the latter half of your profession skill will be earned through crafting high-end items that require specially earned soulbound reagents. Since it's an individual crafter, you cannot earn enough on your own gear to max out your profession. You will often need to fill orders to maximize your profession skill. Wow. A few Dragonflight specific crafting details. Okay. Up to 5 of these crafting pieces can be equipped at once, with a two-handed weapons counting as 2. Okay. So you can have effectively 4 or 5 if you're using a weapon or not. All of them can start in an itemable range in your normal raids, increasing with quality through earned optional reagents that can be brought up through heroic and even mythic item levels, making them competitive with the best gear that you can find. All are soulbound, so you need to craft them yourself or have someone craft them for you through a crafting order. Each piece of crafted equipment will require several types of soulbound reagents you need to earn to craft it. One type of reagent will come from various challenging activities, including dungeons, raids, and PvP, adventuring in some dangerous outdoor areas. I can't imagine a dangerous outdoor area, and wow, let's be honest. You'll need to earn a fair amount of this reagent to craft a piece of equipment, more for significant pieces. You also need to use this reagent to construct an optional reagent to bring the equipment up to the heroic raid level. The second type of reagent will come from a series of quests that award you enough to craft one piece of equipment. Additional stages of these quests will become available to everyone every few weeks. So it's time-gated. Time-gated quests for crafting gear, so the crafted gear doesn't immediately outpace the raid gear. Is that a bad thing? I don't know if that's a bad thing or not. Yeah, I think that this is a thing where, like, time gating, like, here's the thing, what happens with WoW. Is it, like, in WoW, as soon as there's, like, a word, like, borrowed power, time gating, you know, like, I'm sure there's a few other ones, but those are the first two that come to my mind. If you can put anything in that category, that thing is automatically bad. Yeah, that is an automatically bad thing, and that's all there is to it. People don't think about it any more or any less. But I'm going to be honest. I think that this is good. Like, I think this is good. And I don't know about the, about how long it's going to take. And like the time gating, I can't tell you whether the time gating is going to be good or not, because I'd have to look and see for myself. You know, I have no idea. I don't have issues with time gating so long as the shit's fucking account wide. Yes. And this is one thing that I think that we should all push for at the start of Dragonflight, is to ask for things to be account wide. If you have to farm the same thing twice, it's not fun. Make it account wide. This is one of the big reasons why I think Lost Ark and Final Fantasy do so well, is that everything is account wide. You can do pretty much whatever the fuck you want. If you have, like, you know, this many Mokoko seeds on your Berserker, you have that many on your Gunslinger as well. That's a great thing. The same with Final Fantasy, but even more so. Final Fantasy has even more of that stuff than fucking Lost Ark does. All are soulbound. Okay, you need to craft them yourself. Okay, we read all that. Okay, good. To upgrade this equipment to around mythic item level, you need to acquire a final reagent that can only be obtained in the highest tiers of content, mythic raids, the highest levels of mythic plus, and any highly rated PvP. We're gonna have to see the way that this plays. Philosophically, the goal of the system is to have professions be a meaningful source of high-end gear, elevating the importance and value of professions. As a crafter, you need to go to significant effort to gain the skill, specialization, and recipes necessary to craft this gear, so it should be worth it. As a user of the gear, you also need to go out and acquire many of the reagents yourself. So both the crafter and the craftee will both need soulbound reagents. Holy shit. The soulbound reagents are designed to provide a means of deterministic incremental progress towards gear of your choice while doing the activities of your choice. In addition, the quest-acquired reagent mentioned above will limit how quickly you can acquire high-end gear. This will prevent it from being overwhelming the other sources of gear while giving you the freedom to choose from where and how quickly you want to acquire the other reagents. This is good. Yeah, this is all good. I'm glad about this. All right, fuck yeah. Does anybody actually like crafting in WoW? I think a lot of people enjoyed crafting and things like in vanilla WoW. I thought crafting was really cool. How, like, in some areas you had these places that, you know, people that could craft stuff and other people couldn't. I thought that was great. Yeah, this is a very good thing. More gear only available for 1% of players. No, I think that you can craft this gear at a lower level, but I don't think that a person that's not doing any challenging content at all should not expect to craft mythic gear. Like, if you have that, then there's going to be nobody doing the mythic content. Because why would you do mythic content? Like, here, why? Simple. If you took, well, it's actually even more simple than that. I think you should get better gear for harder content. That's it. Period. Now, there should be a ceiling to that. And I'm not saying the ceiling needs to be beating Mythic Jailer with, like, you know, no nerfs on the boss. No, I'm not saying that. But I do think that this is a general thing that harder content should give better gear. This is just some crazy, weird idea I cooked up in my head, you know? But yes, I think that's absolutely what should happen. Shouldn't the motivation for doing content be the content itself and not the accessibility, not necessarily the gear? Yeah, so how many people, like, what percentage of the population do you think would quit Mythic raiding if you took out the gear? What percentage? At least, in my opinion, 90%. At least. Nobody is going to sit through that shit if they're not going to get the gear. Everyone but World First Raiders, exactly. And it's just too much of a pain in the ass. And so let's see here. Alchemy and Vials and Dragon Isles. Yeah, that's not really that big of a deal. And this is just the start of what we have planned for Professions in Dragonflight. Check back here on the official site as we progress through development. Thanks for reading, and we look forward to hearing from you and your impressions and thoughts. So here's what my impressions and thoughts on this whole thing is. I think this is good. I do. I'm glad that they're trying something different. And I think the most important thing here is that I want to make sure that... Where is it? Let me see if I can find it here. Just 1 second, I'll blow my nose again. Fuck. At least it's not pizza this time. So yeah, anyway, you missed the cool new flasks. Well, the flasks are like whatever. It's not that big of a deal for me. The main thing that I think is a big deal is the fact that you can put all of these things together and remove luck from the equation. Do you also want to emphasize that you will never need to rely on luck? This is the sentence that makes the entire rest of this post good. Because I don't want to sit around rolling quality. I already spend 1 game doing that. I don't want 2 games rolling quality. It's fucking annoying. It's a slot machine, and all it does is it's just a function of removing resources from the economy. It's fucking annoying. Yes, it's Lost Ark. All of the things, and you guys have to admit, I understand there's a lot of people that are skeptical about Dragonflight. And you know what? I'm still one of them. But to an extent, guys, you have to admit, a lot of this stuff is pretty fucking good. This is pretty fucking good. I'm happy about this. I really, really hope that it continues. It's a start. It is. I project that we are not WoW will not be good for at least 2 more expansions. Because they simply cannot make enough changes in the game to make it better in just 1 expansion. You're always positive about the release of the new expansion? That's not true. Whenever Shadowlands was coming out, I told everybody I was excited to play it, but I thought Covenants were fucking stupid. I felt like I was more doom and gloom about Shadowlands than like anybody else. Yeah, if you go back and watch, like, I was very negative about Shadowlands. I thought it was garbage. BFA 2? Yeah, I thought BFA was going to have problems, but it was mainly Shadowlands. Yeah, and Preach was another one too. So I don't think this is, I don't think that's fair to say. I've been very, very outspoken about it. But here's what the problem is. And this is a video that a lot of people have linked me and they've wanted me to watch. And we're going to watch it. Because I think we all know what he's going to talk about. We all know what he's going to say. And I agree. You said Covenants would suck, and they did. Imagine this. Imagine how good Shadowlands would have been if each of the covenants was their own independent reputation that you could grind and farm simultaneously. You could do the Abomination Factory. You could do the fucking garden. You could do the Halls of Vow, or whatever the fuck it was. You could do all of that stuff if you wanted to, or you only had to do one of them. Like in Wrath, yeah, they were just different. Like it would have been, like now that 9.15 is out, and like I'm going through and I'm doing all these professions and like all these other covenants to get the achievements, I realized how much time I've spent doing this. Like how much time, like this would have been such good content at the beginning of the expansion. I just hope they keep listening. That's all. Yeah, I just hope they keep listening. Hopefully that's what happens. Do that cost too much money? It didn't cost them anything else to do that. Yeah, once maybe, exactly. Extra OP abilities from covenants ruin the game, so unbalanced. Who cares? I don't care about the game being super hyper balanced. The thing is, like, I think that it's bad for a game like WoW is so diverse that you're never going to have perfect balance. And I think that anytime you do, it just gets boring. I think the better option is to continually nerf and buff things and add things into the game that shake up the meta. Obviously, it's important to have to where there's like some degree of balance, right? Of course. But making things hyper balanced is just not really a good idea. It's really hard to do. It's probably a waste of time, and it's kind of boring. That's the way that I see it. And talent trees look insanely good. Yeah, I mean, this is great. The meta is really unhealthy right now, and that's what can happen. Who's calling the shots in the whole Covenant thing? Can't be Ian, surely? I have no idea, but whoever did it was a fucking moron. All I'm saying is that if Shadowlands had listened to all of the feedback, and if the game had released in 9.15 state, I think that the expansion would have been received in a much better way than it is now. Even though the game is in the same place right now than it would be then, it still would have been received way better. Because I think what people really resent with Shadowlands is the same thing they resent with New World. The intentional wasting of their time. The intentional taking their time and putting it in the garbage. That's why I see a lot of people that are resentful and negative about it. Yeah, I mean, that's massive. Yeah, people feel like they were taken advantage of and they were fucked around. Let's go back over here. We're going to watch this video. This is a very important video. Here we go. Just like New World. Yes, if you don't respect a player's time, the player will not respect your game. The irreversible corruption of WoW. Massive imbalance causes issues and makes players what they don't want to play. You should never have a situation like vanilla WoW where people can't, like, it's okay if a certain class isn't super good in PvP if it's good in other stuff, and it can be good in PvP in like niche situations, but you should never have something like classic WoW where certain classes are just like infinitely weaker than other classes. Like a Ret Paladin's never going to do as much damage as a Fury Warrior. It's never going to be close. That shouldn't be the case. Oh
Time is often the enemy. It's the one thing that we just can never get back. So if you could pay for more time, would you?
Yeah.
There's a concept rising to prominence called revenge bedtime procrastination. Simply put, it's when you go to sleep later than you should. And you've likely been there before and felt the intense dread as you set your alarm. Your alarm is set for 2 hours and 17 minutes from now. You know that you're the one to blame for this situation, but you did it anyway.
I don't like this video. Like, I don't like this video. Like, this is... I feel like I'm being attacked. Yeah, I did this yesterday, and then yesterday I did it yesterday, and then yesterday after yesterday, I did it yesterday after that. Yeah, this is too much.
And it's probably not the first time. What you're trying to do is buy some more time.
Yeah.
Or more accurately, you're borrowing time from your own future, and with heavy interest.
Yes.
To quote Matthew Walker, a leading sleep scientist, the shorter you sleep, the shorter your lifespan.
Short sleep predicts all-cause mortality.
The point is, we all buy time in some form. And we sell it too. The very concept of a job is often described as selling your time to your employer.
Yeah.
Time has always been the only irreplaceable thing we have, so our ancient ancestors invented things like currency to make their time and the output of it tradable. Fast forward to today, and from DoorDash to Uber to Amazon Prime, we go to work to trade our time for money. Then we get home and we trade some of that money back into time. The specter of the next day looms, the clock ticks, and we all wish we had just a little bit more time.
What I do is, like, at night, I'm like, man, I didn't get enough time to myself. I'm going to stay up late and I want to do this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, I feel like I didn't have enough time to, like, wind down and chill out. So I end up staying up later. And then I'm like, oh, I'll just wake up early. And, like, I literally do that every day. Yeah, it's like, it's not even about, like, being able to sleep. Like, that's part of it. But it's also about just my personality. This video is going really hard, man.
There used to be a sanctuary from this feeling, and that was video games.
Dude, that's exactly it, yeah. It would actually, people that nowadays, they might not even understand this, but back in the day, you could play a video game, and maybe if you're younger, you still feel this way. For me, I don't as much now. You could play a video game for 14 hours in a day, and you would feel like you did something. You would feel fulfilled. You felt like it mattered. Like, you were fucking like, yes, bro. Like, I'm gonna fucking farm this shit. It's gonna be awesome. And I don't know if it's, like, getting older or what, but, like, fuck, it's hard to have that feeling anymore. It is so much harder to have that feeling. I don't know why. I think it's because, like, games are more transient. You don't have, like, the permanence of WoW. It's like whenever you were grinding in WoW and Burning Crusade and Wrath, you never thought about when's the next game coming out. You just play WoW. That's it. So there was, like, never an end in sight. Feel that when you get Gmod? True.
Video games were a reprieve. There was an unspoken pact between game developer and player. The virtual worlds built were an escape. Azeroth never cared that you had instant ramen again tonight.
Nope.
For a modest fee, you could log in and be just as rich or poor in gold, loot, and skill as anyone else.
That's not true. Jeff, fucking my mom would feel sorry for Cody and send Cody gold. And then Jeff, who was on Horde, would get jealous that my mom was giving Cody gold and not him. So she would get on Cody's account and then put up auctions on his Horde account and then buy out his own auctions on, like, the, what was it, on the fucking, the different faction auction house, right? Like the Goblin auction house. So we could take Cody's gold that my mom gave to Cody and give it to himself. And then I confronted Jeff about it. I'm like, why are you doing this? And he's like, it doesn't matter. Your mom will just give him more. Yeah, she'll just give him more gold. It doesn't even matter. And she did. She just kept giving him more money.
There were a handful of MMOs around, and about 20 years of RPGs before them, but WoW just hit differently.
It did.
Azeroth had so many ways for you to spend time and get rewarded for it, mirroring the real world, but on a more enjoyable scale. Amid all the exploration and adventure, you could even build virtual skills and do virtual work.
I actually think that it's more than that. I think that one thing that people learned in MMOs, I learned a lot of people skills from MMOs. And I don't think that I'm the only one. I think a lot of people did. Like I learned how to get along with people. I learned how to talk to people. I learned how to deal with people that I don't like. I learned how to be on a team. Yeah, I absolutely did. That explains it, yeah. Absolutely. I learned more about business and WoW than I did from business school.
Like, spend a few days of your time working on your herbalism or your alchemy, and then sell the results to somebody for some gold.
Man. Windows 95.
It was a genuine virtual world with its own economy, isolated from reality. Every player left just as much of their lives at the login screen as they could, and that included their wallet. As long as the barrier between the real and the virtual held up, the World of Warcraft would stay the place to do some satisfying virtual work.
I think that's the thing, is that like a lot of people, especially back then because we were younger, the investment of time was value. It's like if you looked at somebody who had farmed out like the Winter Spring Frost Saber or had like 20,000 achievement points, it was a really big deal, right? But nowadays, it's like, I think it's because a lot of people are older now and they've gone through that. But like it really was really not fair back then either. And I think this is important to keep in mind, is that if it was somebody like me, I could afford to play WoW 15 hours a day. If you have a job and, 3 wives and 9 kids, you're not going to be able to play the game as much. So it was really just a different set of privilege. Does that make sense? But like the different set of privilege was a reprieve from reality. So like it was a massive reprieve because you went and you could now be on the same level of somebody that had a bunch of money or anything like that because you put in more time or you could put in more effort. You see kind of what I'm saying here is that like it was a different level of privilege. It wasn't like an everybody was equal thing because everybody was never equal because people aren't equal. There's a million different things that separate people. A true meritocracy. It is a meritocracy, but it's a meritocracy that's in the context of people that enter it in different, in like different circumstances.
But it just could not last. There was one crucial flaw.
Boostocracy, yeah.
Time is money, friend!
And the more you grow, the more you'll be able to learn more of both.
Yep.
If you can combine skills that are not often found together, you'll be superpowered. Skillshare, today's sponsor, is your gateway to this. And the first 1,000 to click my link are going to get a month of Skillshare Premium for free.
Oh my god, bro, I was so close to it.
Game development skills and the Unity engine. But I want to talk about general productivity.
Of course.
It's a complete superpower. It is a score multiplier over all that you do. Ali Abdaal is one of the best examples because he, a fellow World of Warcraft player and self-confessed waste man, has managed to grow a wildly successful business here on YouTube and off platform as well. He did so using skills and lessons that he will teach you on Skillshare. Whether you are like me...
Oh no, productivity is super important. Like efficiency, like for example, all of my characters are Necrolord. Because I need to get, it's faster for me to do the Necrolord emissaries if I am Necrolord, so I can turn them in to get eggs to get the Necro rays. So like, yeah, 100% like efficiency, you can work smart and you can save 100 hours, or you can work hard and you can spend an extra 200 hours.
And wanting to do a bit better at work, or perhaps you're a student who wants to nail their exams, Ali has you covered. Especially his Productivity Masterclass. It's one of the all-time greats, straight up. So get access today. The first 1,000 to click my link will get a month of Skillshare Premium for free. Hell, he'll even teach you jazz piano as well.
I actually think that was a really good ad. Like in terms of like selling the product, etc. I think that was very good. There were no like inflections. It was just very direct selling. And like, it's the thing is that a lot of people are very bad at selling their ads. Like they're always very bad at selling sponsors because they don't sell a sponsor with a value. Like people aren't going to spend money if they're not getting value.
There's a problem with this concept of a virtual world. Gold has no direct real-world equivalent, but time does. When you sit down to play, you are turning your real time into virtual time in-game to get virtual progress.
There it is.
In World of Warcraft, everything that might be called progress is bought with time. Farming gold takes time. Getting a dungeon group together takes a lot of time.
Sure does.
Raids, even more. At the end game, time is the only solid barrier to progress thanks to those weekly lockouts.
Yep.
Yes, there are elements of skill, but lots of in-game walls can be climbed if you just had enough time. Even all the way back in vanilla, there were ways to trade gold for more time. flight paths, mounts, and the incredible player economy filling the auction house with more powerful gear and consumables to make
Well, it's simple, right? You buy things with gold instead of farming them yourself. I mean, that's opportunity cost 101.
Leveling and playing just a bit faster to feel more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
At least up until the end game, with of course BOP gear keeping things sort of fair. For the most part, if you wanted the best, you had to earn it yourself. Fast forward to today, and in both classic and modern WoW, boosting of all kinds has become an extremely prevalent phenomenon. Judgment of the practice and its effects aside, buying boosts is easily the most time-efficient way to play the game. You effectively trade gold for a VIP pass to dungeons and raids. You get to join a skilled and geared group.
What a world.
Whatever you want, with guaranteed frictionless gameplay, a fast clear, lots of XP, whatever gear drops, it can all be yours. Luck, skill, and time no longer matter. What matters is the size of your pouch of gold. And boosting isn't the only prevalent way to spend gold for efficiency. With Classic's return, GDKP runs became a common fixture, more common than they ever were in the past.
I don't know about that. I remember back in Wrath, every fucking raid that we did was GDKP. And like in Cataclysm, I ran GDKPs all the time because we had a weird way of dividing numbers. And the weird way of dividing numbers, it happened that like me and Jeff would just get more gold than everybody else. I don't know how this kept happening, but like, yeah, it was just like the way the numbers come up and then like, you know, the accounting for it and, you know, like, oh, the big item, like, oh, well, we forgot about that. Put that one on the list. So like, yeah, it's like me and Jeff just split the rate. It's whatever. Oops. That's the way it goes. I actually scammed Tally before. It's the first time I was ever on a stream. Split the pot 28 and a half ways. There's only like fucking 20 people in the raid.
In some cases, the majority of
the
existing
administration
pugs.
yeah.
And the idea is simple. Players bid against each other with gold for loot drops in a raid. The highest bidder gets the item, and their gold goes into a pot that is then split between everyone else at the end.
In Wrath.
This is generally a group split between two groups. Number one, boosters, who are there to help clear while selling their weekly lockout on boosting.
Oh my god. I forgot that I even did this. I did a GDKP for Nax? Holy shit. Dude, I forgot this even happened. Desert Sales with 5 to the subs. I appreciate it. Yeah, I totally forgot. I wonder what happened to all the gold there.
Service, and then of course the buyers.
Part of the problem.
There with the intent.
Oh, I'm a big advocate for GDKP.
Big money, many thousands of gold on the items that drop. And depending on who you ask, this is either a plague on Classic that has made it pay to play, reducing gearing and raiding to an economic war. Or it's a fantastic way to organize raids that actually benefits everyone involved.
I'm not crazy, am I? Like, I remember this back in Wrath. And Kata? Like, we had GDKPs all the time? Especially Wrath? Like, on KT, we had these every day. People even GDKP'd Vault of Archimon. Not to this degree. Man, they weren't using gold they bought back then. Yeah, like, I think that... Like, I did... Do you guys remember... Do you guys remember Reinhardt, the DK? He used to make PvP videos. He was on Kel'Thuzad. And he was the one that would lead our GDKP raids. It was like every Friday or Saturday or some shit. Reinhardt the Russian. Yeah, that was the guy. Like, I remember the people that I played with. I remember I bought Lord Marogar's fucking Brintroll, the fucking axe. I got it on Heroic for 5,000 gold. Minimum bid.
Boosting, time is traded for gold and vice versa. Not directly, but the buyer is paying for a fast raid clear and for a better chance at items that otherwise could take weeks of normal progress with a guild to obtain.
It sure could.
Rather than luck of the dice or invest the time, now the size of your coin purse is the measure of success. Both of these methods are actually sanctioned by Blizzard.
Which is totally fucking fine. The only problem is the fact that you can buy a WoW token. I think, again, the idea that you can GDKP and you can farm gold and use the gold to buy items or get carried is totally fucking okay. I think the idea, I've said this 100 fucking times, it's probably annoying by now that I've said it so many times. The idea of a big fat goblin sitting there smoking a cigar while they're literally being carried on like one of those like Egyptian thrones that are carried by slaves, of like raiders taking them through the raid, showering them with gear. I think that is fucking S tier RP, and I have nothing against it. I think it's totally fucking okay. Yeah, it's Bobby's third alt. The problem is the WoW token, not the boosts.
And they are the continuation of a trend, gold being used to save time. Except it's now happening in parts of the game that were not originally intended.
Yep.
A cynical viewpoint is that we've moved away from using gold to buy convenience in natural ways like ordering delivery food in real life, to doing something more akin to buying a trophy instead of winning one, devaluing the effort required.
Buying a trophy.
An advocate for boosting and GDKP would argue that this is just economics at play. Gold has value, time has value, and items have value. So, a trade between the three is obvious. It's just a natural evolution of how the virtual world's economy has evolved.
Yeah.
And if Blizzard are okay with it, it must be fine, right? Well, sort of. Trading gold for time is a testament how valuable these virtual economies are.
Blizzard is totally okay with GDKP. The only problem they have is with people buying gold for real money that's not through the WoW token. That's the only problem they really have.
While we all play by the rules, it's a fun little microcosm, but still a game. And this is where the crucial flaw comes in, and the unspoken rule that virtual worlds were an escape, a great equalizer,
here we go,
is completely shattered.
Done.
Gold has value in Azeroth. Money has
That's a big reason why I think people don't like the fucking NFT and pay-to-earn games, too. Is because, like, those games are fundamentally pay-to-win.
Value in the real world, and time has value in both Azeroth and the real world. So trading money, a function of our limited time, for gold, also a function of time, was inevitable.
The secondary market exists. As long as these games are developing economies with robust
currency. Like, when did this video come out? Like, fucking 20 years ago? Holy shit.
That they're not selling themselves.
You're going to take advantage of it to monetize it however you can.
If I don't, somebody else will.
Those were the words of Jared Sogoda, the self-proclaimed king of Chinese gold farmers. He claims to have been a key figure in connecting Chinese gold suppliers to the rest of the world's sellers.
Smart.
Dropping the price of gold substantially by relying on cheap foreign labor, much like with chocolate, coffee, or call centers. He, of course, was making a lot of money for his trouble. And for those exploits, Jared eventually ended up on the Forbes China 30 Under 30, founding the games company that's responsible for League of Angels, and is now the CEO of a blockchain gaming firm.
How could anybody have ever guessed that transition? Wow. A guy that used to sell gold with Chinese gold farmers is now running a blockchain game. How could this have ever been predicted? How could we ever know such a dramatic change of events would occur? Didn't see that one coming. By the time
Wrath of the Lich King was wrapping up, Jared estimated that MMO, real money transactions, was a multi-million-dollar industry, and that 90% of it...
I bet right now, with just MMOs, it's at least 50 million. Probably 50 to 100 million.
...was World of Warcraft. Blizzard were not exactly happy with this, because it risked their players' accounts, made their game unfair, and ultimately went against that unspoken rule. Real money shouldn't be infecting this virtual world, and it was against their terms of service, so they went on a long and intense crusade to protect it, starting by taking out the suppliers. Unfortunately for Blizzard, though, the demand for gold was so strong that the sellers always found a way back in, and it was hurting the game.
Well, it's also because, like, if you remember what it was really like, Blizzard didn't put a lot of investment into doing this. They didn't really, like, remember the people that would die? They would have the characters dead, and it would spell the different website names of, like, the orcs that were in the air. Do you remember that? Yeah, with, like, the letters. Yeah, it was just crazy. Like, I mean, Blizzard wasn't trying to deal with this at all.
Actually estimated that
Those
only
are the good days,
30%
yeah.
of gold is farmed legitimately, while 50% is from botting and 20% is from the seedy side. Account cleaning via phishing and hacking.
Yep.
Fresh accounts bought with stolen credit cards, you name it. So eventually, Blizzard needed another way, and they learned an old adage: if you can't beat him, join him. Like EVE, Guild Wars 2, and EverQuest 2 had done before them. Enter 2015's WoW token.
This was in
it took the
WoW token came out in WoD, and it was absolute dog shit. I remember whenever it came out, I was just amazed that it even happened. Discussing token, yeah, it's crazy because it's just, the thing is, like, it's only gotten worse over the years.
multi-million-dollar RMT market and brought most of it in-house, offering a legitimate and risk-free way to trade money for gold. Or, for those with excess gold, to trade gold for a close equivalent to money. Player A gives $20 to Blizzard, Player B gives Player A a few $100,000 gold,
Blizzard's a
and
middleman.
Blizzard gives Player B $14.99 to spend.
Wait, where'd the other $5 go? Hold up. How did $20 turn into 15? Yeah, how'd this happen? What the hell?
At the company store. That's $5.01 of raw profit on every transaction. And the best part, none of that money ever leaves Blizzard's vault. But more importantly, it does mean the time is money paradigm was set in stone.
It was, so like a lot of people like to give Blizzard the out on this and say, oh, well, they had to do it because so many people was buying gold. Oh, wow. Well, because, so let me get this straight. You don't want to moderate your own fucking game. So you just decided that, fuck it. It doesn't matter. Who cares? We're just going to go ahead and let people buy gold. Like, that's it. It's because they didn't want to invest their time and money into it. It made the game worse. It was so stupid, man.
Now, for players in developed countries, going to work is in fact the most efficient way to farm gold. And according to Blizzard, that extends to your progress too, via allowed activities like boosting and everything else that requires gold. This isn't the case officially in Classic. Both RMT, we all know what happens.
Well, think about the reason why it happens. The reason why it happens is that one guy sees that somebody RMT'd and they didn't get suspended. Or they RMT 100,000 gold and, or like they buy 100,000 gold and they get suspended for 3 days. Okay. And then they come back and they've got all their money. Like, what the fuck? Of course people are going to buy gold. It's common sense. Yeah, people almost never get banned for it. Yeah.
Token wasn't the first time they monetized their own game's time-gobbling design.
Yeah,
About
the
a year
boosties.
before the token, they introduced paid level boosts.
Just a little
Instead
after
of
that,
players
huh?
spending time with
It
boring, repetitive gameplay, they could just pay to reach max level, and pay they did.
There it is.
Power leveling was supposedly taking up 1/3 of the total RMT market, so this was Blizzard's anti-RMT prototype. And despite some pushback, it was ultimately a service players wanted.
Well, it's of course what people wanted. People want to buy gold. If they didn't want to buy gold, then there would be no reason to even have this video or have this conversation. Why do people want to buy gold? Because a lot of people don't have time, they have money. It's that simple. They have a job, they're making $90,000 a year, $120,000 a year, and they want to go home and just be able to play the game, get the gear, and so they can do what they want. They just buy they buy the gold. That's it. It's that simple. Now, is it stupid? Yeah, it's stupid. Should it happen? No, it shouldn't happen. But that's it. And one part of the game is not fun. People pay to skip it. No, it's not about that. People will skip any part of the game that they can. It is up to the developer to make it to where you can't do that. People buy story skips for Final Fantasy, and Final Fantasy is widely regarded as one of the most well-designed end-game stories.
It stayed. In times gone by, people would talk about somebody being an eBay character, an eBay player. The idea being that they just purchased an account on eBay.
eBay Andes. Like, that's what, we had these back in Wrath and like Kata, and you'd always notice them. Like, it was obvious. Like, some random person transfers to your server and they have like full fucking brutal gladiator gear and their rating is 1600. Yeah, you're an eBay Andy. Like 100%. Like, this happened all the time. And somebody asked, would I buy gold if I didn't get it traded to me for being a streamer? Well, no, I wouldn't need to. The thing is, like, if I wasn't streaming, I would be able to farm I'd be able to raid, right? And probably do that more, and I would have the gear for it. And you know what I would do? It'd be simple. All I would do is just do boosts. I used to do boosts all the time. Like, I had over 1 million gold in Cataclysm. Yeah, I mean, fuck, like, that's what I used to do. I would just sell N'Zoth boosts, or I guess not N'Zoth anymore. I'd sell Jailer boosts. Like, you would make, dude, Dragon, like, I'll have to bring Dragon. One time, I don't know if Dragon's in chat right now, but, like, Dragon, he's, like, one of the guys in my guild. They would make, like, 3 million gold a day just by doing N'Zoth sales. It was nuts.
Basically sucked at the game. Now that is something that happens on the company's store.
Show proof? I will.
Blizzard, in a way, created the problem, or, alternatively you could say, balanced the game. But they noticed
they didn't fix the problem, so they made you pay for them to solve it. Yeah, that's what it was. Whenever I do my Cataclysm Story of Asmongold video, you'll see it.
The players were buying other solutions, so they just sold one themselves.
Yep.
But it didn't start there. The Diablo 3 Real Money Auction House from 2012 was their first experiment, and it failed. They made a pretty amateur mistake. Sellers could cash out via PayPal with a 15% fee. Cue a market obliterated by bots farming golden items and a whole segment of players who didn't even bother with the game. They just...
I think that the problem with the Real Money Auction House wasn't actually that. It was the fact that you had the bots. Because, like, people were going to buy and sell things, and I don't think it should be, like... It should be expected that people are going to RMT in every game. They're going to buy gold. They're going to buy items. This is just what's going to happen. Like, you have to expect this is going to happen. The problem is whenever you can expect that's going to happen and it still doesn't matter. Yeah, it still doesn't matter because, like, you can just do it and you don't get banned. The problem is there's no accountability for it.
Traded back and forth, or farmed items and gold with bots to earn some real money. The impact this had in the game was not lost on Blizzard either.
No.
This is what Jay Wilson, the director of Diablo 3, told a room full of developers at GDC.
What I want is to kill this guy and have cool stuff drop and get items. But this is actually what happened. So if anyone can't see, it says money, best superpower ever, which I totally agree with because Iron Man's cool. But it's not good for a game like Diablo. It doesn't feel good to get items from money. You want to get items from killing monsters.
Man, how times have changed. Now it's like my favorite fucking late stage gaming capitalism moment is whenever somebody is shamed for not spending enough money on the game. I love that. That's my favorite part of all of everything. Yeah, whenever somebody gets shamed for not spending enough money on the game.
Real Money Auction House was unceremoniously closed with Reaper of Souls release, and a lot has changed since then. Over 8 years later, though, Jay Wilson's warning has, for the most part, fallen on deaf ears. In modern World of Warcraft, Blizzard offer the WoW token, meaning the official stance is time is money and time is gold, so money is gold. But they don't offer it in Classic, so what's the difference?
There is no difference because you can buy a WoW token and then trade the gold in Classic. Streamers do this on stream. Nobody's ever been actioned for it. Let's be honest. Like, back in, the thing is, back in like 2012, whenever Diablo 3 came out, people still did this. People like, I was even thinking about trading gold for like Diablo gold. Actually, did I? I don't remember if I did or not, to be honest with you. But if I found a good price, I would have. I'll tell you that 100%. I would have 100% done it. And yeah, that's because it was just better and more efficient to do that. So it's you can still do it in Classic WoW, and you'll be able to do it in Wrath as well.
Back to that unspoken rule. When World of Warcraft was first created, when virtual worlds were an escape, games were still niche and a lot less profitable as a result. The world felt a lot slower too, which helped us sit down and enjoy the slow-paced reward cycle of farming something out.
Well, you also had like another big factor too, was you had the idea of people that were able to go out, and the demographics for gaming in WoW were much more narrow whenever WoW came out than they are now. Now you have like fucking 80-year-old grandmas playing WoW, and you also have like kids playing WoW, you have like women playing WoW, you have you know, like married people playing WoW. Back in the day, most of the people that played the game were high school and college young guys. It was a general male space, and that's the fact. Now, it's still more like that than not. It's not like there's a 50-50 of male and female, but there are way more women that play the game. There's way more people that are outside of that demographic that play the game. And just what ends up happening over time is that you see the game expands to fill the needs of other types of people besides young guys. That's what happens. Yeah, it's like, also think about it, right? Like if I started playing WoW, you know, back in 2004, and like, let's say I start playing it now, how old would I be then? I'd be like 50 years old or some shit, or like 47. Like, I mean, if you're 30 and you're 47, that's two different places in your life. Totally different.
Over the years since then, the world underwent massive change,
and so did the
games
players.
Industry with it. What used to be publishers racing to release the best game for a market became giant corporations hell-bent on capturing millions of hours of engagement from global audiences. Then, before anyone realized it, games weren't just competing with games anymore. No, we had truly entered the attention economy. We don't
I really like that. That's very clever. I've never heard that phrase used before, the attention economy. That's very interesting.
Enough time to experience everything there is, so time is in higher demand than ever. Like Netflix said when they were at their height, their toughest competitor was sleep. Social media, YouTube, Activision Blizzard, gambling sites, they all have the same goal: your attention, your time. And they are in an arms race to get it. Now, psychologists and neuroscientists like those at Dopamine Labs are being hired to make everything more addictive, and executives of major companies like Chamath Palihapitiya, ex-VP of user growth at Facebook, are publicly confessing their guilt over...
Well, it's not about guilt. The thing is, a lot of the people that do this stuff, they don't view it as being guilty. They're not seeing this as like, oh, well, this is bad. This is just their job. You know, like, I have plenty of people that, like, yeah, this is their job. It's not even illegal. Look, I have plenty of people, it's like, listen, you know, I'm a businessman, and usually my business is selling drugs. But I am a businessman. Now, I do things that are a little bit, you know, outside of the normal scope, but they're effectively just businessmen. That's all there is to it. Yeah, that's what they do.
The chain reaction they started.
Yeah, pharmaceuticals.
This hyperspeed version of reality that we now live in has inflated the value of time, so we are less likely to sit down for a few hours and enjoy a slow adventure when we need to progress and...
Those are the youngest WoW players. And also, I think that's very true. Like, how many of you guys nowadays, you need like 2 different types of stimulation to like be on the computer, right? Like you can't just play a game. You have to be playing a game and also watching a stream. Maybe this is what you're doing right now with me. Or like you're watching Netflix or something like that. 2 monitors. Yeah, you got 2 monitors. I've got 3. Look at this. There's that monitor. There is this monitor with them. And then there is you guys. There's you guys right there. I've got 3 fucking monitors, man. And so, yeah, I think that it becomes like, when am I going to need my 4th monitor? You know what I mean? Like, when are you going to need 2 computers to keep up with how fucking neurotic your brain has been turned into?
Experience faster.
It's a lot.
Even modern WoW has been designed to reward you harder and faster than ever before. World quests are bite-sized quests made for rapid engagement, and Mythic Plus dungeons are an infinite slot machine lever to pull. Getting a mount is no longer a slow burn affair with a reputation and a meaningful...
Bellior. That shit was always RNG. That shit was always RNG. Like, it was RNG ever since the fucking right off the rip. Now, there were always some mounts that you could farm. But there are many other mounts that you just had to fucking sit there like, bro, Ashes of Alar. Fucking, like, Strathlone mount. Yeah, there's another one. Now, you do have the Winter Spring Frost Saber, but that was a cock, so nobody did it. And, yeah, mounts have always been a fucking... they've always been like
quest, narrative, context. Most of them now are random rewards for pulling some form of lever. A rare kill, a paragon box, it's all the same.
Yeah.
The result is just number go up. The developers are looking at statistics, analyzed by the same sorts of people who analyze metrics for Facebook, for Twitter, for Netflix, and for the entire field of user engagement that optimizes for the same thing. It's not your satisfaction.
I think that it's important to remember with all this stuff that these things are designed intentionally to be addictive, to be psychologically addictive. It's not like, I mean, doing heroin or something like that, but these are psychologically addictive intentionally.
Action. Not how much fun you have. Not how happy you are.
No.
Those are very hard to put into numbers. Don't think about how you feel. Analyze what you do. They optimize for time, daily active users, monthly active users, session length. Your worth reduced to a number, time. It's the only...
Well, it's like if you can keep people watching something or playing something for longer, there's going to be a higher rate of making money off of them. It's very simple. It's like if do you want to go to a fucking lake where there's 10 fish or 100? Well, you want to go to the lake where there's 100 fish, all other things considered equal. It's common sense. It's a watching stream, yeah.
Resource you have, and they measure every second.
It was depressing and nihilistic.
And now that those who drive the economy have learned how to hold your time
that's why
hostage,
I like it so much.
They are turning that time into money.
Time, money, you get the drift.
Lost Ark might be the best example of the changing tide. In 2022, a PC MMO releases with a clear design that tells the player to their face they can spend money to spend less time playing, and it's met as a game with resounding praise.
He's right. He is absolutely fucking right. True and real.
After players breeze through the story content, the item level wall shows up and tells players to log in and complete dailies and weeklies on as many alts as possible to get materials to gamble in the honing system to advance. Except, those materials, they can be sold on the player auction house using a currency that you can buy with real money. And a few steps to disguise it. To Smilegate, your money is just as good as your time, and the more...
And the fact is, like, Lost Ark is a good game. Like, I do think that Lost Ark is genuinely a good game. I think that that's what's so frustrating for a lot of people, is that there are people that don't like the way Lost Ark's played, right? Like, you just don't like the isometric view, you don't like some other stuff, right? I'm not saying, like, everybody thinks it's great, but, like, I think the general sentiment with Lost Ark is that the people that were criticizing it said, the main thing they said was, I like the game, I just wish it wasn't pay to win. I wish you couldn't spend money in the game.
that other players spend their time, the more you feel the value of spending your money.
Yep.
Blizzard proved themselves guilty of the exact same thing with Diablo Immortal. It uses almost every trick in the dark grimoire of mobile gaming to funnel users into paying real money to save real-world time. Progress
we know all
faster,
about this.
get stronger, all with effectively no limit unless you're a multi-millionaire. Do you spend your time by completing the chores or your money by skipping?
I find it really funny because, like, you see all the time, like, every time one of these games come out, you always see people that are spending tons of money, like streamers, and it's not like just it's not like just me whenever I was doing it or like anybody else. Like, this just happens all the time. It's nuts. Bellular whaling, yeah.
But the problem that gave birth to Diablo Immortal is just an attitude. The time and money are interchangeable when playing games.
They are.
And that attitude has long infected WoW. Classic was supposed to be a throwback to the good old days, back when there felt like there was more time, and for many it was. But it has not been immune to today's time is money gaming problem. Cue rampant boosting and GD.
Every time, bro, like every time. Listen, it's like, look who it is. Look who's part of the problem. Look at it all. There he is. Here he is again, ruining video games. I can't believe it. Yeah, it's nuts. Listen, I have always been ruining video games. It's not new. The face of boosting, listen, if there wasn't a meta of giving streamers gold, I would be boosting like crazy. I would be coming up with like these like different scam giveaway things that I could do for my viewers to get them to give me gold. I'd be doing this all the time. I hate Asmongold for ruining my favorite activity.
All
I did this.
by RMT. It is insane in Classic TBC. Classic has also been fighting off plagues of bots, farming
level
gold,
60 hassle-free
the economy, and the result is more RMT. The players with the biggest bank accounts now have the biggest pouches of gold, and that means.
And the players have chosen this. This is one important factor that Bellular is not talking about. The players chose this goal. They chose this reality. It's not like, oh, wipe this or do this to me. No, players are opting into this. Actual real people, you, me, all of us, we're the problem. We are the problem. Now, Blizzard can solve the problem, and they should, but don't ever forget where it comes from. Yeah, not me. I quit. Oh, true. Yeah, smart. But yeah, look at Classic WoW, for example. Everybody was just buying boosts. Nobody was even playing the game. They were just buying boosts.
The fastest, they can bid on the most gear, they can progress. And the more people are doing that, the fewer groups there are doing it the old-fashioned way.
Yep.
The more people get into the boosting economy in Modern, the less people are just chilling, trying to form a good old-fashioned puck.
To be fair, Blizzard shut down those communities. That was a good decision that Blizzard made. I remember all the drama that came out of it. It was fucking hilarious.
In Modern WoW, boosting is rampant because by design, players feel the constant pressure of time, the consistent ticking of the daily and weekly clock, the rat race for gear, and they know they can swipe to make all the anxiety go away. In a world where Blizzard have done a poor job of teaching people how to play their game, yet have put high-level play at the core of progression, content can be frustrating, so why not buy that VIP pass? Blizzard know this too. That's why the WoW token exists. It exists because time is money. And it's going to get worse.
There it is, my man. My man, you know that. You fucking know that shit. It's gonna get so much worse. I'm excited. Like, I'm so excited to see how dumb this is gonna be and how crazy it's gonna be. Like, and I'm not excited. I'm excited in like a... Like, excited to see a crash in NASCAR kind of way. Like, I want to see the train wreck because I'm just curious to see how bad it's going to get. Yeah, I want to see what's going to happen. It'll be exciting.
This is where the script has actually ended. And it's where I'm going to leave you with a warning for the future of gaming, one that we should all be rather afraid of. Play to earn is one of the latest buzzwords. It's mostly there in and around crypto gaming.
Yes.
But there is an example of this that happened entirely within the Battle.net ecosystem. A player with an extreme amount of World of Warcraft gold was able to take their WoW gold, turn it into Battle.net balance, and then buy a hell of a lot of power in Diablo Immortal.
That's right. That's absolutely fucking right. And that's exactly what I just said earlier with Diablo 3. People were able to do this. I think that, yeah, we should just, again, I have thought about trying to, like, I've thought about this, right? Is that these games are so bad. I've thought about really sitting down and trying to make my own version of Diablo Immortal and make it even more manipulative and predatory, and then do all of it under, like, an alter ego and, like, promote this game and then simultaneously complain and bring attention to it on my stream. But people would think that, like, oh, wow, it's like this terrible game, but it was actually me doing it the whole time. Like, I feel like this is what I have. It's like, this is what I have to do because nobody's listening. Nobody's listening to me. Like, it's so bad. When's Lion Ted coming to Allcraft? I don't know. Yeah, do it with anime girls? Of course we have it with anime girls. Because, yeah, you have to, in my opinion, you have to take it to such an extreme that it is irrefutable, that it's ruining people's lives, that it's horrible, it's predatory, it's disgusting, and everybody has to see it. Because until that happens, people are just going to pretend like it's not there. That's the truth. When are you going to scam us like you promised us last week? It's coming. Don't worry about it.
This is worrying. This is what they want with Play to Earn. They want to turn it all into a time is money economy. And if that catches on, virtual worlds...
Well, no, it's not that complicated. It's because they want to create a world in which people that have money are able to be incentivized to exist inside of the world, because if they do that, then they're going to be able to make money off of those people. You can make a lot of money off an oil prince. You can't make a whole lot of money off a broke college freshman. That's the reason. It's not complicated.
Will never be the same again. They will never be the retreat that we all adored in times gone by. By now, you've probably worked out that today's video was a little bit different from what we
I love these videos. Make more of these.
To be honest, I'd really like to continue making videos like this.
This is so
We
good.
have a few things planned on the very earliest days of Blizzard Entertainment, back when they weren't called Blizzard. Things that led to this franchise's existence. There's just so many stories that we want to tell that don't really work in the way that we normally do videos. They're not a Warcraft news video, they're not a lore video. So I appreciate you watching this far.
I love
something
it.
that's a bit new.
I think this is so good.
Or perhaps any stories that you think you'd like us to look into kind of deeply on the game's long history, well, do let me know. I'd love to see what we can do.
This is so good,
And of course, if you want to support the sponsor, that very much did make today's video possible and makes
That's an
Risks and the
awesome
like
video.
possible.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, that is Skillshare. I thank them for their support. You can check out Ali's incredible stuff in those links down below. So that's it for me. I hope you enjoyed this. Have a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time.
Damn. The Cult of a Dead MMO. It probably got lost. Interesting video. I might look at that. There was actually something about the Riot MMO that I was going to watch today as well. Remember you could buy the Guardian Cups through the shop and sell them on the auction house in Cataclysm? Yes, I do know that. People forgot. I didn't. So yeah, I think this video is great. I feel like the more awareness... Like, there will reach a critical mass, and I hope that the next, like, massively exploitative pay-to-win game is treated the same as Diablo Immortal. Like, I'm thinking about, what I wanted to do is, like, interview whales that were in these games and, like, show how they've just, like, you know, ruined their life or something like that over it. and show what it's like, because I think that people don't really understand until they actually get to hear it and see it, right? They haven't, though. There are a lot. For every Mega Shield and every Rich Campbell and Shroud, there's 100 Terrys that spent fucking $5,000 out of their savings to get a 5-star gem, and they didn't even get a 4-star. So I don't think that's the case. I feel like, yes, this is true to an extent, but it's not always true. And that's kind of the way that I look at it. But I think this is a good video. I'll read a few of the comments here real quick, and then I'll move on to the next one, okay? And give me a second. I'm a philosophy student. I played WoW for many years. These topics don't let me sleep. Keep up this line of content. Yeah, I love them, man. This is a really important high-level look at how our modern society interfaces with entertainment. Well done. I missed never getting unique mount. Felt like an accomplishment. Now nearly all of the achievable mounts are uninspired palette swaps unless you take a trip to the store. True. Very true. Real life has become an escape from virtual worlds. If gaming continues in this direction, I feel like my life is going to take a 180 where I'll be escaping back into the real world. I'm really tired of people's shitty Twitter opinions and feeling like I have a scammer trying to scam me, selling me things around every conceivable corner. We actually have this problem. Like, dude, scamming now is just so, it's just like so prevalent. Everybody is getting scammed. Like, we have to go and delete and ban accounts on my Twitter account, or on my, not Twitter, on my YouTube account, because they keep DMing people telling them that they've won cryptocurrency. It's awful. Touching grass. Yeah, they're trying to escape back into reality. Reality's even worse, okay? Let's be honest. Well, let's see here. You guys are doing an amazing job holding companies accountable. We need voices like yours in the gaming industry. I cannot disagree with you enough, Anthony. Nobody cares about this video except for people that already think that it's bad. Nobody is going, like, this, like, these videos have been being made for fucking 10 years, 20 years. Nothing's happened. It's because nobody gives a fuck about it until it's actually against the law. Nobody, like, what do you think these companies go, oh, wow, this video got a lot of views. It's got 35,000 likes. Shut down the money machine. Shut it down. They're making too many YouTube videos. No, they're not going to give a fuck. They're not going to care. It's only going to matter whenever things actually get removed. They get changed. That's it. Yeah, Anthony is totally wrong. But let's see here. Best memories. I think the corruption of paying to bypass gameplay can be reversed, but it will take a decision for companies to willingly earn less money than they usually do. So it's highly unlikely that it will happen. Here, I'll rephrase that. No, it's not going to happen. I kind of hate the people obsessed with nostalgia, since I've always thought there's people afraid of moving on, but this video brings a whole new perspective into it. Yes, people are nostalgic for a time whenever their time was currency and they had a lot of currency. I think that's fundamentally what it is. Because, like, nowadays, like, if I see something that somebody farmed for, like, fucking months, like, I'm going to get my golden Turpion today in Lost Ark. It's really cool. I'm going to get that, right? It's fucking awesome. But all I did was just, I just spent a lot of time doing it. This was not a test of skill. This was not, like, I just did it. You know, like, I did it. I got it. Today's the day. I get it. It's going to be awesome. But it's nothing that I hold in like, particularly high prestige. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's at least the way that I see it. And let's go back over here, and we're going to go and look at some of this other stuff, okay? And where is this? Dedication now? Yeah, sure. And let's go back and Riot MMO monetization. Now, we're not sure what this is going to be. I don't really know what this is going to be at all. Like, the Riot MMO, I feel like they're probably not going to make the game pay to win. What do you guys think? Do you think that they'll make the Riot MMO pay to win? I feel like it's not going to happen. It's purely speculative. We'll see. Let's watch this video.
There aren't too many MMORPGs that require a subscription fee nowadays, with the main two being Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft, which are both titans of the genre. They're huge. Now,
I think that Ashes of Creation is also going to be a sub fee as well.
Hard to believe, but there was a time when paying monthly via a subscription was the norm for most MMORPGs, and free-to-play was the alien, unproven concept that no one wanted to try, at least for us MMO gamers in the West. It had been a thing in the East, in Korea MMOs for quite a while.
Games being free-to-play, if there was ever a game that was free-to-play and you heard it was free-to-play, you knew the game was bad. That was like, oh, it's free-to-play game. Oh, okay, never mind then.
Well, today we do know better, and the free-to-play experiment that really picked up steam in the mid to late 2000s has absolutely proven itself to be a far better business model, a far more profitable business model than the traditional method of just selling the game, which was the
reason why it's gotten a lot better, people prefer free-to-play more, is because games are no longer the guaranteed high-quality product that they used to be. So, for example, nobody has a problem spending money for Elden Ring, but people do have a problem spending money for other games because they're usually unproven garbage. Or you buy it. It's like the Cyberpunk, right? You spend $50, $70 on this game, and it's cock-ass garbage.
Back then, as I say, it's so much better that many of the highest performing video games now use that free-to-play model. And many other games have been forced to adopt this model,
yes,
even if they didn't want to.
That's exactly right. They have to be free-to-play because having to spend money just to play the game is such a massive barrier to entry. And you know what I think actually does it the best is Final Fantasy XIV, is because they let you get your free trial. They let you play whenever you think about it. Going all the way through Heaven's Ward is fucking huge. Like, you're getting at least 100 hours of gameplay. So it's like at that point, if you're not going to buy the game, I mean, that's the way it goes. Yeah, compare that to WoW or whatever.
Star Wars: The Old Republic launched in December of 2011 and moved to a free-to-play model less than a year later in November of 2012. News outlets at the time were reporting that this was due to low subscriber numbers, which painted a pretty bleak picture for the game. However, EA put out an earning report just 6 months later, stating that their average monthly revenue had doubled since it went free to play.
Yeah, exactly, because there's a lot of people that, like, they can't spend, like, you guys know this, like, if you're poor, if you've been poor before, you know this. You have $5, but you don't have $50. You have $15, but you don't have $70 or $60. That's just a fact. And like, the thing is also, a lot of those people, I'm going to be honest, I was one of them. We made bad decisions with our money. So you can get a dumbass to fucking spend $5 easily, but they're never going to have the 50 to give you the 50 in the first place, because before they get to the 50, they're going to already spend it whenever they get to 5. You never get there. That's it. They get it twisted. Exactly. And so that's why these games make a lot of money, is that a lot of times people that are making these small transactions are either kids or people that make bad money decisions. And it's easier to make a bad money decision with a smaller amount of money because more people that make bad decisions have smaller amounts of money than big amounts of money. I wonder how that makes sense.
It wasn't just Star Wars either. Lord of the Rings Online had pretty much the same experience, but they had a 400% increase in players.
Jesus.
And that also led to their monthly revenue doubling when they went free to play.
Oh my God.
Now, this is great for business, don't get me wrong, but it's not always so great for us as players. There are some downsides that seem to constantly appear in games that use the free-to-play model. And these
like, I don't entirely agree with that. Like, Warzone is free to play, and the game is amazing. It's amazing as free to play. Let's see. Besides Warzone, Fortnite. Fortnite is free to play. It's amazing. Fall Guys, I think, is free to play. It's amazing. League of Legends is amazing. Apex. You don't have to make a game pay to win. You can just have the game be good. Yeah, there are millions, not millions. There are dozens of really, really good games that are free to play, that the free to play nature of them does not ruin the experience.
Downsides are often referred to collectively by us as pay to win, or to a lesser extent, pay to progress.
Pay to progress is pay to win. It's pay to win. Like, the only difference is people that are on copium say pay to progress. People that are not fucking delusional just say it's pay to win. They're the same thing. Now, I will say this is only for endgame. Buying a story skip or a level boost, I don't really care about it that much. But I mean, progress in endgame.
MMOs, even sub-based ones, aren't shy about advertising services that benefit the player
it's
in
a
some
button
way.
on the bar.
And because MMOs usually have a ton of different activities that you can do, this also creates a ton of opportunities for the developer to make money from you in the
It's crazy to think about how many of those fucking things they have now, like all the pets. Because like a moonkin hatchling, for example, they made that shit like fucking 10 years ago, and people are still buying it. It's like you plant a tree, and every year the tree has fruit. It's like an infinite fruit tree.
Form of
That's still $10.
Things like buying in-game currency with real-life money, weapon skins, armor skins, mounts, mount skins, pets, toys, character slots, race changes, buying levels, emotes, convenience items, the ability to get married with another character in-game. Final Fantasy does this. In-game houses.
There's a free version of this, though? Yeah, that's called being married at the local Walmart. Yeah, I mean, I've been to the marriages in Final Fantasy. There's a lot of these. It's pretty fucking crazy whenever you think about the amount of money that people spend on this shit, man. It's nuts. And Hanging at Space, yeah. Holy fuck, man.
Stuffed animals for your in-game house, furniture for your house,
hey,
crafting materials, upgrade materials. There's so much that they can sell you. And it's not like I even thought hard about that list. It took me about 30 seconds.
Oh my god, I just realized.
And it's not like I even thought.
That's the sword that she was given by Uberdanger in Stormblood. Damn, I didn't know that shit.
Hard about that list. It took me about 30 seconds to put that together, and some of those are just off the top of my head. It's not even in the script. Now you can argue that most of that, if not all of it, is optional,
a whole lot.
Okay? And you never need to spend a penny on any of it. That is true. But studios need to make their money somehow.
Never need to spend
and
money.
those that go free to play have to rely entirely on these microtransactions to keep their business running, which can create some very aggressive monetization strategies that can pretty much ruin an otherwise good game. Lost Ark and Diablo Immortal are two very recent and obvious examples of good games being brought down by their invasion.
Lost Ark is a good game. Diablo Immortal sucks. It is a shit game.
Invasive monetization strategies, which, whilst you don't have to spend the money, you'll want to if you want to enjoy the game and get the most out of it.
If you want to be a winner.
Other games are a bit less aggressive, such as Final Fantasy XIV, which is almost entirely cosmetic-based, and there's no need to spend additional money to enjoy the game in a reasonable capacity, as content isn't gated behind these microtransactions, like Lost Ark with its upgrade system. Now, back in 2014, Pete Hines, the marketing lead for Elder Scrolls Online, attempted to justify their subscription fee by stating that it allowed the development team to focus 100% on content creation. And if they
yeah, I've heard that before.
Had chosen free-to-play instead, then a portion of the development resources would be spent on creating cosmetics for the store and not on content for the game. Now, Elder Scrolls dropped their sub-fee model just over a year after release, and today the game has a microtransaction store with everything from loot boxes, mounts, pets, houses, furniture, crafting tools, bank space upgrades.
It's sad, right? Because like I don't like this. Like I wish that you could just pay a sub and you just play the game and that's it. No bullshit. No clown ass garbage. You just pay the sub, play the game. There it is. You go to the store, game's $50, buy the game. Come back home, play the game. Oh, what? Imagine that. Yeah, okay, boomer. Good fucking shot doing that nowadays. Boring? Yeah. There's no microtransaction boxes because it doesn't work. It clearly does work because you have games that use this same thing. Like the God of War, Elden Ring, the Mario games. It's not impossible to do this.
Face paint, armor sets, and so on.
It's annoying.
A lot of these smaller things in there cost around £6, but the things that you care about, like mounts or player houses,
100?
can set you back as much as 3,000 or 15,000 crowns.
I wish that it was against the law to have an alternate currency. I really hate this shit. I think that they should make it to where, like, they have the actual dollar value of the item, and there is no fucking third currency that obfuscates the amount of money you're spending. I fucking hate that, and I wish it was just like you were, like, legally obligated to say exactly how much money it was, because I think that you can make an argument that it is misleading the customer. I think that you absolutely can. Never gonna happen. But that's what I... fuck you, dude.
Respectively. Now, of course, you can't buy 15,000 crowns, so you have to buy the 21,000 crown bundle, which will set you back a total of 110 real-life pounds to get that player house. At least you'll have some crowns left over to buy some furniture, because that player house doesn't come furnished. Guild Wars 2
I feel like this is like whenever you go to the fucking, you go to the car dealership, and they're like, yeah, so I saw you're selling the Toyota Corolla, and it's for 11 grand? Like, yeah. Well, this one's 11 grand, it doesn't have the steering wheel in it. Oh, okay, all right, give me a minute. I gotta talk to the manager. We've got to get a special, we've got another guy here that's looking for the steering wheel package for the car. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be 17 grand. Yeah, steering wheel's expert. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you want it with a radio? Oh, just give me a minute. I've got to work with my boss on this. I'll go to bat for you. Jesus. Oh, you want wheels? Seatbelt, huh? Okay, all right. So this is a big spender. Well, that's going to be extra, okay? Holy fuck, man.
Similar with its approach to cosmetics, but most outfits are about 700 gems, which will set you back around £8.50 real life money.
Jesus.
With the most sought after items being around 1,600, which will cost you about £17 real life money, which by comparison doesn't seem so bad. I ripped on Guild Wars 2 in a previous video of mine. Comparatively, Guild Wars 2 is looking pretty good.
I hate how these companies have actually successfully anchored the minds of the gamers. You have successfully anchored a mount to be $20 and like pets to be $5. I feel like there are so many people that are like, oh, it's only $17 for the mount. Bitch, it's a line of code. Like, it's a line of, like, there's no anchoring of this. Like, you know what I mean? It's only $17. Oh, it's on sale. I'm getting it for free, basically. I'd be losing money if I didn't buy this. How have so many people been anchored? Fuck!
Other MMOs also restrict players from key features unless you engage in that cash shop. Lord of the Rings, as I spoke about earlier, for example, requires you to spend real-life money to use mounts and increase your gold cap from a measly baseline of 2 gold. Star Wars does something similar, but it's far more generous.
I think that if you have a monthly optional sub the same as the Crystalline Aura, the Final Fantasy sub, or something like that, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I really don't think it's that big of a deal. Because you're like, you have to expect that people will... I think that it is unreasonable to expect to play a game for free. I do. I think that it's unreasonable for that. So you should have some way that people spend money. That's how most things in the world work. Clothes, cost to produce, almost it never equals cost to buy. Yeah, of course.
With a cap of 1 million credits, which is enough to get you most of the things you want.
Pokemon card game,
although Star Wars does restrict content in other ways, such as rewarding you with less credits overall if you're not a subscriber. They don't allow you to quick travel as often. They restrict how often you can take part in PvP and a few other things like that. So how does this all compare to what we know about Riot? Well, to date, Riot have focused almost entirely on optional cosmetics and have not yet implemented any monetization systems in League or Valorant that make it feel necessary to spend your money.
You guys agree with that? I'm not a big League player, but I play Valorant. Like, I think Valorant's fucking awesome. I should play that more on stream even. Yeah, that's true. Okay. I mean, I think that people look like, the thing is nowadays Riot, I feel like Riot and From Software, like the the reputation Blizzard used to have was like a mix between Riot and From Software. And like now those two companies have like an aggregate of the way that people felt about Blizzard. So yeah, I think that I mean there's a chance that this won't happen, but I don't know. I mean I've said before, right? It's like Ghostcrawler, Greg Street. He's one of the main guys working on Riot, their MMO. He said he'd be willing to come on Allcraft whenever he's got more stuff to talk about. I can't wait for that. I'm so fucking excited, and I'm really excited to see what they're gonna bring out too, because I think that he probably feels the same way. But the problem is that like whenever you have to make decisions like this, like he doesn't get to make that decision. The accounting and like the executive department makes the decision on how they're going to monetize the game, and then it just kind of goes down and he has to make the decision. Like there are exceptions like fucking like Final Fantasy with like Yoshi P, but Yoshi P doesn't have a 100% say. He just has a much bigger say than other companies.
You could argue that new champions in League or agents in Valorant are exactly that, but the reality is they're pretty easy to unlock by just playing the game for a few hours.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They also don't really go overboard with what they can monetize, pretty much just sticking to putting skins on things that don't impact the integrity of the game, even though they could easily go further with this. Dota 2, as an example, sells plenty of terrain skins that makes it easier to see pass through trees, and Counter-Strike sells skins for their characters, which give you an advantage in the game, which is not good for a competitive
Is that
esport.
true?
And it's not just
Bro,
Valve.
I've never heard that. Is that real or not? Like, I don't know if that's true. Like, yeah, I never heard of that ever. Not a problem anymore? Okay.
As Rainbow Six Siege had a similar issue with their Ember Rise and Elite skin lines. There's a person in this screenshot. It's very hard to tell when you're playing the game in the moment.
What was that fucking skin in Warzone? Rose? That annoying fucking, like, GIMP outfit? Oh my god, that was fucking annoying. It was so hard being able to shoot people with that. Fuck, man. It makes me mad just thinking about it. I remember every time, was it Courage that would get killed by somebody with that skin and he'd get mad? Oh my god. It was that one, and then also it was the fucking, what was the other one? The ghillie suit in BDO was super fucking annoying as well. I hated that.
Now, Riot are yet to make these same mistakes with League or Valorant.
That's
and this
true.
gives me a lot of confidence that whatever we do get from them will have a minimal impact to the quality of the game. As an MMO, they seem to care about the quality and integrity of their games. Now,
being encouraged to take the time to get it right? So we build something worthy of expectations. Would kill the game in a heartbeat rather than have it ship something inauthentic or rushed. Well, that's the thing is like they know this is something that's like super important. Is like nowadays they know that if you release a game and it's not good, the game is never good. For every No Man's Sky, you have a million games. Like Cyberpunk 2077 is probably, like, anybody's played it recently? It's probably workable nowadays, right? It's probably not that bad of a game. Yeah, it's good now, but who cares? But who cares? It sucks. The game sucks. When it came out, it sucked. It's a bad game. Game sucks. That's all there is to it. It's a shit game. That's it. So yeah, you have to make sure it's right the first time.
The downside here is that Riot does have a history of charging large sums of money for tokens that can then be exchanged for those cosmetics, which in my opinion is a pretty insidious way of tricking people into spending their money, as it's harder to keep track of what you're spending over time.
Again, bro, I think that shit should just be straight up illegal. Like, you should not even be able to do that. No reason for it at all.
However, it's industry norm. Everyone does it, so I can't really fault Riot Games for this in particular.
It is. It's industry norm because it works. Because obfuscating the amount of money that somebody spends is always a good idea. Casinos, don't casinos do this with like the tokens and shit?
But they do run their skins on limited availability, which preys on that feeling of missing out, right? Because someone will have a skin line that you don't have and you can't buy it anymore. So it makes you want to spend your money on something that you might not even wear, which I have done plenty of times, let's be honest. Now, just to give you an example of this, as I recall...
I cannot believe, like, why do people do this? Like, I don't understand. Like, whenever, like, FOMO, like, what the fuck do you mean FOMO? Are you fucking stupid? Like, it's a skin for a gun. You just spend real money on the gun. You get it. Who gives a fuck? Like, I remember I did this, like, I was hoping one day, like, it's like you get the boxes whenever you level up in Apex or, like, fucking, what's the other one, Overwatch, and like, you get the box, but, like, I never felt, like, I bought the 200 boxes for the stream content that one day. I never went and I bought the rest of the boxes for the Wraith, the knife. Why would I do that? Why? Like, it's just, it doesn't mean anything. It's so weird. I don't understand. I don't understand it.
For this video, Valorant has the Xeno Hunter set available for purchase within the store, and as cool as these skins are, they are very cool. The entire bundle, which consists of 4 guns and a knife, cost 7,100 Valorant points. That's like meaning you'd have to buy the £90 bundle in order to acquire this set of 4 guns. Yep. Now, there are 17 guns in the game total, so you're looking at hundreds of pounds before you have skins for all of them. League skins, by comparison, are much cheaper than Valorant, but there are far more characters to buy skins for, and generally more things to spend your money on, such as rune pages, clash tickets, chromas, loot boxes, little legends, battle passes, and whatever else is there in the League client. There's tons of stuff. You could even buy temporary skins in ARAM. Now, acquiring skins for your guns and characters is...
I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. Like, why? What are you, like... It's better than pay to win, though? It is definitely better than pay to win. 100%. Give me a sec. Yeah, it's 800% better than pay to win. You can earn them in game for free. Like, I would buy skins and get skins with the in-game currency, but I would never spend money to get them. It's weird.
It's completely optional and does not impact the gameplay negatively, at least in my opinion. So many of you may argue that this is not a problem. But as we've seen with other MMOs that we've spoken about already in this video, games that rely primarily on cash shops for their money often leads to cosmetics in the store that far outshine those that you can earn in the game.
No shit, because they're going to sell for more money.
Well, there's a bunch of convenience items that solve problems which shouldn't be problems in the first place, which I don't personally want. Guild Wars 2 is really bad at this. So what do I think we'll get? Well, it's tough to answer this. I've spoken to a few people, and they just say it will be like League and Valorant with tons of cosmetics.
That's what I'm hoping for.
MMOs are nothing like those games. The player experience is far more personal. You play the same character in an expansive world for several years, not just for 40 minutes or 15 minutes if you're me in a game of League. I have the High Noon skin on 7 of my characters in League, and if they release a High Noon set for the MMO, I'm going to buy it. But I'm only going to buy it once, because I play 1 character, not 7. So where does this leave Riot, a company who has, through the sale of cosmetics, found themselves at the top, arguably, of the gaming world? Do they do what they do with Valorant and try to get players to spend £90 on 1 skin? Or do they progressively make better skins that supersede the old ones, so you spend another £90 on another skin?
I think that what they're going to do, the main thing that I'm worried about with the Riot MMO is that they're going to have a version of the WoW token. Because, like, OSRS has this, Lost Ark has this, WoW has this. It's becoming the industry standard. Is that, like, you are able to buy gold and then sell it. And they're going to do it under the guise of, oh, well, we can't be expected to follow, to enforce our TOS. You're going to have to spend real money. That's what I think is going to happen. I doubt they'd have it on release. No, they'll add it in. This is the thing. This is what these MMOs do. This is what I would do if I was Riot, is I would get everybody addicted to the game, get them invested into the game, then you start milking them. Because you don't milk them right from the beginning because they're not invested. But by the time that they've already spent like 100, 200 hours into the game, oh, well, now you're going to get a lot of money out of them.
No, I don't think that's realistic.
Yeah.
I think what is far more
They'll milk
likely
skins.
is that they will monetize more than just cosmetics. And that is why it's so hard to know what we'll get. I mentioned earlier that Riot seem to avoid monetizing anything that compromises the integrity of their game. It's the reason we don't have skins for Valorant agents or skins for the Rift in League. Sure, it would make a ton of money, but the game would be worse for it as it would erode what those games are. It creates a gap in the player experience, which in a competitive game is not what you want.
No, you can't have that.
As close as possible. And as we've seen in this video, the vast majority of stuff that's in microtransaction shops for MMOs, and I'm yet to see one that doesn't do this, restricts the game in some manner in order to justify the sale of the solution, therefore eroding what that game is.
That's right. Yes, it provides a profit incentive for a game to be inconvenient. That's the biggest problem with like things that are convenience features that you spend money for. Is like at this point now it's in your best interest to make or keep the game inconvenient.
Whatever it might be, the game is worse for it when that stuff is in the cash shop.
Yes.
And not just in the game anyway.
Because there's no incentive for them to change it.
So this is Riot's problem to solve. We don't want £90 skins in our MMO.
No.
And we don't want £30 unbreakable gathering tools in our MMO either. Or even £8 ride-in licenses so you can have something as
the problem is that like people don't want anything. Nobody wants anything that you can spend money on in an MMO. So it's basically like a pick your poison. You're either choosing to make a game pay to win, with like different cosmetics instead, or with like a subscription or something like that. One way or another, they're going to get money out of you. And I don't find this to be like, as I said, I wish that we could just go back to the days of fucking subscriptions. But we're never going to be able to do that because there's too many free-to-play games. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. You can farm riding skill in Lord of the Rings for 3 hours. I have no idea.
As a mount. So what can they do? It's a tough problem to solve.
Yeah.
But there is quite an easy solution here. At least I think so.
No.
And that is the subscription fee. Now look, I know they haven't worked in the vast majority of cases, but hear me out here. The talent in Riot's...
But there's the one time... No, bro. But this time... Listen... No, it's gonna work this time for sure, 100%. The problem is like, see, here's the thing with subscriptions, is that like now we back in the day we had Netflix, now we've got Hulu, we've got fucking Paramount Plus, we've got Disney Plus, we've got HBO Max, we've got Amazon Prime Video, we have YouTube Red, we have all these fucking things, every Apple TV, you've got like, this is like, there's too many.
MMO team is extraordinary. So I do believe that whatever is released, whatever game comes from this, it will be a good game. I believe that wholeheartedly. I have no doubt in that. Riot also have very little shareholder pressures, so I don't think the game will be forced out early or unfinished.
I don't think that's necessarily true in terms of impacting the integrity of a game. Lost Ark is also not a publicly traded company. Smilegate is not. Now, it is an indicator, but not a guarantee.
So not only will I think it will be a good game, I think it will be a relatively complete game to a high standard of quality. Riot is also a huge brand with loyal, albeit sometimes toxic, fan base, and who will, at the very least, think about downloading and playing the MMO. Outside of that Riot fan base, there is a huge community of MMO gamers who are ready for something new, and they're looking for a shake-up in the genre, something new to try. So much so, the games like Lost Ark, which are known to be predatory in their monetization, were hyped up before release. Now, these MMO players, for the most part, are used to paying a subscription fee as well, whether that's World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy, just to play the game, or if it's something like a VIP type system.
I actually find that to be a reason why not to have a subscription. Because it's like the Netflix thing was not a problem. Like now, people don't have a problem paying for one subscription. People do have a problem paying for 5. So you've probably got somebody nowadays, like an average person, an average consumer, is going to have, well, let's see, they've got their Netflix subscription. They've got, let's see, besides Netflix, they got, maybe a WoW subscription or Final Fantasy subscription. They've got, like 3 OnlyFans accounts that they're buying. They're subscribed to somebody on Twitch. They've got Spotify. Maybe they've got Amazon Prime. And so you've got like all this money, and you're just getting your money eaten away. So it's like every single time that they add in another one, it becomes overwhelming.
We see in Elder Scrolls Online, Star Wars, and Lord of the Rings. And finally, it's Riot. And it's an MMO. The hype for this thing will be and is already huge. And if anyone can get away with charging a subscription fee, it's going to be Riot Game. Now, as much as I'm an advocate for it, I actually do not think that we'll get a subscription
Yeah, I
fee.
don't think so either.
Riot have mastered the free-to-play model over the past decade, and I'd be surprised to see them step away from it. Even an upfront box price would surprise me, I think.
It's going to be
far more like
it's going to be free-to-play. It's going to have cosmetics, and they're probably going to add a WoW token later on. Like, that's what I think it's going to be.
At least in my opinion anyway, is a seasonal battle pass type system where you progress through 50 or so levels by completing in-game missions, like defeat 5 dungeons, kill a certain boss, win some PvP matches, things like that. The rewards in that battle pass would range from character cosmetics, pets, mounts, skins, emotes, toys, and also currency for a dedicated cash shop. I think that cash shop will have limited runs of skinline bundles similar to Valorant, which you can buy unlocking, say, a High Noon set that consists of the armor, weapon skins, as well as some maybe emotes and pets and things like that. I would guess these things would be around the £30 mark and probably change each season. Pulling from
this is what Lost Ark does, and it's what WoW is doing now too. Like, this is a norm.
Skin lines that they already know are successful in League, like Battle Academia or the Anima Squad, Star Guardian, High Noon, the Ashen Knight stuff, things like that. They've got so much to pull from and deliver that I think it would be bizarre for them not to sell skins on those lines there. So anyway, what do you think?
They have to. Like, people love this shit. Like, they do. Like, I mean, girls buy it because it's cute, and guys buy it because they're simps. Like, it's just, it's that simple.
Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? Put them in the comments down below. If you don't have any thoughts at all, then just throw an emoji down there, as it tells YouTube that you enjoyed the video, and it helps the channel grow. So you'd be doing me a huge favor by doing that. I also do try to respond to all comments, so I'll see you down there. Anyway,
it's a good video.
As always, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Decent enough video. I liked it. I mean, this guys, he's only got 2,000 subscribers. I've never watched a video from him before, but listen, this is a pretty good video, especially for somebody who's just starting out with YouTube. If you liked it, make sure to give him a sub, give it a like. It's a big deal, especially that early on, to give somebody some support. Yeah, I think this is actually very well done. I would have expected something like this from somebody who has like 100 or 200K subscribers at least, right? And that's a lot smaller than what I was thinking. Exactly. And so, yeah, I think that's what you hit the nail on the head. What's this?
Because I'm an advocate for it. I actually...
Oh, about being realistic. Yeah, true. It's a pretty hard topic. MMOs are so different compared to the games Riot's previously monetized. Like, do you guys agree with me? Yeah, I'll sub. Okay. Do you guys agree with me that, like, it's probably going to be free to play with cosmetics, and they'll probably add a WoW token or some form of, like, gold exchange that they get a cut of later on? Like, I think that's what's going to happen. I feel pretty confident that's what's going to happen. Now, am I 100% sure about this? I have no idea, but I do think that there's a good chance of it happening. The WoW token, yeah, there's a real chance it's just a monthly sub. If it is a monthly sub, I will be very surprised, but I would be happy if that was the case. I think that a monthly sub would be the most ideal situation for me, but I don't really think it's going to happen, if that makes sense. Yeah, I have no idea. Premium price cosmetics. I don't know. They still have plenty of time to invent new and disgusting forms of monetization. That's actually a really good point. Is that, like, there could be a new type of monetization that hasn't even been invented yet that they're going to try to use, and it's going to be worse than anything that we've ever seen. I can't wait. It's going to be super exciting. I actually saw something, speaking of, different things that are disgusting and weird. I would go ahead and look and show you guys this other video, and I wanted to watch this. I saw it yesterday, and it's time for me to actually watch it. People probably would rather pay $100 a month whenever they like to than being forced to pay $15 every month. I think so too. Yeah, people don't want to get locked into something. I'm going to link this video one more time because, again, it's a smaller content creator. It matters a lot for these guys whenever we give support to their videos. So make sure to do that as much as you can. And Meat Canyon, yeah, I'll watch that one after this. I just keep forgetting about it. Actually, should I watch the Meat Canyon video first? Because I did say I would watch it after this one. Yeah, what do you guys think? Yes? Okay, yeah, we'll watch the Meat Canyon video first. Let me pull this over here. Yeah, there we go. All right, we're good. Feels like I have to pay to play to get my money's worth. Yeah, it creates that that expectation.
Welcome back to the...
Here we go, guys. So, somebody made a video about me. The Handsome Wolf of the 5 good community subs. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you. And here we go. He made an Asmongold video. That's... Oh boy. Here we go.
Papa Meat channel, how you guys doing? Come on in and sit on down. You know, I've been working on this drawing for some time, and this drawing probably took me about 20 minutes. And I just feel that we're in this age right now where art and creativity can be done in a moment's notice with beautiful AI.
True.
So why not use it? Why not abuse it? Today we're going to be taking all of some silly ideas. We have a big bowl of names here, and we're going to randomly select names and make some AI art out of it. I've been playing around with, I have Midjourney. It's fucking insane. It's really cool. So we have a bunch of random prompts here, and we are going to see what the fuck we can make. So let's get into it. So here I was drawing Asmongold. Been watching a little bit of Asmongold lately, mostly whenever he was popping up in my YouTube feed for the Johnny Depp trial. I remember seeing that everywhere. All of his videos getting recommended. And I didn't know he was a streamer. So this is my drawing. Not too shabby, I would say. Please leave down the comments that you like the drawing, even if you didn't. So what we're going to do now is go over to Midjourney, and we're just going to do a random prompt. Imagine we're going to do Asmongold joining the Boy Scouts. All right, so these are our 4 options. It's all very fantasy because he plays WoW, so I'm pretty sure the AI is just like,
what the fuck?
We have to make it magical somehow. But the actual horrifying thing about this is that we can go the completely opposite direction of Boy Scouts, even, which is what's an evil Boy Scouts?
The Catholic
ISIS.
Church.
We'll have Asmongold join ISIS, which is that post-metal band from
Pretty close enough, right?
Like the 90s. So now we have these 4 beautiful options. Honestly, I like him with his tiny sword and the...
Look at that! Oh my god! Look at that! It's me and ISIS!
Green aura. So we're going to do version 2. We're going to get some more of those. Ah, beautiful. Look at that. So
wow.
So I like 4 the most, I think. Or do I like 2? Do we like 2 or 4?
Man,
we'll
I look
upscale
great.
4 and we'll upscale 2, and we'll see which one looks the best. So now, whenever we upscale them, it's going to be very, very high pieces of art.
Oh,
high resolution. Well, first off,
I don't know if
even
I'm ready
say,
for this.
how the fuck does one even join ISIS? Someone told me that they were like, oh, ISIS looks for people on Twitter. Is that actually the truth?
Please
I want to see
follow
a
us.
blue check mark ISIS account that they're like, yeah, it's totally fine. And to be honest, it's not far from the realm of possibilities that Asmongold's just sitting there.
Well, this isn't true. I've got my hands on WASD. That would mean I'd be playing a game. So it's not accurate at all.
Typing on World of Warcraft, and then ISIS tries contacting him like there, and they're just like, you know, you were pretty badass in that PvP back there.
Oh
we don't.
My fucking god! I never ever thought that anybody would ever make art of me talking to Osama bin Laden or some guy from ISIS. I can't fucking believe this.
know really how you align philosophically or religiously, but we'd love to have you. And he's just looking at the screen like, oh my God.
I look old as
this
fuck.
This is the opportunity of a lifetime. Yes. Yes. It's
oh my God.
Oh, I love it. Oh, that one's the best,
Oh
though.
my.
Also, I want to say, that is some fucking grand armor. That looks very good.
It's true, yeah.
Here's some photorealistic.
It looks like a set of New World gear.
This is fantastic.
Holy fuck.
I'm gonna be the best terrorist there ever was. To think I started with the Horde, and now I'm with the Alliance. Beautiful. Man.
Well, I love this. I love channels that just make absolutely horrible jokes like this, and it's totally fine. Nobody cares. Yeah, this is amazing.
Promise to defend the Holy Lands. Asmongold.
Whoa! How about a word from our sponsor? Are you experiencing hair loss? You need Keeps. Keeps is a discreet online subscription service that delivers hair care products right to your door. Whether you're trying to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or just take better care of your hair, Keeps has you covered.
I really hate it whenever guys with the good hairlines shave their head. Because it's like you don't need to do this. Like, why are you trying to like show off? Like, just stop. You know, like it's appropriating bald culture.
You get doctor-recommended hair loss treatment specialized to your situation without ever having to step into a pharmacy. In 6 months, you'll start to see the difference. Keeps is committed to you and your hair growth needs. You will receive 24/7 easy-to-access support from medical supervisors. Don't be like the 2 out of 3 men that struggle with hair loss by the age of 35. Choose to keep your hair with Keeps. Hair loss stops with Keeps. To get 50% off your first order.
I wonder if this shit actually works. I have a good feeling. Like, here's always been my logic. Jeff Bezos is bald. It doesn't work. Yep. It doesn't work. It's that simple. Elon isn't? True. But, like, that's a hair transplant.
Go to keeps.com/PapaMe or click the link in the description. So that's KEEPS.com/PapaMe.
Jesus.
Tell them I sent that. And back to the video.
Now that we have that, let us go into our little bowl here. Let's see. A little random big bowl of prompts here. Fuck. Oh! Jonah Hill. I was watching Moneyball the other day, and I got recommended like War Dogs and then 21 Jump Street and a bunch of shit. And I always have to think about like, what actual weight is Jonah Hill? He's either very skinny or he's just like the fattest man on earth. So I think the prompt has to be Jonah Hill at an unknown human weight. I have to have technology tell me what exactly is his true form. I have to know. In all of them, he looks so incredibly sad. But see, this one down here, number 3, I feel like this is him. He's smooth and bare, like a walrus. So I want to see more of those. Honestly, I kind of like the giant pecs, so I want to get one more of those. Why do I just want the first one where he's just smooth? Honestly, I like the bottom right one, too.
This is the average gamer in the year 2034. Yeah, this is the picture of the average gamer.
But clay. I am nothing but porcelain. Jesus Christ, that is so good. He's so hairy. Oh my God. Fuck sakes. I just love how hairy he is. There's no titties. He's just his giant chest is one giant fat-filled titty, and I love it. It looks like a hairy egg. This is like what I actually imagine like Humpty Dumpty actually would have looked like. What is this? What the hell? Okay, he's okay.
Oh my.
Look at it.
Oh.
Yes, there's his form. My God, that first one is horrifying.
What the
But yet,
fuck
we're also getting closer to the truth. I see it. I see it in my mind's eye. This one's really good. Yes, this has to be it. That is so good. I'm upscaling that. You know what it's like is he looks like one of the fucking like the engineers from Prometheus a bit. Like one of them gets dropped off, and Jonah Hill's the one who's like, "You're going to be the seed that starts civilization on this planet." But this is he looks like this is what I'm saying though. This is a man who's just like he has stretched himself to unimaginable lengths and lost the weight, and now his face is just crystallized. His fucking dick area looks like a turtle's like calf. This is like inevitably this will be the autopsy photo of Jonah Hill, 100%.
That's like a boss in Bloodborne. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's a boss in Bloodborne. It's like some unborn baby that was immortal, and it's like 3,000 years old, and it's hairy. It's got like other baby arms growing out of its legs.
Wrong, then I'm wrong, but my God. Actually, what you know what it is too is he actually just made a porcelain mask for a face. So his real like purplish gray skin face is underneath. Well, who's next?
Oh my God.
Ooh. The infamous Johnny Depp. You know, I actually was watching Pirates of the Caribbean, The Black Pearl recently.
Oh,
I want to do something kind of like Thomas the Tank Engine thing, but we'll have Johnny Depp turns into the Black Pearl. Uh-oh. Oh my God. So out of good faith, I feel like I'm not gonna upscale them.
It's not his fault that it's racist. Oh my God.
So I kind of want to.
That's what they. Holy shit.
Okay, well that's kind of an interesting one. Ezra Miller. I think that he's like hiding children or something, or people don't know where fucking a teenager's at or something. Actually horrible, so I'm gonna keep it lighthearted and do Ezra.
This is the guy that like every time you hear news about him, it's like something else crazy, right?
Miller.
Yeah, is that him?
Breastfeeding child.
Oh God, can I even look at this? Bro, I don't even know if I can. I can? Yeah, I'm not sure. I paused it. Yeah, I fucking paused that shit. Give me a minute. Guys, I didn't actually listen. It was just a weird F. There's nothing crazy going on. Chill out. It's fine. It's censored. All right, are we better now? Is everything okay? Good. It's crazy timing. Holy fuck, man. Should I don't know if I should risk this one, man. Like, this is a bit... Let's just skip ahead. Yeah, I think we're going to skip ahead past this one. I'm going to be a pussy today. Sorry.
And I think there's a lot of fun stuff, and I'm excited to see what's next. Matt Pat. I pulled Matt Pat. Remember when Matt Pat gave the Pope Undertale because it was about peace or something like that? Well, what if Matt Pat gives Pokemon Fire Red to President Joe Biden? What is happening? How evil is Joe?
Oh, I saw this picture. This was on a conspiracy video. I love that. These actually look like the pictures of like fucking Joe Biden on conspiracy videos. Holy shit.
Joe Biden, look right there. I'm old and I'm crazy. I'm gonna take over the world. Tried it, read it. Tried it, read it. Joe Biden with the fucking Among Us sus guy in the middle.
What the fuck?
This is actually Russian propaganda for YouTubers fighting presidents.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
Look at Matt Pat. Matt Pat gave me a rock. It's so nice meeting you, my friend. It's so nice getting to know the people of the United States. What's your name? Flamedex. You know what? I'd like to shake your hand, Flamedex. Here, let me shake that hand. Honestly, it was so nice meeting you today here.
Not accurate. He'd be sniffing him. But like, I love it whenever. The thing is that like we haven't had as many fuck-ups with like, I mean, Trump would usually say stupid stuff, but he would say the stupid stuff on purpose. Obama didn't really say a lot of stupid stuff. So we haven't really had like this clown show stuff where like you read the part that says read the next line again. We haven't had this since Bush. And we're getting it all over again.
Shoot this thing in the head. It's scaring me. No, Joe, it's not going to do anything. Just like give it a couple minutes. I don't want to be around this thing anymore. You shoot this thing right in the head.
I have no
like the
idea.
idea of him wanting to put down the Pokemon.
And quote, repeat the line, yeah.
President Joe Biden met with the newly released Pokemon this year. I just want to say thank you so much for helping the economy.
Also not accurate. After that, it would have they would have asked for a laugh track. Jesus.
Actually, Flame Guys has like his hand on his
hate
ass.
those shows.
Honestly, put this thing down.
Drive
He's
me
getting
crazy.
too close for comfort. Honestly, put this thing down. Put it down. He's like on his knees, just like, sorry, my leg turned into a rock here. It was an honor for us to serve you today. Here's an iPhone 13.
What?
Oh my God.
This website is a nightmare generator.
Thing is scaring the living hell out of me, please.
Oh my God.
Do we have our snipers? All right, so it looks like he's fucking crying. You're gonna stand here for as long as I want you to, you little son of a bitch. Also, look at the camera and smile. Got soft hands. This one is. This might be the best one today. Fucking alien humanoid Mad Bat, and he's just like, "What the hell are you showing me here? What the hell is this?" He's like, "Mr. President, is a Pokemon
my
ball."
God,
Oh,
this shit
get
is
that
gross.
the hell out of here!
This
What the
video is
hell
demonic.
Is
This is
some kind of
awful.
Japanese gobbledygook.
Oh
Get
my
that
God.
shit out of here! I hope you realize the power that Midjourney has. This is a ferocious website. If you make any AI art yourself, be sure to post it to my subreddit. I want to see all the crazy fucking creations that you guys make, so head over to the subreddit. But thank you so much for watching the video today, guys, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Okay. So, this is what he did to me.
New version.
He did this to me. Right there. That's my life. That's where I'm at. I have no idea. Like, holy fucking shit. Asmongold joins ISIS. Thank God. I always wanted to know what it would look like if I did that. Do it to him? Yeah, maybe I should. Yeah, there's the video right there. I was pretty impressive. Like, I mean, the animation and everything. Holy fucking shit, man. Like, this is... As soon as this guy made this video, this has been all I've been able to see. Because everybody links this to me constantly. Like, no matter what. Like, I always get this fucking video linked to me. No matter what I'm doing, no matter what I'm saying, it's always this fucking video, man. He's a really good animator. Yeah, or not video, this picture, excuse me. And new Platinum WoW video, I'll look at that after this. Look at the second comment. When Asmongold is involved, you can guarantee the sponsor is going to be Keeps. It's a rule. Okay. Very fucking funny. Yeah, targeted ads. Yeah, hilarious, guys. So, how many of you guys have watched these primitive building videos? Have you guys seen these before? Like, I've watched a lot of them. I actually like them. I like these videos a lot. I think they're really cool. And so, I'm not sure how this one's going to go. I've seen this video. I have not. I'm really curious to see what this is going to be. And, we'll see. They can't be staged? Maybe so. Let's find out.
Almost every single primitive building channel is underpinned by countless different lies, and we've got tons of evidence to prove it.
Well, fuck.
Now we need to put an emphasis on the fact that this is most primitive building channels, and certainly not all of them. After sifting through forum post upon forum post about the ways in which these primitive builders lie, in order to generate sometimes up to 500 million views per video.
I remember that shit whenever it happened. Like, I feel like what my assumption is with like these primitive videos, before we actually watch the video, what my assumption is that it can be made with your hands, but it will just take way longer. So, like, they go dig, 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 and then they cut it, and then everything's dug out. So it's not that it's not possible. It's just that they don't want to do it because it takes too much time.
continued to mention one name over and over, crediting him as legitimate amongst the sea of phonies. Primitive Technology.
Yeah.
The 10.4 million
guy.
subscriber channel, which is run by an Australian named John Plant, basically invented the primitive construction genre, all the way down to the sound design of silence mixed with rainforest noises, with Primitive Technology even stating in a Reddit AMA that originally it was out of laziness in not putting narration in the videos, but then the silent format became popular, so I kept it that way. When going back to the beginning of these silent, relaxing videos, it becomes pretty obvious as to why they're credited as seeming pretty legit in terms of authenticity. Primitive Technology cuts
the reason why it's authentic is because it's so ghetto. Like, what is this filmed on? A Nokia phone? It's recorded on a Motorola Razr. So yeah, of course it's gonna be fucking authentic. He doesn't have the money to pay a construction team.
In showing how each stage of the construction is completed legitimately. For example, when examining his very first video, he shows the axe head being sharpened, a log then being cut by the axe, then the logs being crafted together in a way that feels realistic. All of this is accompanied by specific captions explaining what's going on in that very moment, alongside a full description of the build, all the way down to how long the construction process took.
And it's also like, not only that, is that he was never built, he wasn't building anything that was fucking like extravagant. It's like these other guys that like build and they both have like sticks and they like dig out things with the sticks. It's like, bro, these guys build an apartment complex. It's like, maybe not, man. But like, can somebody build something like this? Sure.
Never include swimming pools or anything over the top, yet feel impressive as they seem to be on the cutting edge of what is and isn't possible to build by hand. The legitimacy of some of his more impressive builds, such as this brick hut, can be supported by YouTube comments such as this one, which stated, "I actually know John personally. He was a really good friend. We live in the same town, although I haven't seen him since he went viral. I have fond memories of him telling us that he was building huts out bush and had no idea they were so legit, before going on to credit him as a pretty authentic guy from a personal relationship standpoint."
All of this is he's a good guy. I mean, like, what? Like, yeah, of course, everybody would expect that. 100%. Chad Zuber's another guy. Yeah, I've seen his videos too. As I said, I've watched a lot of these, and that's the guy with the long hair now. I'm pretty sure he actually looks like a caveman, pretty much. And I think that, yeah, these videos are absolutely legit. But like, what happened is, like, as soon as Primitive Technology took off, because, like, let's be honest, whenever these videos came out, everybody fucking watched them. They were massive. Everybody loved these fucking videos. So guess what everybody else did? Well, they copied the videos. That's the same thing that everybody does. The moment that something good comes out and, you know, it works, everybody else steals the idea immediately and tries to one-up the first guy that did it. So you have like, oh, these guys are building a hut. Well, we're going to build a bigger hut. This guy's building a river. We're going to build a lake. That's what happens.
Incredibly important to understand, as Primitive Technology's videos set a baseline for what should and shouldn't be achievable in a natural setting. Additionally, Primitive Technology has been kind enough to provide us with a statement, which will be referred to as we look at the channels on the other end of the spectrum, also known as the fakers. The fundamental problem with the genre is that, with so much time between camera cuts, there's plenty of time to set things up illegitimately. And with Primitive Technology's very first video receiving over 44,000 Reddit upvotes and 30 million views, it's no surprise that copycats with less integrity began to pop up left and right.
That's the thing, bro. Like, actually, I watched this one. I actually saw this exact fucking video. I didn't know this shit was fake. I thought that was badass. What do you mean this one was fake? I've seen this one, and I didn't see either one of these. No, bro, no way I got faked on.
Center. On these channels, the buildings were taller.
It's like, look at that shit, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Less integrity began to pop up left, right, and center. On these channels.
Look at that, man. Like, that's like a Fisher-Price house that you got whenever you were a kid. This is an amusement park.
The buildings were taller, the slides were longer, and the water was suspiciously more blue.
And it's a weird blue colour. Why is it so blue? Probably because they're probably spilling dye in or something. There's no reason for it to look so blue like that.
Even more interestingly, almost all of these channels range from the exact same area, being Cambodia, Thailand, or Vietnam, yet often geotag the United States, claim to be living in the United States, and have their social blade country set to the United States.
I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder fucking why. Yeah, obviously we know why.
The overall production and build quality on these channels is arguably far more impressive than the OG Primitive Technology.
That's why I don't like them as much. I like the original Primitive Technology videos more, and I like the other ones, like the Chad Zuber videos more, because it was just one hairy man out in the woods building a fort. You know, like it reminded me way more of like what it was like whenever I was a kid and I would go out into the woods and make forts. It was so like, that's why I love them.
The point where you have to ask yourself, are they really creating these structures out of mud and sticks? Well, when you do a little bit
yes and no, I think.
Research, the answer to this question is most certainly no. The best evidence for this is found when looking at a 5 million subscriber channel called Primitive Technology Idea, whose failure
bro, Primitive Technology Idea. Shamelessness. I'm sorry. Shamelessness. Wow.
Cover up the ways in which they fake their videos, make them almost comical to watch. Take for example this episode titled Building Underground Water Maze, Crocodile to the Secret Underground House and Swimming Pool, in which the first
and there's a real alligator in there?
Shot shows 2 men
Yeah, that's what they do. They dig with the stick. These are the guys.
On the surface, then in the next frame they're in an 8-foot deep trench.
Yeah.
Now, if they're digging this deep with sticks, how are they avoiding large rocks and potential tree roots from, you know, the massive line of trees seen just behind them? Are they being assisted by large machinery? Well, we'll get to that in a little bit, but first let's...
I never thought about the roots. I actually never thought about the roots. Wow, I'm a fucking idiot. Holy shit, I never thought about the roots. Wow.
Focus on the idea that it's only 2 people doing these impressively large primitive construction projects. If that's what they were attempting to portray, it probably would have been best not to include the clip where a guy in a white t-shirt can be seen working on the project in the background. Yet if it were just these 3 guys, that still wouldn't be that bad. However, further evidence suggests that they are far more help than this. At the start of the week, a community post was made on this channel in the hope that someone who had worked with one of these primitive builders would be willing to share their experience in doing so. We received countless emails which were all super helpful, yet one email stood out as being incredibly unique. That email was incredibly from one of the cameramen who works for one of these larger Southeast Asian primitive building channels. His name and the channel he works for have both been blurred out, as it'd be a little unfair for him to get in trouble for simply trying to help out, but the email began by stating, as you may have suspected, it's not as streamlined as the video would suggest. It is
I would have never guessed that. Like, I don't think it's a problem to show what can be made with like natural tools, but it is a problem to show like to mislead people into thinking that's how it was made. You see what I'm saying? Like it's still misleading.
Large operation, as you may suspect, with a large team of us behind it. After he then offered to answer any questions we had about their channel, we attempted to figure out how many different people will work on the actual construction part of the project from start to finish, to which he would respond, it is depending on the scale of the project, but no less than 1 dozen or more, before going on to explain that within his team, there is a director for the acting done. There is also a hired architect to obviously make sure the structure...
Oh my god, an architect? Bro, like what is this? Like, I just thought they had some of their friends help them out. What? A primitive architect? What are they building, the pyramids? Fuck! We've been finessed. We don't know how they made the pyramids. Actually, I thought about it. I saw this. Somebody said that, the way that they made the pyramids was that they were made before gravity was invented. So the rocks didn't weigh as much. So they were able to put them together more easily. Because they didn't have any idea of gravity back then. So they just put them up there.
Will not collapse and will last long enough to film in, and obviously afterwards many editors are involved. In case an email from someone who works from one of these primitive builders isn't enough evidence, it's time to introduce a different channel called Photo Expression, who incredibly stumbled upon one of these primitive construction sites before capturing over 8 minutes of footage with a drone. We'll refer to different parts of this footage throughout our video, but for now it can answer the question of how many people are really working on these sites. There's initially a clip where 8 different workers can be seen standing around a rectangular hole in the jungle, followed There's initially a clip where...
What? Bro, I thought this was just gonna be some emails. Like, I thought this was going to be so... Oh my God, it's like, it's irrefutable. It's right there in front of you. Holy fuck.
8 different workers can be seen standing around a rectangular hole
They're
in
right
the jungle,
there.
followed by another grainier clip from a far distance, where somewhere between 7 and 10 people can be seen building a swimming pool. If they were honest about how many people were working on each project, it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. But it should
I actually think, yeah, I agree with this. Like, I agree. If they had gone out and they had said, listen, obviously we can't make all of this ourselves. It would take too long. It's not financially viable. And so, of course, you know, like all of the work that is done, like if they went out and they said, all the work is pretty much done with primitive tools. It can be done, but you know, of course we bring some other people in just to make sure that things are done in a timely manner to avoid like rain or any sort of like other damage that could happen. Like everybody would be like, yeah, that makes sense, right? It makes sense. But like, it's the fact that they don't do that. You see what I'm saying? Then they wouldn't get the views. I think they would. Like, I think that they would. I think it would still be cool.
Noted that some of these videos specifically state,
they're you know, like primitive fucking bulldozers, primitive cranes, primitive hydraulic lifts, you know, from like back in the day, you know?
in the description that I've been working hard with my 2 friends about 100 days to completely build, when in reality it's a whole team working for only 3 to 10 days depending on the project, as mentioned in the email response from the cameraman. So if they're being untruthful about the time period as well as how many people are working on each project, what else are they lying about? Well, how about the incredible fire pits that they seem to create effortlessly? Going back to the statement made to us by Primitive Technology, he seemed to imply that maybe the fire making in their videos was fake. It's hardly surprising that he brought this up, as when you compare his meticulous method of creating fire in the wild to the fire making of these Southeast Asian primitive channels, as mentioned previously, it becomes comical.
I think that, like, so I always assumed that, like, the digging, my understanding of this, and like, I might not really know what I'm talking about here, is like my dad was in Vietnam, right? And like the soil in Vietnam is way different than the soil here in Austin, Texas. Like, I'm telling you, you're gonna go like, you go this deep in the dirt and you're gonna hit a rock. And then after you get under that rock, there's another rock. Guess what's under that? That's right, a fucking rock. It's all rocks. So I would have easily guessed, like, the being able to dig down and there not being rocks, I always attributed this to just a different culture and a different climate. You know, because it's a different environment. It's under that rock. It's rocks all the way down. Until you get to Hillary Clinton's base in the middle of the not ocean.
They slap a couple of rocks together before beginning an explosive fire on large logs with no kindling whatsoever. John went on to state,
don't they have those rocks that you can buy and you just hit them together? Like, don't you just like buy that shit at like Cabela's or some shit?
that if they've faked simpler things, then they're most certainly faking more complicated ones, which turns out to be true, as when looking at another video by Primitive Technology Idea, it becomes obvious that not only are these guys faking simple things such as fire, these guys are also faking the most labor-intensive exercise of all, the digging process itself.
Of course they are. And like the thing is,
with over 6,
like I would never, if they said like, listen bro, we're not gonna dig this whole shit out, like this would take too long. And I think it's rational to say like, okay, well, yeah, of course they're not going to dig the whole thing out, because if they did that, then it would take forever. And it could be damaged by rain, and it could just be fucked up. Like they could easily just say that, and I would have no complaints. I would be like, okay, that's cool to see how it's done. But it's not primitive if they don't. Well, you can have a bunch of people doing something. I mean, like, it's like the pyramids, right? Again, like, you can have other people doing it. It's the disingenuousness of it. But, like, here's the thing. It's Primitive Technology Idea. Let's call it what it is. This guy's just using the same name, Primitive Technology, to latch on to the SEO and get credited for what that guy did by using the same fucking channel name. That's clearly what it is. So it's like, that in itself is like, it's sus. Sure, it's sus. But like that, whenever you include it to something else, then it's bad.
63 million views begins as most do. A shirtless guy draws a big circle and begins to dig it out. Only in the next frame, suddenly there's spray paint on the ground that they forgot to rub out. Additionally, on the wall of the hole, these long smooth cuts can be seen which are completely incomparable to the cuts being made by the stick.
That's crazy.
There's a reason for this. Turns out spray paint marks weren't the only thing that they forgot to rub out, as in the minutes that follow, excavator tracks can be seen here, 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 and here. In a different video by the same follow, excavator tracks can be seen here, 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 and
that one is fucking. That one is condemning. That one is like, yep, it's right there. That's an excavator. This is like, but bro, how do you know? Because haven't you watched Ancient Aliens? They had this stuff back then. The Mayans had this stuff. So it really is actually more primitive than using the sticks. Whenever you think about it, right? Because like this is what the Ancient Aliens came down in their spaceships to help the Mayans, and they probably showed them how to make excavators too.
Here. In a different
that one is like, it's hard to tell with this one.
Video by the same channel, the same person can be seen working very hard digging out a similar hole, which to their credit contains no excavator tracks around it. One mistake they did make, however, was that they forgot to take the actual excavator out of the top right hand corner.
Oops. That's a bit of an oops. Well. I mean, I actually thought this video was going to be like, you know, it was going to be like inconclusive. It's like, oh, there's no way it's possible. I didn't expect that we would just have literal 4K photo evidence. I mean, fuck.
According to the email sent to us by the cameraman on one of these channels, approximately 70% of the digging is completed by machinery, whilst 30% is completed by hand, given how much of the work lies in simply digging.
Yeah.
But men still do plenty of digging. As you may guess, in small underground spaces, it is impossible to fit a skid steer loader in the hole. Most of the actual construction is done by a hired team of specialized builders from my understanding, and they work with only intrinsic tools. The dirt is removed by skid steer loaders and offloaded elsewhere, and skid steer loaders are used in the initial boring process, whilst incrementally we film the builders doing superficial works on the whole. The video in which the excavator can be seen in plain sight then goes on to strangely display the collection of concrete from a river, which is the exact same clip reused from the previous video. Now,
I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. Like, this is just, it's just indisputable. Holy fuck.
Now, why would they reuse the same clip twice in two different videos? Well, it's because collecting concrete from a river is completely and utterly bogus. Concrete doesn't grow in a river, according to a civil engineer who had commented on one of these videos. Earth cement, this is incredibly fake. Cement requires a precise combination of different raw materials and then receives considerable heat treatment in order to make the powder we all know and love / hate. What's even funnier...
Yeah, I thought concrete was like a chemical reaction. Is I wrong about that? It is, yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, it's not like you don't go... You don't just go and just, oh, it's in there. There's some concrete right there. It grows on concrete trees. Really, I'm sure they'll show us one of these in a video.
Is that every single one of these channels has their own unique method for creating natural concrete. This channel's concrete is simply a mix of dirt and water, which, if you think about it for 2 seconds...
I don't think that's concrete, because, like, I put dirt and water together and it didn't turn into concrete. Yeah, I feel like that's mud.
Doesn't create concrete and rather creates muddy water or mud, which is just dirt after the water dries.
Right.
This other channel gets a little bit more creative with it by taking a chunk out of a termite nest, grinding it down into powder, mixing it with water, then concreting an entire pool with
wow, they made a snake?
This small chunk of termite nest.
Like, so actually people think that they made... Bro, look at this. Like, this is straight off of like a Japanese palace. Holy fuck! They made... I feel like this dragon's about as real as the videos.
Yet neither of these compare to the fakest channel of them all, Primitive Technology Life, which decides to just skip the concrete altogether and go with good old rocks and dirt. However, that's not the only suspicious thing about this shot. You'll notice when looking at the bamboo that each branch has a suspiciously clean cut on the end. Compare this to Primitive Technology, the legitimate channel from Australia, who in one video displays what the end of a log should actually look like, and you'll notice pretty quickly that these pieces of bamboo weren't naturally cut on site. These
that is... So as somebody, like, I have bamboo growing in my yard all the time. If you want to get that type of a cut, you have to cut it with like a machete. Like, I feel like it's hard to even get that kind of a cut with a machine, because the machine will damage the little strands that I actually think that has to be cut. Like, maybe if you have like a really, really high speed saw. Yeah, the fibers. I don't know what it is. Yeah, the fibers. Depends on the machine. Yeah, I bet like a really, really high-speed machine would work.
Pieces of bamboo weren't either, which, as displayed in the video, were attached together then used to siphon water from a river to the pool. Only there was no river. Photo Expression found the exact site of this pool, then stated in his video that in reality, the closest water source was more than 6 kilometers away. Instead,
I feel like part of this video... It's like, imagine you're like 7 years old and you go on YouTube and you get a video recommended to you and it's like evidence of why Santa is not real. Like, really, I feel like that's the way that I feel about this. Is fucking bullshit.
He found a bunch of blue plastic piping attached to a tap in the ground. Going back to the email from the cameraman, the water for their channel just comes in cubic containers that is transported there. A very funny part is any scene where you see them sourcing water from some magnificent waterfall or lake, they're actually going somewhere perhaps hundreds of kilometers away and pretending to take it back.
Wow, so he doesn't even come down the chimney at all? So no, it's not even Dad that comes down the chimney. Nobody goes, okay, nobody goes down a chimney. All right, there's no reindeer, right? No, I mean, it's not just the red one. There's actually no reindeer. Okay. Like, this is fucked up, man.
The video in which Photo Expression had stumbled upon various completed primitive builds also showed that after these channels are finished building, the sites are simply left to rot. This video doesn't speak for every Southeast Asian primitive building channel, but in this particular case, rubbish was left everywhere, including, as you might guess, cement bags. But in this particular case, rubbish was left everywhere, including, as you might guess.
Bro, this is... This is fucked up, man. Like, this is absolutely fucked up. Like, I mean, you think about, like, what really all this has been. You know, co-opting the guy's SEO, pretending to having a building crew, using excavators, pretending like you're bringing water from, like, a nearby lake, and it's actually some fucking... a river, I mean. And it's some... like, holy shit. And they're littering.
Cement bags. The fact that the videos are fake isn't the most concerning. It's the destruction of the land that's concerning. Now, if this was public...
I wouldn't even give a shit about that. Like, I mean, people can build and do what they want with the land. It's up to that. But, like, don't fucking litter. Quit fucking littering and throwing shit around. Well, yeah, I think people can dig up the dirt. Like, that dirt... But, yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. You should be able to dig up the dirt. If it's your land, you should be able to dig up the dirt. Like, what's wrong with that? I don't know, is that crazy? Yeah, they mean the littering. Yeah, the littering is the problem, not the actual building itself. Such a weird distinction. What?
Rainforest, you could probably consider this a pretty big deal, but according to the cameraman's email, at least on their channel, every build is done on privately owned land, which is leased for the purposes of the video. If this is...
Never mind. Fuck. yeah, man.
Is the case, maybe Photo Expression is in the wrong for snooping around and filming on someone else's property. We're kidding, of course, but if the builds are being completed on privately owned land, it's a little narcissistic to comment on what they should and shouldn't do with it. Primitive technology, the original legitimate Australian...
I would agree. I will agree with that in terms of what they build and don't build on their land, but I still find it to be irresponsible to have a bunch of litter around on there. The reason why is that it is an ecosystem. There is something that is, I don't know if you guys have heard of this. It's actually the bane of all balding men's existence. It's called wind. And wind blows things around. Also, the plastic decomposes and it goes into the dirt, and then it will eventually go into the water stream. It's not good.
Channel put it best in his email to us when he said, "My advice to people who really want to know if the techniques on display are legitimate is to put them into practice and see. If you can follow the steps and get a similar result, then it's probably legit." He added that these corner-cutting channels are motivated by money and status alone, rather than a true interest in primitive technology. But wanting to stay out of internet drama will leave it up to the discerning viewer to decide what's real and what's not.
The problem is that there's basically nothing about this that is real. It's not like one of the situations where it's like, you know, they did that one thing, but for the most part, it's not that bad. Holy fuck, man. Great video. Yeah, this is, it's nuts. Like, the whole fucking, like, I mean, this was the, where the fuck was it? Where's the fucking video of the drone? Like, I'm gonna go back to the fucking video of the drone. That's what really made me mauled so goddamn much. Oh, here we go.
People are really working on these sites.
Look at this. They're right there. They're fucking right there. It's just a fucking team of people that are sitting there. Jesus, same with the restoration videos. They're so fake. I don't know. Yeah, they've got an architect. These photos could be anyone. You have no proof. Yeah, you never know, man. They could, bro, maybe this was another primitive technology channel trying to frame this primitive technology channel for making fake videos. Oh, dude. You know what this reminds me a lot of? It reminds me of, like, remember the fucking 2015 era of YouTuber pranks where it's like, oh, man, going up to girls and asking for their number, and it's some fucking douchebag with his hat on sideways wearing fucking shutter shades because it was back in 2013, 14, 15, and he's like, hey girl, can I get your number? And he like pulls his shirt up, right? And he's been working out, and she's like, yeah. And then they find out it was fucking fake. And it killed the entire genre. That's the problem. It's like the prank videos, some of them were fucking funny. Some of them were fucking funny. And like now we have this video, and like also I've seen some of these other ones. Where the fuck did he link it here? I don't know where it is. I'm getting so upset about this because like I've watched these, I've watched so many of these. I've watched an incredible amount of these videos. Like this one here. Where is it?
Reddit upvotes right and
I watched I watched that one. I thought that one was so fucking cool, man, because it reminded me of the fucking Shire. Yeah, I thought that was badass. I love this video, and now to build something back here, dude. So what we did is we built like we dug a really big hole whenever we were kids. And that was about it. Yeah, that was about it. It looks legit though. Maybe it is, but it looks really fucking cool. It's not fake. It better not be fucking fake. Yeah, like I always thought that this was like, I mean, like this stuff was a little bit sus, you know? But like I always chalked it up to like, listen, two fucking guys that are living in Indonesia or some shit, they come up with this. What else are they gonna do? You know what I mean? Like maybe they just really like doing this stuff. And it's like, I mean, I don't fucking know. I had no idea. Like I thought, yeah, maybe they're fake, maybe they're not. It didn't really affect me. But like, fuck, man. Either way, it's still cool as fucking entertaining. It is, but it's also misleading. You know what I mean? Like, they're telling you it's going to be one thing, and it's actually another thing. It's real, my dude. Yeah, and they go through the entire process. I've watched a lot of this stuff too, okay, guys? I get really into it. It reminds me of the old days whenever I'd go out in the woods in winter and, you know, build a fort with my friends. And, you know, we never had... Dude, if these videos were around whenever I was a kid... Like, I would be doing this shit. I would be going out there and just buying that shit like crazy. It's just like pro wrestling. Yeah, but the difference is, like, I never gave a fuck about pro wrestling, so it didn't bother me whenever I found out that it was fake. Yeah, I mean, it's just visual ASMR. I don't know, man. I'm just, yeah, this is like, what these videos are, I mean, like, let's be honest, right? These videos are, they're like... These building videos are like makeup tutorials for men. That's what they are. This is what guys, like, they're like, man, this is so badass. Like, yeah, I want to go back over here. No, that's the way I feel like with it. Exactly. So on point, yeah, like all the time. And you see like the comments and you watch one of these videos where it's like, you know, 4 fucking gray bearded men go and they build a Viking house out in the woods. And there's just a bunch of other fucking men with like gray beards and fucking sunglasses with a beanie on saying, good one, brother. I like that. Yeah, we've got one of those over in my place too. Every fucking time. Yeah, try winter bushcraft videos. I've seen a lot of these. Yeah, just guys being dudes. Can we get an OTK primitive technology stream? I will have you know, I actually suggested that idea. I love the idea of putting each individual OTK member out in the wild and having them survive, give them like 2 or 3 tools and have them survive overnight and see what they do to survive. I thought this was a great fucking idea. You know, I have to make sure there's no snakes and shit like that. But overall, I would fucking love this. I think it'd be a badass idea. And then I thought of the reality, which would be S-Fan might not be able to figure out what to do, so he would just sleep on the dirt. Like, there would be, like, no tent or anything like that. I could totally imagine him doing that. Because, why do I imagine that? Because S-Fan, the first house he bought in Austin, he had a blow-up mattress that he didn't even have in his bedroom. He just put it out in the living room, and he would pass out on the blow-up mattress. Yeah, that's content. Yeah, someone will die. Well, I mean, that would be a good clip, right? Shit. Let's go over. I want to watch this one too, because obviously we talked a little bit about the Andrew Tate situation. And I saw this video, somebody linked it to me, inside the toxic world of self-help, hustle culture, toxic positivity, addiction, and fake gurus. I want to see what this is. Dying is TOS? Yeah, but they can't ban you. That's it. And feeling better after the food poisoning. I am, I'm to a certain degree running on fumes, to be honest with you. But I am doing okay, and it's all right. Santa is real, dude. OTK Survival Night. Pro wrestling isn't fake. I don't give a fuck if it's fake or not. Like, I mean, can we just admit that it's not as real as people make it out to be? Like, that's all I'm really trying to say. Like, I still think it's funny whenever they do stuff, right? Yeah, that's all there is to it. Yeah, it can't be banned if you're dead. All right, let's go. Let's watch this. But yes, I thought the primitive technology OTK camping idea was fucking great. Because my opinion of camping is like, it's already going to be uncomfortable and fucking shitty. Like, I've never slept in a tent and woken up and not been fucked. One way or another. You slept on a rock, you slept too wrong, like your shoulder hurts. It never fucking happens. Here we go. Let's watch this one. I'm really curious. Actually, let me link this video. Sonny's videos are fucking amazing. I've been watching them ever since he had, like, I don't know, like 200,000 or 300,000 subscribers. His channel is growing incredibly fast, and he deserves every subscriber. Make sure to subscribe. He makes great videos. They're very short. They're to the point. And as you can see here, there's actual evidence. They're fucking great, guys. And see? Wait, what's C? Oh, I did the wrong video. Okay, give me a second. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Okay, here we go. You didn't link the video. I did, I think, but I don't know if I had done it before. Yeah, there's a video. And that's the charm of sleeping in a tent. Yeah, that's not my thing. All right, toxic self-help. Here we go.
I still remember how it started. It was 4 years ago. I just finished a normal day of school and went to meet up with one of my best friends.
That was one of the best movies. Like 21 Jump Street, the one with Channing Tatum and Jonah Hill, was actually fucking phenomenal. It was so fucking good. Like Channing Tatum, I always thought of him as like, oh, it's just like fucking romance comedy guy. Like, who gives a fuck? Bro, he was so good. Holy shit, he was so good.
As I approached him outside the school gates, I noticed a book in his hands. And me being the curious kid that I was, asked him what he was reading.
What's
the
that?
front cover looked ugly. It was an obnoxious red with a font that didn't look quite right. But what fascinated me was the title. How to Win Friends and Influence People.
My mom bought me this book. She said, you might need this. I said, nope. I never read that book. I said, I don't need that. I ain't gonna hear any of their fucking bullshit. Nope, no shot.
Took me a whole year of procrastinating before I finally decided to do it. I ordered Dale Carnegie's book from Amazon and I started reading.
Okay.
And just like that, I was hooked. Self-development consumed me. I signed up to the local gym. I started paying attention to what I was eating. I started scheduling my days out. I started taking my passion for acting at the time.
What a loser! What is this bullshit?
More seriously, I read book after book after book.
What?
I followed all the gurus I was told to follow. Meditating, taking cold showers, reading affirmations to myself, visualizing my goals. I read more, I exercised more, I hustled more.
And?
I felt more confident and motivated than I had ever felt before. This is it. I told myself this is what my life had been missing. Everything was perfect.
See, that's not the way it works for me. Yeah, I don't do that. And then?
At least, that's what I wanted people to think. The world of self-development had changed many things for me, but there were some glaring issues. Issues that I had to come face to face with. And let this video be a warning to those of you that are looking to improve your life or situation wherever you're at. I've been wanting to make this video since starting this channel, and I've finally plucked up the courage to do it. So
I remember there was a tweet about this that I really liked a lot, and I don't have the tweet on hand, but it was like it was like a quote from like a guy who is like the youngest VP at his marketing company. And so it's like things that he did, right? Is like wake up at 4:30 in the morning, take cold showers, thank God that you're in this position, work out before 7 a.m., go to bed at 9 p.m. And then the bottom one was dad owns the marketing company. And I saw this, and it was just so fucking funny because it's just so raw and so true, man. Yep, there we fucking go.
Ready to sit back, relax, and join me
I'm
as
ready.
we dive into the toxic world of self-development.
Let's see it. See, the worst part about the self-development stuff is the fact that, like, it's a thing where it's like a 50-50. It's like you're eating, so instead of like ketchup and mustard, you're eating ketchup and dick cheese. So, but there's ketchup in there, and there's some, ketchup is good. But like if you have ketchup and dick cheese at the same time, you don't want it. Oh, what? Oh, that's too upsetting? Okay, ketchup and gasoline. You want to eat that instead? How about car oil? This video is based on personal journey. I have no doubt that others have different experiences than me, so keep that in mind whenever watching. Okay, sure. Of course. Where it began. Okay.
Hey. Are you looking to improve your life?
No.
Do you want to change your current situation?
No.
Have you had enough of having enough?
Absolutely not.
Do you want more happiness?
No.
Money?
No.
Do you want to be liked?
Okay.
Do you want people to notice you more?
No.
Hi.
Do you want to prove them wrong? The people that you know don't believe you can achieve something great? This is where it begins.
No.
At least for me, it started here. The reason I procrastinate...
I find that to just be like such a stupid and pathetic way to live your life. Because even whenever you're doing that, you're living your life and you have all these goals, and all of those goals are still in the context of another person. They're still in the context of a person who is not yourself. So it's like anybody who ever has these goals, and it's like, oh, well, I have to prove this person wrong. I have to, you know, get girls to like me. It's like none of it is like, you're just fucking begging for attention. You're just begging for people to like you. It's like how it's so pathetic.
On buying Dale Carnegie's book was because I never felt the need to. That was until my first year of college. For whatever reason, I struggled to fit in and find my place in that first year. Although
I did too. It was hard for me to make friends in college too. Because like in high school, like I really hated college, to be honest with you, because everybody came there to learn. High school was fun. Nobody was there to learn. We were there to have fun. College sucked. Nobody's throwing paper balls. There's no paper clips being thrown at the professor whenever he turns around. You know, there's no penis game. Who says penis the loudest before it draws attention to yourself, you know? Fuck, it's awful.
Technically, I had friends. There was this underlying sense of loneliness, like I just wasn't myself. I was constantly worried about what other people were thinking of me, and I had this unhealthy desire to be liked by everyone. Then it got to a point where I said enough was enough. I didn't like feeling the way I did, so I decided to make a change, and that is what brought me to the world of self-help.
I think that's what happens, because like you think about like what is the framework for whenever this happens to somebody. You know, your first year of college, you're either 18, 19, or 20 probably. That is like one of the most vulnerable times for a guy, because you're old enough to be able to do anything you want, but you're not skilled enough to do anything that you want. And so you're not taken seriously because there's no reason to take you seriously. You're an 18-year-old idiot who had a 2.1 GPA in high school, or a 3.5. Who cares? Right? At even high school, it just depends. So this is the way that guys like this get hooked into it. I think it's especially guys, because they're in a place where they feel like they're inadequate. I think there's a lot of guys that do that.
This context is important to note, because one of the biggest reasons for someone wanting to improve themselves is because they have a sense of dissatisfaction with where they're currently at.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that sentiment. Wanting to change your current situation because you're unhappy with it is a very powerful thing to do. The problem here lies in your vulnerability. If you're in a dark place and you're looking to get out of it, you can be susceptible to certain problems. Self-development has...
exactly. People are looking for a solution. They're looking for somebody to tell them that it's not their fault, it's somebody else's fault, and here's how to get around it.
There's a nice lure to it, doesn't it? A world of people trying to be better versions of themselves.
Yep.
A world where you take control over your life and decisions. A world that makes you feel like you're making progress, like you're maturing and doing what nobody else is. This is it, you tell yourself. Whilst everyone else is partying and indulging in short-term pleasures, I'm going to be working on myself.
Yeah.
It feels great, doesn't it? You feel better about yourself, don't you?
While you were partying, I was studying the blade.
It feels like you've climbed right out of that dark place you were just in.
Yep.
You've taken the bait, you've trusted a new voice in your head, and that is when you become blind to the traps that lie in wait.
Okay, here we go. Addiction? Oh, shit.
Self-help makes you feel good, there's no doubt about it. There's this amazing feeling of satisfaction that I felt after finishing the final page of every self-help book that I read. I had a rise in motivation. I felt like I just completed the level of some video game and my character had just leveled up. You see, after every self-help book that you read, after every self-help video that you watch, there is a surge of dopamine that rises straight into your brain. That feeling of accomplishing something after reading each book made me feel incredible. And after finishing that self-help book, I would go straight onto Amazon and order a bunch of new ones.
What the fuck? People do this? I've never heard of this. This is insane. This is what people do. They didn't accomplish anything.
cycle would repeat itself many times over. Buy a new book, feel a strong sense of motivation after reading it, and then buy another book, and on and on and on it went. If you still don't see the problem with what's going on here, let's take a look at the addictive side of dopamine. The reason anything becomes addictive is not because of the thing itself. The reason someone becomes addicted to a drug is not the drug, it's what the drug does to your brain. That rush of dopamine is what gets you hooked. And make no mistake, it is easy to get hooked to self-help. Whether orchestrated or not, the self-help world can put you under a massive illusion, the illusion of progress. After reading that book, you feel accomplished. After attending that seminar, you feel accomplished. After watching that self-help video, you feel accomplished. You feel like...
Bro, this is so, like, to me, this is just, like, so alien. Like, it's so alien to me. Like, I can't understand it at all. Like, I've read certain books and I felt like, for example, there have been things that I've read in books and I've thought to myself or read online, that's really smart, I'm going to do that next time. I've had that happen, but like, it's one thing. Like, I don't feel good whenever I finish it.
Like you've achieved something great and have done something really productive. That motivation lingers in your system, urging you to buy the next book, attend the next seminar, watch the next video. It's only when you take a second to pause and reflect when you realize nothing has changed. One of my favorite authors, MJ DeMarco, has a concept in his book called action faking, which is doing things that make you feel like you've accomplished something even though no actual progress has been made. It's that weird urge you get to clean your room when an important assignment is due. It's creating a schedule and then calling it a day's work once you're finished. It's reading about business but never actually starting one. It's buying the business cards instead of actually picking up the phone and making a sale. Action faking is an even more lethal...
No, this is very, very true. Like, how many of you guys have had somebody who like, you know, they're trying to start a business or they're trying to get started with something like this, right? And like, they don't do anything that's actually productive with it. All they do is they just talk about like making the website. Like, oh, we're going to make the website. Who gives a fuck about the website? Who gives a fuck about the name? Like, that's not it. Like NFTs? Well, that's different because there's never a product, right? There's never a product. But like, this is the same thing. Buying games and not playing them. It's so weird.
Form of procrastination because you're tricking yourself into thinking that you're actually making progress. So let this be your first warning. You don't need to read every self-help book out there or attend every seminar or buy every online course or listen to every business podcast. There's a time when you're doing too much consuming and the action that needs to be taken is postponed. This is the first trap that so many people get themselves into, and it has dramatic consequences at the end of it all. An empty wallet, a whole bunch of temporary motivation, and a gut-wrenching realization in the back of your mind that knows you haven't achieved anything yet. You haven't made any progress. You only got better at convincing yourself that you did.
Holy fuck.
But behind this self-help addiction is something more sinister.
What's this?
Because on the back of your constant purchases and your constant chasing of motivation, someone is profiting. Someone is winning. Question is, who?
Well, that's what it is. Yeah, it's guys, and this is the thing. This is like the Andrew Tate or like fucking Gary Vee or any of these things. It's like all these motivational quotes that these people put on Instagram or something like that. Bobby's winning. Yeah, the publishers are winning. The guys that are selling the books. It's just like I personally don't understand how somebody can get convinced of this. I don't get it.
Here's something you might not know. The self-help...
Yeah, how to be... That's somebody said in chat. That's it. Yeah, how to be a millionaire? Oh, sell a bunch of books on how to become a millionaire. Then you become a millionaire. It's like a multi-level marketing scheme.
Industry is estimated to be worth $13.6 billion by 2022 with 5.6% average yearly gains. To put it lightly, people are making bank off of self-development. The selling of books, seminars, online programs, podcasts, blogs, coaching, live speaking events are some of the main mediums used. So why does this matter? I remember being obsessed with certain gurus when I started getting into this. I happily would take out my wallet and spend money on their books, their products, and continue consuming their content with a smile on my face and that all too familiar feeling of artificial motivation. The thing is, I never questioned their motives. I saw the self-development world as a secret community that I was a part of, a community of other individuals looking to better themselves. Sure, these gurus were making money, but they were providing so much value in return. They were trying to make my life better, right? Pause. This type of naive thinking becomes problematic when you're dealing with an industry that is worth billions. You are more profitable to the self-help industry unhappy and discontent than you are happy and fulfilled.
Well, remember, no shit. It's like if you actually solve the problems in your life, then you're not going to buy any more books. Duh. I mean, yeah, duh. That's the way it goes. You're literally the problem if you buy them. I think that there's just a lot of people that, and the thing is that like you're looking for, again, I think it's one of the most vulnerable groups of people is like young adult guys, you know, ages like I'd say 16 to 25, somewhere around there. Think about how many of the shootings that like not just the school shootings, but just shootings in general are by young guys at that age. And obviously like women have the same problem, but it doesn't manifest in violence as often as it does with men, is that men become, I think that very, very like insecure about themselves. They don't know how to act, they don't know how to behave, etc. It's really bad, and that's why it happens, is that these guys are naive and they get taken advantage of. And I think that the reason why they're looking for the books in the first place is because they're naive and getting taken advantage of, right? So it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
When we talked about how you have to come from a place of being dissatisfied with yourself in order to want to improve your life, or the business.
So somebody said toxic gender norms manifesting. Look at violent crime. Look at violent crime. How many crimes are committed? Violent crimes committed by men versus women. How many murders are committed by men versus women? It's statistics. Like it's just, these are what the numbers are. Like I don't deal with your feelings. Shut up. Quit being a baby.
Of self-help knows that. In fact, they rely on that feeling of inadequacy to pull you in.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're very aware of how addicting self-help can be. A combination of you feeling inadequate and you getting a small high every time you consume self-help content turns you into an avid consumer of their products.
Oh my
and make
God.
no mistake, many of these gurus will continue to make product. After all, it's their own self-help addicted core fan base that are urging them to produce more and more products. And then you fall into the trap of looking for the next big thing, a trap that further adds to your consuming instincts. You think to yourself that you just need
that's
more thing before you find the secret, before everything
changes.
The
NFTs,
the next big
man.
secret to losing weight, the next best business model to land yourself in the world of financial freedom, the new hidden secret to unlocking your charismatic self, the one meditation trick that will unlock your third eye, and so on and so on.
I feel like those are just like literal fucking pictures I see on Instagram. Do this one thing, it's gonna be fine. The next big MMO will make me happy. Think about that. Yeah.
So on. And as you continue consuming, thinking to yourself, this time things are going to be different, your wallet continues to dry up and you never truly find yourself progressing or improving yourself. No, all you've done is made yourself a consumer of the self-help industry. So here's your next warning. The self-help industry is a huge business, and it is reliant on you not being content for you to continue consuming the goods and services that it produces.
That's a
Be
good point.
careful. Question
very good
your
point.
favorite gurus. Question the real value of the books and the courses and the seminars that you attend. Ask yourself, do I really need to be told to write down my goal 7 different times in 7 different books from 7 different gurus? Ask yourself, have I consumed more from this industry than I have actually put into action?
Holy shit, man. Fucking Ty Lopez. Yeah. Well, this is the thing, right? That's what I said before about like these self-help things, is that like a lot of what they say is not completely wrong. Like it's important to do certain things that they say, and it's like it wouldn't work if it was just completely wrong and completely off base. The reason why it works is because it's half and half. That's what the difference is. Yeah, it's not 100% fake. It's important to read. It's important to know things, but it's also important to do things. Does this do the same thing? Any information is. It's whether it's actionable or not.
I felt amazing after that first year of discovering self-help. The amount of confidence that I had in myself skyrocketed. I was happier than I had ever been. I wasn't looking back anymore. The old, lonely, wanting to be liked by everyone else version of me, that was gone. The unhappy me, that wasn't there anymore. I was someone new. I felt like someone new. I didn't ever want to go back to feeling like I did before. I'm going to be successful is what I told everybody. And at that...
See, I had that happen to me too, but it happened the opposite way. See, like for me, it was like an ego death. Because like I used to have like a, you know, I was really concerned with how people would look at me, how people would see me. And then whenever I got to high school, like I couldn't fit in. I didn't like it. I didn't like a lot of things, right? It didn't work. And like after a while, like it was so bad that I just came to accept it and just be confident about who I am. And the same thing happened to me with my stream. Is that I used to be very, you know, uncomfortable about being like as skinny as I am. I used to be very uncomfortable about, you know, my hairline receding. And then, to be honest, people making fun of me constantly made me just get used to it. Because it doesn't matter if you wear a hat, you're still fucking balding. You can wear a long sleeve shirt, but you're still skinny as fuck. And it's like at this point, like, yeah, I like you guys know I'm missing teeth. Like it didn't happen because I read a book. It happened because you can't hide who you are. And that's it. Yeah, it accepted your fate. Yeah, I've accepted a lot of things, and it is what it is. And as I said before, I said this yesterday whenever I did that video or the day before. Is I look at my life and I assume that every bad thing that happens to me is my fault. Like I work off of that assumption. Is like teeth are bad, you drink too much fucking soda, you didn't brush your teeth whenever you were a kid. You know, you're too skinny? Yeah, no shit, you're too skinny, you don't work out. You know, like, and that's the way that I look at everything. And I never look at it as like this is some external factor that's like holding me down. I always look at it for myself. When are you selling some books? I'm not selling books. Fuck that. It's toxic to a degree. Everything's toxic to a degree. You drink too much water, you'll drown.
Time success for me was becoming one of the world's best actors. But of course, this is never how reality plays out. It sounds really silly, but at the time I truly felt like I was going to be happy forever, or at least in this constant state of motivation. Self-development is its own bubble. You're surrounded with positive messages. Everyone's telling everyone you're all going to be successful.
Jesus.
All your gurus are making posts about being happy and blocking out those negative thoughts. But just like
Bro, I love these like millionaire, billionaire mindsets. Like, and it's you know, it's run by some like 22-year-old kid that read, you know, a few of these self-help books and they just come up with like random quotes.
Bubble, there's always a burst. And my burst came when I started losing my passion for acting.
Why'd that happen?
In that moment, it seemed like my whole world was turning upside down. Since I was a kid, I told everyone that this was my dream, this was my passion. That I was never going to quit being an actor, because that's what self-help taught me to do, never quit. I had made myself out to be this person who was destined to be successful, someone who had all their shit together, and now, as my passion began to falter, I was left with this deep sense of dread and doubt. And I never said a word to anyone, not for a long time. I tried to convince myself that I wasn't losing my passion, that I had everything in check as I always had, that nothing had changed. Why, you might ask? Because in this bubble of self-development, surrounded by positive messages, I was made to believe that negative thoughts about quitting were wrong. And even worse, I felt like if I accepted those feelings of unhappiness with what I was doing, I would go back to being the old version of me, the version of me before self-help. It took me a whole year of inner self-talk and debate until I finally realized I had to come to terms with quitting. And I had to accept a truth that the world of self-development was trying to hide from me. There will always be struggle, and that's okay. It's okay to not be okay. Amidst this...
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good, that's a good insight. Is like, yeah, people try to live their life and like, nobody's going to record and show people the bad times. You know what I mean? Like, nobody does that. That's why I never deleted any of my videos, my old videos that are bad or stupid or whatever. Like, a lot of people do that, but I never did that because I think that people deserve to see the real, this is what it was really like. This wasn't some sort of, like, you know, fucking magic event that occurred. This is what it really was. Now, I think that somebody, like, it's a service that's never given to people that get into this stuff. They never get into it at all. And it's okay and not be okay. Yeah, it's no one's life is perfect. Yeah, it's the authenticity. I think it's very important because people don't ever see that nowadays.
Of people spouting the same positive, optimistic, good vibes messages, I realized that the actual meaningful things are created through struggle.
I think that is, I am not a fan of the fetishization of struggle and turmoil. I do not think this is a fundamentally good thing. I don't like the idea. It's like, you know, people have the mindset, well, if you're fighting hard enemies, it means you're going the right way. I don't like that either. I think that it's being oriented in a way that struggle does not deter you from where you want to go. Like, yeah, it's warped stoicism. Yeah, that's actually a really good way to say it. I agree with that. That's why I don't take cold showers. I don't like them.
Rich people don't sleep 8 hours a day. That's a third of your life.
If you want it, if you want this, it's work.
Work like hell. I mean, you just have to put in...
To be fair, if Elon Musk is saying this guy he owns like 3 or 4 companies. He puts a lot of effort into stuff, right? But like the people that I find to be very sus are the ones that don't really have any real credibility outside of the fact that they sell self-help stuff. Yeah, he's got like 10 kids. Yeah, Elon works his fucking ass off.
80 to 100 hour
Start with millions?
Every week.
Yeah, and he's got billions.
The hustle muscle. And he's like, what? I said, I got the hustle muscle.
Right.
Work.
Hard work. Working hard.
Work hard.
Hard work. Work harder. Work hard. Hard work.
Hard work.
I do think that working hard is important. I will not advocate that it is bad. Elon is a con artist. Guys, I mean, anybody that turned $1,000 into $1 million would be considered great. Anybody that turns $1 million into $1 billion, I think, is impressive. Please, there are some people that work hard and they are successful. Like, I know that people have like this like massive fucking like cult of personality for Elon Musk, or they have like this massive hate boner for him that try to invalidate every single thing that he's done. He's clearly been successful in a number of things. He's done very well. And to say that he doesn't work hard is ridiculous. Now, is every single thing that somebody does an outcome directly of their own actions, or is it something that comes from, you know, external forces coming together to be beneficial to them? The fact is that both of these things are true. You know, you have to work very hard. There are people that were in his position that aren't where he is right now. And there's people that work really hard and are also not in his position either. It's common sense. And yeah, marketing contract thief. There are a lot of people out there that work hard and they get over however they can. And this is something that, like, again, this is something they don't tell you. But a lot of the times, the way that people succeed is they break the rules. They break the rules with impunity. And that's why they get ahead, is because they're playing by a different rule set. It's that simple. Yeah, and nobody's going to tell you that. Nobody's going to say that to you because it might sound bad, but that's what it is almost every time. That's what my dad taught me. You know, whenever I was a kid, he pointed. We were at the Blazer laser tag here in Austin. He points at the fucking sign of all the rules. And he says, "You see that?" And I said, "Yeah." He's like, "That's what you've got to do to win." I won. Yeah, he was right. That's the thing. He was fucking right.
In this new world of Instagram entrepreneurs, fake gurus, and humble bragging, a whole new culture has been formed. and it runs deep in much of the self-help world. The term hustle has become a buzzword, and even I'm guilty of using it. This idea of grinding, working harder than everyone else, being productive every second of the day is a principle that has become well taught in the self-help community. Now
I think that working hard is very important. Dedicating your time and your effort to something is extremely important. I'm not going to go and say that this is not important. This is extremely hard to do. It's a nebulous phrase, though. I think that it is more important to work smart, but the best thing to do, and what everybody that is very successful does, probably, is both. You have to work hard and you have to work smart. Like, this is not two ends of a spectrum. These are two different spectrums. Yeah, you have to have focus. Exactly. I think that working hard is extremely important. We'll see what his take on it is.
To be clear, I'm not saying that working hard is a bad thing. If you're trying to be successful at anything in a relatively crowded market, you are going to have to work hard at the right thing.
There it is.
The problem with hustle culture is that it's about working hard for the sake of working hard.
I completely agree with this. If you take your forehead and you try to hammer a nail through a piece of wood, it's not any more virtuous than using a hammer. You just end up with a fucking bloody head and probably a headache. Yeah, you don't ever work hard for the sake of working hard. I remember my dad, the other day, I went out and I tried to cut down a fucking tree trunk this big with a wood shop saw, because I was like, oh, I can do it. I'll just work really, really hard. Bro, like, I actually had to sit down for like 10 minutes after that. I was gassed the fuck up. And my dad was like, why didn't you just use the other saw? And I'm like, I didn't know. I didn't want to use it. I looked like a fucking idiot. Didn't he just use the pole saw? He goes, zzz. Okay. All right, you want to get food? Yeah, I was just being a dumbass.
It's become this romanticized concept. It's about sounding like you're busy and working towards success, even though you're not achieving anything.
Exactly.
It feels good to pretend that you're hustling, but I can guarantee you that the people who are bragging about working hard and hustling online are actually doing a whole lot of procrastination and action faking. And
well,
then
it's not just that. It's the people that are actually working hard are working hard. They're too busy working hard and doing what they want to be tweeting and posting about how hard they're working.
Those that are actually working every single hour of the day trying to make something work for themselves, because that's what hustle culture taught them is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
But that is also problematic. Working hard is one piece of the puzzle. Working hard at the right thing is the final piece of that puzzle.
That's right.
There are two immediate problems with working hard 24/7 that I have found. The first is being at risk of burnout, a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by excessive, prolonged stress.
This happens a lot. I mean, this has happened to me too. I think it happens to everybody. I think that people, the people that are most affected by burnout are people that do something that they do something that they love. Because you don't have a escape from work, because work is what you love to do. So you no longer have an escape from like, oh, I'm going to go do this instead or go do something else. It's just work, and then you work some more. Like, that's it. So streaming, I think that, I've gotten burned out with things before for sure. I mean, it's very hard. And the way that I avoid having any problems is, again, I have a very toxic outlook on this thing, right? I view everything as my fault and nothing really matters. So it doesn't matter really what happens or if bad things happen to you, because who cares? You're going to die anyway, and none of it'll really matter. Like, that is probably one of my main and by the way, this is not something you should do. This is one of my main motivating factors, is that it doesn't matter what you lose, it doesn't matter what it takes, it doesn't matter how you feel, none of it matters, because even the outcome doesn't matter. Nothing does. So just do it. Yeah, that's all I've done, and it's not a very positive way of looking at things, but I think that whenever I looked at it another way, it was even worse.
working hard at the wrong thing. You could have a fitness blog and be working on that 24/7, updating it with new posts and new posts, but the chances of you actually getting somewhere are very slim. There are thousands
I always really feel bad for people that put like a lot of work into their videos or a lot of work into like whatever they're doing, and they just never really see any tremendous success. You know, people that stream for years and they have like 10 viewers or something like that. Like, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, for me, whenever I went into starting streaming, you know what I did? I looked at Athene, and I looked at Kriparian, and I looked at Rekful. Those were the three people that I aggregated a lot of my inspiration for how I would stream from. You know, I like Kriparian with his very relaxed and just like, you know, he's just the calm, collected, fucking like master wizard or master at that time barbarian that just knows exactly what to do. Athene with his just outrageous fucking antics, and Rekful with just being insanely fucking good and really smart. And I looked at each of those three guys and I was like, this is okay. Like I wanna try to base what I do off of an aggregate of these three, and that's how I move forward with it, and that's what I did. I was very deliberate with how I did this.
Fitness blogs out there, it would be really difficult for you to find your own unique selling point. That blog isn't solving any real problems, and if you had just taken the time out of your hustling to reflect on your strategy, you would have noticed that sooner. But instead you continue to work hard thinking that that is all you need to be successful. Once more, the darker sides of the self-help industry revolve around casting a shadow over your eyes, making you feel as though you've accomplished something when you actually haven't, keeping you hooked to the next product and the next product, or in the case of hustling, keeping you attached to the idea that advice like working hard encompasses everything it takes to be successful.
Exactly. It doesn't. It never does. Of course not, right? Somebody says, don't forget timing is everything. You started streaming before Twitch became saturated with streamers who are all looking to quit their day jobs. I can guarantee you that you're going to know the name of somebody in 6 months or a year who heard your advice and said, that's bullshit, I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah, you're going to know. You don't know their name today, but you will in 6 months or a year. You don't make excuses.
It's a facade, and the darker sides of the self-help industry rely on you believing in the illusion to stay profitable.
Exactly. It's young guys looking for a dad. I think that's a good part of it too, because they don't have like a proper father figure.
I realize that this video has probably left some of you feeling a little confused about what you should do and what advice you should listen to. I obviously don't have all the answers, but I can say that the things that have genuinely helped me out in my life so far are going to the gym and eating healthier, going to bed earlier and waking up earlier, writing my goals down for the week, the month, or the year, but with an understanding that these things may or may not change over time, meditating, and reading books that are actually practical and help me out with whatever situation I'm facing. Hands down, two of the greatest books that I've ever read are The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle and Unscripted by MJ DeMarco. With both...
Yeah, see, I don't know about any of that stuff. Like, I never have read any of those books. Like, I feel like if you read a book, like every book that I've read or every bit of information that I've read, I only expect to get, if I'm lucky, 1, and if I'm extremely lucky, 2 useful bits of actionable information out of it. That's it. That's it. Like, get one thing out of it. And yeah, garbage. You guys didn't like that. Well, let's finish the video first, then we'll talk about it, okay? I think this video was pretty fair, and also, like, you've got to keep in mind, this video is it's told in first person, right? It's not an objective look on it. It's his experience with it, which is it's a different thing.
Those books, I never felt like they were trying to get me hooked to a product or that they were just trying to give me a sense of artificial motivation. But with all that being said, let this video be a warning for the traps that might lie in wait if you do decide to get into the self-help industry. And if you do decide to make that decision and go through that journey, just make sure not to fall into the same traps that I did.
Yeah, exactly. That's where he's coming from. It's his.
So thank you for watching, but stop. Do not click off the video just yet. I know you're sick and tired of YouTube people giving you the monologue of like the video, comment down below, share share
you're
it
gonna
with your
do it
friends,
anyway.
subscribe, and whilst I recommend you do those things, I do want to take the time to say thank you dearly for watching till the end of this video. I put a huge amount of effort into creating these videos, and I love doing it. So if you enjoy these sort of documentary style videos on business, finance, and life in general, do feel free to check out my other content. I really think you'll. Do feel free to check out some of my other content. I really think you'll enjoy it. It is still early days for this channel, but I've got a lot of exciting stuff planned, so do stay tuned for that. And if you've got any advice, suggestions, or anything in between, feel free to comment below. I try to respond to it all. And with all that being said, I really hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. All together now, hand to head, salute.
I like this video a lot. I actually think it was really good. I think it was thoughtful, and it was also personal, right? I mean, it was a personal video. And well, let's see. But you're different, and you're not selling anything away. Well, everybody is different. Everybody's selling something. The thing is that it's like everybody is always trying to sell something and get you to give them money. Like, this is not a secret. It's not like some level of insight that you have now unlocked with your third eye that you can see the world for what it is. This is clearly what it is, and this is all there is to it. And I don't think that there's anything bad about that. It's about looking at a situation and seeing if it's actionable. I think that there is many things that are not actionable. That's it. This dude clearly didn't hustle enough. It's every day, bro. Yeah, thanks, Jake Paul. I appreciate that. So, yeah, it is what it is, chat. Someone like this person who gets dopamine from self-help? No, I don't know anybody like this person. Like, for me, like, I don't believe in any self-help at all. As I said, I've thought about working out. The only reason I wanted to work out is so I looked better on camera whenever I was doing streams. The only reason, like, I don't even have the other side of my teeth fixed because I'm missing teeth on this side because I usually talk from this side, so why the fuck fix the other side? I only really care about absolute results and absolute effectiveness. I don't care about anything else. I don't care about how I look. I don't care about how I feel. I don't care about anything. I just care about moving towards my goal relentlessly with no reservations. And despite the risk or the damage that it will deal to myself. That's always the way that I've done things. And I think that this is a very unhealthy mindset to have. I don't think this is, there is something good about the mindset, but it is also very toxic. I think so. And yeah, I don't think people should not behave and live the way I do or anything like that. Has you end up with stream breaks? Yeah, but I come back every time I do a stream break. I change the way I do my stream, and I'm more successful every single time. So I think that's good. Doesn't it make eating really annoying? Yes, it does. I usually only eat one meal a day, maybe two. It depends. Yeah, you care, but you ignore it because you think it's not important. That's basically it. Yeah, I think so. What's your goal? The goal is always more. It's always more. It's always the next level. That's the good and the bad thing about numbers is there's always more of them. There's always more that you can do. There's always more that you can say. There's always a different avenue that you can experience. There's always a different platform that you can explore. And I think that's just, yeah, there's never enough. There's never time to stop. And that's it. And so a video could have been 2 minutes. I feel like he's obviously talking about his like personality, right? His experience. So I'm not sure what McConnell is. I might do something with McConnell today. I have no idea. But if not, I'll probably watch this video too. And this is something I was going to look at a few days ago, but I just never really got the opportunity to, because this is going to be I think a very, very topical video here because people have been doing this quite a lot. Lost Ark win. I was thinking I might do Lost Ark today so I can get myself geared up and also buy my special mount. It's been, 5 months or so since the game's been out, and today's the big day that I get my mount. So it's actually quite a big deal. And yeah, I might do that after this. But let's go ahead and watch this first, and then I'll go from there, man. I might do a little bit of honing. I've actually thought maybe tomorrow. It depends on how I feel, right? Because as I said, I don't really know how I'm going to feel until after I finish my stream. But I'm actually thinking maybe tomorrow I'll do a transmog comp. Like maybe I'll do like a bit of a transmog comp, and I'd like to, like on Tuesday or so, get back to some of the Final Fantasy MSQ and play a little bit of that. It'll be fun. Yeah, first ever Horde and Alliance transmog comp. I haven't done that for a while, and I'd like to do it a lot. And I know it's just like, viewers have been asking, like I know a lot of you guys have been asking, like, man, we'd like to see like more WoW content, or we'd like to see more community events. I saw a post about this. I think it's true, and I think it's good. It's a good thing, and I do want to do more of that and have more events for you guys. And, you know, I'm thinking about doing another one of the times where I rate everybody's setup, etc. What I would love to do, Razor, I would love if I could rate the setups and some of the worst ones could be voted on, and we could maybe send them some Razor stuff. You know, some peripherals. Maybe a chair. You know, maybe that would be pretty cool if you guys wanted to sponsor that. You know, you just want to put the money up for that. That would be really cool. We'll see what happens. People will cheat, and that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried that people will cheat as well. They'll make it intentionally worse. So I don't know how to handle that. I actually don't know how to handle that, and I don't have a solution for it yet, because you're right. The first time, see, like, I'm a scammer. So the first time that I hear something like that, I automatically try to reverse engineer it to how can this be manipulated or taken advantage of. All right, let's go ahead and watch this. Here we go. There's no solution for it? Yeah, it sucks. Here we go. The solution is to keep it secret. True. Yeah, that... Fuck. All right, let's go ahead and watch it. Dropping out of college for TikTok fame. Welcome to America.
First of all, I just want to thank you guys because the support on this channel has been absolutely crazy. Whether you left a comment, positive or negative.
I think Filian's going to hit 1 million subscribers soon.
Like, shared it with your friends, sent it to streamers. I mean, we're going worldwide at this point. The ability to create content and have people take time out of their day to watch it and support this channel, it really is just like a dream. So I just want to say thank you. Before I get too sappy and
by the way, Greek was saying this guy was fat. Apparently he used to be like a fitness content creator. Yeah, I didn't know that, but like, yeah, apparently he used to be into like fitness and stuff like that. Yeah, it's crazy how that happens. It's yeah, it's very interesting. All right, here we go.
Social on your ass. Today we're going to be watching These Kids Are Dropping Out of College to Be TikTok Famous. This is a documentary posted by Vice. It's really good from what I've seen so far. I didn't watch the whole thing because I didn't want to spoil it or pre-watch it with you guys. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but I actually went to college and got my bachelor's degree. In fact, I started this YouTube channel from my freshman year dorm room. And during that period of my life, I remember feeling a little bit lost. I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but YouTube was that beacon of light. Something that you may have picked up on from watching me over the years.
Reaction. I could watch the original video if you guys want. I didn't know that this was a react. Yeah, I could. Do you guys want me to watch the original video and then we can watch another one? Yeah, why don't we? Yeah, I think we watched the original video. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Yeah, let's watch the original. Give me 1 second. I always feel like it's weird reacting to videos that are other people reacting to a video. It's my personality. Let me see if I can find this. This is another one on my watch later. I'll eventually watch this one too. Give me 1 second. Vice, TikTok. Okay, here we go.
Okay, play the audio. Play your audio so they can hear the back.
Last time, this time.
Right.
Go ahead. Let me see it. Let's go.
They probably just made $15 million doing that.
I was like, what do y'all do? And he was like, I'm an influencer.
He actually answered, I'm an influencer?
Yes.
Right.
I said, how do you make money? I've never understood it. He was like, you know how there's like Beyonce and Jay-Z, famous people for music? He's like, well, we're famous for social media. I'm like, so people follow y'all just to watch your life? And then he was like, yeah. I was like, okay, sign me up.
I'm a little bit too old. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I'm a little bit too old for this, right? Because whenever I was growing up, you know, it was never really a thing. Like, I thought, you know, Swiftie and Athene were cool, but like, I was like, you know, fucking like almost an adult by then. Yeah, I don't get TikTok. Yeah, it's just, it's not really that much of a thing to me. This generation is stupid as fuck. Bro, shut up. Like, every single generation, it's like they're gonna be saying that about the people that come after them. Every generation says that about the previous generation were a bunch of fucking like uptight fucking old assholes, and the new generation are a bunch of stupid ass kids that don't know anything. This is it every single time. Yourself as advertisement. That's like me.
So we're in West Hollywood going to a TikTok house. called The Vault, in which 6 people produce content of some sort for 1.5 million followers. Now, I don't know what TikTok is, or if I download it, I suspect it'd be an Amber Alert because I'm too old for this sort of thing.
Probably
but
true.
I need to find out what these people are doing and how they're making.
See, you have to understand, did he say where he was? Because, yeah, I mean, I'm sure if this house is somewhere out in Los Angeles, it's probably, I don't know, $15 million. Yep, West Hall, yep, probably $15-20 million house.
Need to find out what these people are doing and how they're making money. They're forgoing college and they're forgoing high school to move to LA and make a ton of money by dancing on TikTok. It was just before noon when I arrived.
But, like, how is it that we get to laugh at this, but our dads are stupid whenever they say, why would anybody want to watch somebody play a video game? Like, how is it that we can laugh at these stupid-ass kids, but we weren't the stupid-ass kids? Like, are we now the dads? You see what I'm saying? Like, fuck.
Arrived at Vault House.
It's different? Yeah, it's totally different, guys.
That'll be good content.
And its young occupants had only just peeled themselves from bed, assembling for the day's writer's room, which featured no writers and took place on a couch.
Let's start morning meeting now.
Hello.
Focus.
Hello. We have.
See, I think this is fake. The reason why I think it's fake is that any content house that I've ever been in never has house meetings unless it's like, we're going to get evicted and we have to figure out how we can stop playing music at 8 in the morning. Like, there's never I've never been to one of these and there have been house meetings. Yeah, a house meeting is like a fucking red alert.
Hella heads today. What are we doing?
Yeah, but we're gonna have Ballo and Swag Boy Q overs. We should do this.
I think Kira should do a kiss or slap.
I'm not doing that.
They are sick of me kissing people.
No, they're
It's
not. They ask for
boring.
it every time.
Kira and Trey kissing.
Yeah. One can be don't bring a girl home.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Kissing.
Bro,
One can be don't.
Look at face, bro. Look at face. Oh my God. OTK have these meetings? Yeah, we do. We have the meetings, but like, it's like a content house is different than like owning a business. I guess maybe it's not. You're right. Yeah, we have these meetings. Maybe it's the same thing.
Bring a girl home or a boy home.
Oh, yes, yes.
And then one can be don't lose the group.
Oh, that's
can
cute.
you write these down because you're gonna forget and then I'm gonna be very upset.
Escalating, girl.
I don't have any idea what's happening.
What's poppin', chicken nugget?
Babe, wake up, wake up, wake up!
I didn't want to go to the party. I wanted to go to the party to scare bitches.
For the past few years, TikTok has been the fastest growing social media platform in the world. It currently boasts around 1 billion active users. And its astonishing growth was facilitated by crisis. During those long months of compelled COVID hibernation, TikTok was the most downloaded app in the world.
Oh my God.
A platform famous for its ubiquitous dance trends became a sort of...
I mean, this has got to be like kids, right? Like, I guess I've never, like, maybe I should go on TikTok one of these days and just see what's trending. Just see what's going on. Like, go on an expedition. Like, I would feel, honestly, like, if I ever went on TikTok, I would feel like I just went into, like, a high school or a middle school. Like, I would probably feel so weird and, like, uncomfortable. Like, I shouldn't be here. You know what I mean? Platform changed a lot. Yeah, I'll have to see. Maybe one of these days I'll try it.
Gateway drug for Gen Zs and younger millennials. Those disinclined to flailing on camera sought notoriety on different terms.
It's to gift me that money back.
TikTok became a vast repository of makeup tutorials, unlicensed psychotherapy, questionable financial advice, and boorish humor.
Potato salad.
See, like, I feel like TikTok is just Vine. Like, Vine was awesome. You guys remember Vine? We love Vine. It was a short, yeah. The thing is, like, the TikTok videos and, like, the Vine videos, they're just short, funny fucking videos. I love that. I think that's great. What I find is weird is, like, the dances. I don't understand the dances. That's, maybe, you know, I never watched a musical.
Having a more female-based audience makes you more money.
Can you explain to me what I was watching?
TikTok is all run by like our age range.
Who's the youngest person? How old are you? Can I ask?
18.
You're 18. Oh, so that's the youngest. None of you are from LA, is that right? How do you get here?
An old member that used to live here invited me just to come like stay and hang out.
And that's somebody you knew through TikTok?
Right. Somebody on TikTok. They offered to trial me, like see if I would be a fit for the house.
I mean, does everybody remember that first time that somebody was like, I want to pay you for the shit that you do?
I thought people were just doing videos for fun and just go like viral. I had people asking to duet their videos and they'll pay me. And I'm like $250, and I was working.
What were you doing at the time?
I was working at FedEx.
Bro, like, how is this shit happening? Like, I always find it to be so crazy that people make this money, like, for just, like, something that seems, like, so weird. And like, it's just, like, I don't know. Like, it's so crazy. Like, what the
Slightly better than working at FedEx.
It's like, yeah.
Oh, way better.
So on your own TikTok account before you came here, like, how many followers did you have?
Before I came out here, I had like 700,000. Right. Well, now I have 1.3 million.
But you guys all have your own individual accounts still? And are you posting to those too?
Yes. Yeah. We just have to figure out how to keep everyone in their content.
Everyone's niche is completely different.
What's your niche?
I just stand in front of the camera and I just blink. I really do.
You're good at standing there.
Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes they like me to stand in front of the camera with Spence, or sometimes they request I stand in front of the camera with my leg. And so if they want that, I'm like, okay, well, here's us.
Who's they?
The people watching.
Who has the biggest following? Yeah. How big is your following?
Right now, I have 4.1 mil.
That's a whole lot.
4.1.
You know, that's the size of Ireland. It's about 4 million, the population of Ireland. How would you explain your appeal on TikTok?
I'm just known as a scary chick on TikTok.
She's actually talented.
Let's rip this bitch off. The most successful video I have right now is like at 68 million views right now.
I'm sorry, 68 million views?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what is it?
It's just me like transforming, like turning into like a monster.
Let's crush them. How is that monetized, the 68 million? Even if it's fractions of a penny, that's a ton of money.
I actually didn't get paid for that video. I didn't get paid for that video.
Can you leave the number of your manager here so I can fire them for you?
A lot of promo.
A lot of promo. Wait, so you're not promoting your own stuff, you're promoting...
No, that's all, yeah.
People's songs.
People's songs, products.
I have this one, like, inexclusive manager who gives me sound promos, like songs. So, like, he's probably my biggest, like, income.
Is that C taken?
That's my lab. And as a manager, they take a cut, and they take like 15%?
50, I feel like.
50?
Yeah.
Really?
Agencies will sucker these kids that come from...
Holy shit, 50 fucking %? I need to go and be an agent. Bro, the normal number is like 10 or maybe 20. 50 fucking %. Holy shit. We need to sign some TikTokers right now. Jesus, what? Oh my God. 20 is normal, what the fuck? It depends. But like, the thing is, holy fuck, half straight up. Wow. Bro, like, we gotta get involved with this. Make some fucking money.
Nebraska or Ohio or like...
Wait, isn't someone here from Nebraska?
Him, that's why I said it.
So there's like a lot
I don't know where that is.
exploitation in this world, right? Because most of the people are pretty young.
Yeah.
And don't have a ton of experience. It's like a pretty fertile ground for ripping people off.
Right.
But you guys make pretty good money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
For the most part, yeah.
Just so you're not identifying yourself and what you make, what's like a range?
Yeah, honestly,
It depends on the person and what your content is.
A lot of money.
It all depends on the engagement at the end of the day. Because I know people that have 5 mil followers, but I know people with 200K that still have better views than them.
Yeah, and they get paid more.
They get paid more.
Like if I have like 2 mil and Spence has 1 mil, and my engagement is like 200,000 a vid.
But how much money?
His engagement's a
How much
million
money?
a vid. He's gonna get more random than me.
Yeah,
Because
whatever the
he's
fuck.
gonna get
How much
pushed out.
money?
I mean, it's kind of exhausting though, isn't it? Do you guys ever feel like, I don't want to do this anymore?
No, because I know it's not.
Literally, 2 answers right next to each other. No, yes.
I know if I'm not doing this, I'm in Nebraska, bored off my ass, working a 9 to 5.
Okay, that's a good fucking point, man. Is like, yeah, you're gonna ride this train as long as it goes, man, until this shit is at the end of the station. Like, you're gonna do whatever you can. Like, that's some real shit. He's like, hey, yo, they watch these dumbass fucking videos. Hey, I'm gonna make these dumbass fucking videos till the wheels fall off.
Today, what's the rest of the day look like?
We have some guests coming over, some other creators.
Yeah. Is that normal?
It's like the collabs. The thing is, like, people fucking love collabs, especially like TikTokers love collabs, because like a lot of the people that watch, like, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like a lot of them probably don't have any real fucking friends. This is a big thing, and so they get to watch like this group of friends, and they watch it enough, and they feel like they're part of it. You know, like, and like, oh no, we're better. No, we're fucking not. We have the same thing. But like for me, like I feel like I am one of the only streamers that like usually collabs don't even go that well with me. Like I'm like one of the only people, like it sucks. Like anytime that I bring a girl on the stream, I'm like the only person on the whole platform that my views go down. Because people like, oh, tell her to shut up. We don't want to hear what she's talking about. Nobody cares about her. Oh, great. He's got a girl on here. It's just going to ruin the whole fucking stream now. God damn it. You know, and like everybody else, Iron Mouse, yeah, but that was Iron Mouse on her stream, right? It's a different situation. But like, yeah, it's like a bunch of guys here, man. We gotta do something about this. Zeppla, that is true. Zeppla is an exception. Exactly. And I don't know, man. Like, I feel like for especially younger people, having the groups is super important, because like the groups is that like really gets like the parasocial element, because you're watching multiple content creators. You feel like you're involved, right? You're in the house. You feel like you're a part of it. And like honestly, like I learned this here are the facts, right? Is like I'm 31. Like we gotta, like this is not gonna happen with me, right? Because I am too old for that, and we are gonna do something different, right? It's like, cause that's what's sad, right? It's like, cause you see a lot of these people and they get older and they fall off because people don't, you know, they're like, they're not young kids anymore, right? And their audience was young kids. It's fucking sad, man. It sucks, but like to me, you know, you gotta do something. Your Twitch battle says 28. Yeah, it says 28 plus.
You have like cross-pollination between other houses and things like that?
Yes.
Of course they do.
What's a secret you never told your ex?
The world of influencers is competitive, bitchy, and incestuous.
That mean you chicken.
Reality.
Hold up.
The world of influencers is competitive, bitchy, and incestuous.
That mean you.
The world of influencers is competitive, bitchy, and incestuous.
Damn, bro. Damn, bro. Incestuous, yeah. Bro, it's not just Game of Thrones. It's how they work. They're like involving each other with each other, right? It's like the interplay. That's what they're trying to say. Duh. You think they fucking brothers and they're fucking on stream? To be fair, there actually was this one TikTok thing that I fucking saw, which is like kissing my brother on the lips, and it's a girl and a guy, and I said, miss me with that bullshit. Like, oh my God. Imagine people, like this is, bro, your kids could be watching this shit. Whatever.
You chicken.
A reality show spread across dozens of Southern California zip codes.
Yeah.
And my first day sequestered in a TikTok house featured an impromptu gathering of LA-based TikTok celebrities.
Then we're gonna just go. Let's go. I don't have time for this. I'm not waiting for them.
None of whom sparked even the faintest recognition. It was like being present for the recording of a teenage We Are the World, but with more bling and no charity.
See, like, isn't this like so fucked up? Whenever, like, I feel like watching this video makes me feel like I need to be thinking about my retirement. Like, not retirement from streaming, but like retirement whenever you're like 65 and start collecting Social Security. Because like this is the same shit that like my dad would say. He's like, oh, I don't recognize any of these people. I don't know who any of these people are. I don't fucking know who any of these guys are. I feel old as fuck. And like also, I wonder myself, I ask myself the question, is like, is this what people that are like 30 years older than us, is this what they think about streaming video games? Like what we're doing right here. And that's what the real mind fuck is like, how can we meme on this whenever we're playing video games and people are watching somebody else play a video game? It's like, fuck. It's not the same thing, but the thing is, it's not that different either. Fuck, man. I actually, by the way, I like LA. I think LA is fucking great. LA reminds me a lot of, LA is a lot like Austin. Whenever I've been around in LA, it's a whole lot like Austin. I can go over there. It's about the same thing. People, no, the thing is, fuck LA. No, I think it's fine. Yeah, LA is horrible. It's not a problem to me at all. LA sucks. Don't come here. I'm probably not going to leave the house. Don't worry about that.
Just tell you guys, make sure you're eating, drinking,
It's expensive.
hydrated.
Yeah, I think it's just like ideas. That's the hardest thing, just coming up with ideas that like no one else does, just making them viral.
Okay? One more time for the outfit, guys.
But even their real-life social engagements are for the benefit of social media.
Yeah.
One I forever trained on follower counts.
That's one thing that that's super important that like a lot of content creators forget is like they get it twisted. They think that they're like actually friends with certain people. And it's always a sad thing whenever you find out that you're not friends, you're just coworkers. It sucks, but that's the reality. That sometimes that fake ass people, it's not fake ass people, it's people that come together. It's like you're working with somebody else. That's not fake working with somebody else. People just get it twisted. There's nothing wrong with that.
So you increased 15 million in the past year. What on
Big
earth
dick. All
did
right.
you do to do that?
There
and
it
can
is.
you write it down in a small note card for me to do?
Basically, like there's like a married couple or a couple.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. And I'll be like, hey, like, I'll pay you $10,000 if you let me kiss your girl right now. Can I give a girl a kiss for $10,000 all in cash?
No, well, stop. We're not doing that.
Huh?
We're not doing that.
Do you actually pay them?
I mean, 9 times 10 of them were through on it. So look, I got this guy right here on Instagram. Do you know who this is?
That's my boyfriend.
Well, a lot of guys don't sell their girls for money.
Losers. Imagine that. Losers, yeah. Imagine not selling your girlfriend for money.
Last and final offer, I got $50,000. This is my last time telling you. Just for a kiss.
On the lips?
On the lips.
Okay.
All right?
Yo, chill. 50K with me.
Bro. What are the odds that's real? I feel like that the odds of that being real are the same odds of those primitive technology videos being real. The knockoff ones. Like, that's like the same odds. Like, I'm talking about like a 0% chance, a 100 fake. Like, 100% fake. Absolutely staged.
I mean, kissing is not, that's not that big of a deal. No, it's for 10 grand.
Like 10 grand, that's like...
The shit that I would do for 10 grand. I mean, good lord.
My man.
Crazy, right?
Whether your talent is paying women to make out with you or just being moderately attractive on camera.
No, that's what it is. Like, that's the most popular thing is like people like whenever somebody, like, you know who is a god at this? Is Gideon. Like, Gideon is a fucking god at this. Is that he comes up, he has like these weird fucking interactions with people. He's very extroverted. He's so fucking funny, man. He's great. And it's like, yeah, he goofs on people a little bit, but like that's what people like, is because a lot of people are especially online, right? They're introverted. They never do this. So like seeing somebody do this is like content in itself. To Dion, yeah. Like, he's a great content creator. I unironically think that he's great. I think people shit on him for no reason. Like, he's great.
Influencer is always thinking about posting. Once you build a following, the key to retaining it is a steady stream of content.
Yes, the dog has to be in it.
In our short attention span age, and on a short attention span app, a lull in production, and you'll quickly be overtaken and forgotten.
That's right.
Those seemingly candid moments are often artfully choreographed.
It's all fake.
and countless takes are performed in order to get the videos just right.
Hey, one more time.
Much of what they film never makes it to their feed, but the feed must be constantly fed.
All right, take 10.
The life of the influencer might look like one big vacation, but I'm repeatedly told, successful TikTok personalities take no time off. And vacations are only possible if sponsored by a brand.
Well, you don't take vacation off. You don't take breaks. You can't take breaks because, well, the thing is, like, I feel like for some people, like, maybe that's what for me. See, for me, I take breaks. I'm like, hey, yo, guys, I'll see y'all in like 4 months. I'm done. And I come back and it's fine, right? It's fine. And the reason why I don't fall off whenever I do that is because I come back with good content. Is you come back and you have content that people want to fucking see. It doesn't matter if you take a break. If you come back and you still make good content, that's the difference. It's confidence. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's all it is. Short attention span, there's a lot of reasons. Content's king. Yeah, it's all about content. Doesn't matter. You take a break forever, you come back, you're going to be fine.
Let's rock and roll. Go ahead, Spencer.
Spin.
It's only 8 seconds, Poppy. Get it.
Oh, shit.
We want to get the logo in the shot first.
Nichelle Vanius is the brains behind Voltez.
3, 2,
It's Vanius who recruits the talent, signs them to her TikTok agency, and moves them into one of her half-dozen TikTok houses.
Bro, that is crazy. She's rotating these kids around like they're cattle. Like that's like everybody's mom. She's just getting them around. Bro, you bet your ass she's gonna be there trying to help them out. That's a 50%. Yeah, she's there in person.
Good job. That looked good.
How did you land on the TikTok influencer beat?
So I was a little familiar having come doing social media, web development. My daughter started YouTube at like 13. I recognized very quickly that this was just basically celebrity endorsements, but on a different level. And I saw how much money it was. We decided to focus on Gen Z. We had already been doing brand campaigns on TikTok since 2018, way before anyone was even paying attention to that platform.
Impressive.
And then COVID hit.
Boom,
we were able to double the agency during COVID in 2020.
I mean, you're much more captive audience in those times. I mean, literally captive in a lot of...
They were growing fast. You know, it was still cheaper than Instagram and YouTube. And we started a content house in April. Everybody can post, but no one has 4 walls to do...
No, it's right. That's exactly what it is. It's a content house. You know what the most important thing I think about making videos and like these TikToks? You know what the most important thing about it is being attractive. Like, I honestly think that's one of the most important things is like looking good. Like, for example, like, yeah, that's 90% like true. And like the thing is that it must suck, right? Because like, look at me, right? I am a degenerate zombie. And that's fine, right? It's okay. But like, you know, I'm not going to be going around doing TikToks. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what it is, a goblin. No, it's not about looking good, about cultivating an image. Yeah, but like the thing is, bro, it's a lot harder to cultivate an image for somebody like me, if that's the image that you're looking for.
Traditional product placement like
how's my,
so
I'll
you
see
might
how
have
my
a roster
TikTok
of
is doing.
But I got influencers in a house.
You just sounded like a prison warden.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best part. Yeah, is she moving around? She knows. She knows what she's doing. Let me see what we got. Man, bitch, shut the fuck up. What's this here? I searched my thing. How many does my TikTok thing have? Because I just let people upload whatever the fuck they want. I feel like actually nobody uploads Asmongold TikToks anymore. I think somebody did. They got banned. Yeah, somebody did for a while, but like they got fucking banned. So there's no TikToks getting uploaded anymore. That's all there is to it. Can I be the guy? Yeah, bro, I fell off. I fucking fell. You have a TikTok? I don't have a TikTok. People made one for me. I said, fuck that. I don't care.
I've got them on.
You have them captured in this one house.
It was COVID. You
can't go
anywhere.
Oh man, bro. I wonder. Oh man, I wonder why people watch this. Damn, man. It's for. Oh, we watch for the dances. Uh-huh.
Original, authentic. I'm so authentic. Hollywood, authentic. You're
It's like you come back and like you do like a one back again, right? And you think to yourself like, man, is it weird that like people are selling this like level of sexuality to an audience that they know is underage? Like, is that weird? That's not all they do. I'm not trying to turn it into that.
I come
though.
to you and I want to be one of your clients. Who
Yeah,
do you need me to
I
be?
need this not to be a hobby.
Okay.
I need this to be your priority. And because we invest in the younger generation, because we know how 10 times their income will be generated when they start getting married and start having kids, then they can work with the Home Depots and the Target, which is where the real money is. If I can maintain your production, our investment in the Gen Z is going to pay fold 10 times when they become adults.
So it's like you plant a seed, then you fuck the plant. That's effectively what they're saying. It's like they're playing a long con.
We want influencers who want to be great, not just
Mm-hmm.
influencers who want a number, right?
You pay them well?
They get paid well.
So you don't pay them?
Influencers who want a number, right?
You pay them well?
They get paid well.
I love it. I love it. I think that's great.
So you don't pay them?
We are not employers. Yes.
Is this some kind of Uber thing, like a contract thing? I know what's going on.
No, we're helping to manage their careers, right? Brands pay them.
What's the average person making a year?
The smallest sponsorship we've done for a house is $20,000. $20,000 a month for a 3-month commitment will get you some piece of content or something out of the housemates in that house.
Yeah.
Twin Flames, where we are today, they're just launching, but they've already made money for house deals before we even launched the house.
God, you're
they have
inviting
existing-
Yeah, like content houses get paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like it's super lucrative. 20K a month's a lot of money. Well, that's the smallest one, right? And that's like one sponsor. Like there's other ones where it's like 200 or like fucking 500 or something like that. It's a lot of money.
Sure.
No, this is the reality. This is what these kids are already doing.
This house, Twin Flames, is for couples.
Babe!
To be fair, that shit was funny. Like actually, like that one was, that was entertaining. That was funny.
You can imagine, in an era of ubiquitous reality television, why such an arrangement would appeal to Nichelle. Josh and Star just moved into Twin Flames.
What do you mean? Yeah, that's awful, bro.
Overused?
So you're a
I thought it was funny.
couple.
Yeah.
How many followers do you have?
I have like 10.4 million.
That's a lot.
Why?
Why
you guys over...
What a good question.
He taught me how to like make a video blow up, and we kind of just learned the
Because she was never familiar with TikTok. She wasn't even on the platform.
Well, I always wanted to blow up anyway, so I probably would have figured it out. But I probably wouldn't have been at 10 mil right now.
Do you make any money from that?
A lot of money comes from brand deals.
For me, like social media is maybe 20% of what I do. Like I also do website businesses, e-commerce. I do real estate.
You couldn't do that without the money from social media, right?
Oh yeah, social media is literally what provided all of that for me.
Damn, that's an entrepreneur.
Like
All
seed
right.
capital started a company, right?
Yes.
I think social media helped me get signed to a management and get my music career like started.
Yeah.
Why did you choose to move into this house?
When we like first were dating, I had a place in Glendale, and that place cost like $4,000 a month. So I'm like, you know what? Instead of
What do you mean leech? Why else say leech? Yeah, why else say leech? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, what do you mean? It's a business relationship? No, it's just it works. Yeah, it's like the thing is, a lot of people on like Twitch, like this never happens on like YouTube or TikTok or whatever the fuck. It's like only like a Twitch thing. I think it's cringe as fuck. If you want me to be totally honest, like the whole idea of a leech. It's like, I don't give a fuck if somebody benefits 200% from me. If I get 10% from them, then I'm a winner. Like, who cares if I help somebody else out? You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's weird. Like, yeah, I don't understand that. Like, Twitch has got it's a weird vibe with Twitch. Like, people collabing with each other, like the leech shit. I think that's fucking stupid.
Like paying $4,000 a month, I'd rather come here.
Save 50 grand for a year, yeah.
Exactly.
And do you know the other people that have moved into the house, or there are people moving in, right?
Yeah.
Not everyone's moved in.
Yeah, we have a new couple moving in, Danny and Lynn, because our other couple left.
And they were no good?
The guy was just like awful.
What is it like living in a house that's not only with just two other couples, but under the microscope all the time, always having to perform?
I love it.
You love it?
I love it. Yeah.
You want more people.
See, like, yeah, I the thing is, I remember, do y'all remember that one time that, like, I forgot whose stream it was? Fucking, they were being loud. And then, like, Izzy, because she lived in one of these content houses as well, Izzy fucking gets up, and I remember this because I was on the phone arguing with her. And like, she was like, just a minute, Mitch, yeah. She fucking, because we were fighting, and like, she fucking gets up, she goes out, she leans over the fucking, I don't know, like, the second story, and she's like, Mitch, shut the fuck up! It's 4 a.m. Shut the fuck up! And like, he was on stream, everybody fucking heard this. It was the funniest goddamn thing, man. Anyone have the clip? I don't know where it is, but that shit was fucking hilarious. Where's the fuck? Oh, why not start? There it is.
Wanting to know about your life.
Mm-hmm. I want to see them just like flood the DMs.
So that's, you want fame.
Yeah.
I think it's refreshing that you admit it.
Well, I'm not gonna lie.
What is it about fame that makes you want it so badly?
I think it's like making money, just being yourself in a way. I don't like working, like, to be honest, I don't like working like hard working stuff.
I like that. You know? Self-awareness. Yas, queen. Yeah, I love this. Yeah, you don't like working, you don't want to do anything, you just want to make TikTok videos. It sounds good. All right. Okay.
To be honest, I like entertaining. I like singing. I like dancing in front of the camera.
That's
Be
good.
myself to an extent, even though you kind of have to fake it.
I'm a Christian guy. Like, I love God because like He's allowed this all to happen for me, and I'll talk about all these different opportunities and try to get people into any opportunity that's available.
What happens if it disappears? What do you do?
Probably devote my life to cats.
To cats?
I believe that. Yeah, I believe that. That's right. Yeah, I mean, that's the way it goes. That's based. Yeah, that's based. I'm glad she got a plan B.
I really thought you were going to say God, but you said cat.
I got you.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Predictably, teenagers having fun and making money provoke the usual moral panic, with breathless headlines about the app precipitating a mental health crisis among teens. Pundits and politicians called for regulation.
See, I told y'all, like, anytime that fucking Fox News gets a bunch of people like this together to talk about if something's ruining kids' lives, that means you know it's really popular.
Is a platform that is basically a Trojan horse for the Chinese government.
The Trump administration.
I actually saw a video. I was going to watch a video about that, but like, we're not going to look at it today, but at some point I might take a look at it.
Constitutional concerns to the wind threatened to ban the app.
We are looking at a lot of alternatives with respect to TikTok.
I remember, like, people were talking about, like, man, this is really bad for Trump. And, like, then somebody would say, like, man, what do you mean it's bad? Everybody that fucking uses the app can't vote. Yeah, they can't vote anyway. Like, they don't have a say in this. They're just pissed off.
And for the tens of thousands of newly minted TikTok professionals who monetize skill sets that most people didn't even know were considered skill sets, the moral panic became an existential panic. There was this funny moment.
The only thing that I think is like actually problematic with TikTok on like a real way is like sometimes they have like some of these challenges and I feel like it's like weird shit to get underage girls to do things that put them in compromised positions. I don't like that. I feel like that should be like they should like, I don't know if it's like that much now. Like I remember this was like a fucking year and a half ago I saw shit about this, but like hopefully it like that's cut down. Like that's the only thing about TikTok that I actually think is, oh, it's a challenge. It's like, oh, it's a wet water bucket challenge. Sure. Like that's the thing, it's AI driven. It still is, bro. I'm not sure. Like that's the only thing about TikTok that I think that is actually problematic. Everything else fucking, you know, it's fine.
Looked like it was actually gonna happen where Donald Trump's like, I'm gonna ban TikTok.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like pretend that happened. What would you do?
Well, personally, I want to get into real estate and I want to to start a few of my own businesses. So this was never like my main focus. And I
But
was-
for some people, it's
for some people, I'm
They're like,
concerned
that's
for
smart.
them. I'm honestly concerned for those
Really?
that group.
Molly's Park Sleep.
Because of the age group, it allows them to be like really immature. I mean, there's no parents. Everyone's just kind of like living like adults, but like no one's actually an adult.
That actually reminds me a lot of the content house that Izzy was in too. That reminds me a lot of that. Now, the thing is, I want one thing, Gothra with the 5. Thank you very much for the 5 get the subs. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's fine. Like, so Twitch streamers? Yeah, Twitch streamers are the same thing. Like, I mean, like, people would never want me to live in a content house. I'll tell you that. Like, they would never want me to live there because I would ruin the whole thing. I would just ruin the whole thing. Like, nobody would want to be around me. Like, it'd just be awful. Like, and also, like, not only, it's like, oh, he threw up in the bathtub and he didn't clean it up. Like, yeah, no, that's one thing, right? But you go to bed and you wake up at 8 in the morning, guess who's, hey, look at this. So let's talk about that, right? So I wake everybody up in the fucking morning. There's garbage everywhere. I never clean anything up. We got a dead rat alarm. Man, nobody wants to fucking deal with that. Yeah, it's your boy Asmongold. Let's go.
There's never a moment where you're like, what the f am I doing? Do you ever do that?
I don't think I have the time to do that. I just have to deal with it.
They busy,
you make money?
Yeah. For the work that you put in, it's definitely worth it.
When you said the word work.
Right, like I use that loosely.
It's work.
It is
Yeah,
work.
but, I mean, it is though. Do you have a break from it?
No.
Never.
That's what causes people to burn out right there, is that they never actually get a break because they're just, you know, they live with these people. All they think about is this stuff. All their friends are in the same business. It's just like, and especially whenever you're a content creator, as I said, I think this happens a lot with people that are popular with a young audience. You know, if you're popular with middle schoolers, they're only in middle school for 3 years, you know? And like for every Jake Paul who was able to fucking turn that into something bigger, you've got a lot of other fucking people that don't go anywhere.
They're PDs, but they're
That's
black.
a fact.
And you get to pick one. They're not white anymore. Okay.
But Nichelle shrugs off the concerns
Your snake's a thief.
I will be getting a big one eventually.
Oh my.
and puts her money where her mouth is.
I like a big
Michelle, what's the mean
Her kids are TikTok
what's he doing
influencers.
TikTok
What's
is
he
still
doing?
new.
Why you need him? Go put him out in the garden. He doesn't want to be here. Like, he doesn't, like, what do you have, like, put him out in the fucking garden. Like, get him out of the house. He's too big? No, it's not. The thing is, like, she likes snakes. I just, man, oof.
Brands are still figuring it out. The younger generation
God.
are the ones that set the trends for pop culture.
Why is there so much contempt for them doing that, though?
There was a feeling when it was
Money for nothing and chicks for free. That's why.
relegated to the athletes, the musicians,
Yeah.
the actors, who could claim that sort of influence. Now when you open it up and you say anybody and everybody can do it, that puts a little more pressure on you to say, why can't you do it?
Oh, so people don't like it because it makes them think, why am I not in this position? I think that's an interesting perspective to have. I feel like there's a little bit of truth to that for sure. Yeah, you've got some people that you know, they're not in this position and they're like, oh, why am I not popular, etc. I think that's a big factor. Same with streaming. I think that's probably the case too. Absolutely. And was it more with tits? Yeah, sure. It's always, listen. You can't. There are guys that are successful too, man. Quit making excuses for yourself. Always make it excuses for your fucking self. It's a minority? Yeah, you're right, it's a minority. You're the minority. There's only one of you in the world. Nobody else is out for you. Nobody else is trying to help you. Come on, man. Way more hard work for guys. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I want me to keep it 100? Like, I would much rather be a guy in social media than a girl. Because one of the fucking shittiest things to see is never a girl, like, she goes and she has, like, maybe a kid, or she stops taking social media seriously, and you see all of these fucking shitty comments about how her appearance is not as much as it used to be. And like it only gets worse. It only gets worse and worse and worse. It's like how much that fucks with your head. That this was something that like you had all your value to, people cared about you for. You probably thought that people gave a shit. This changes. You got stalkers, etc. You chose it, yeah, but people choose shit that you can feel bad for them for choosing too, right? And it just, yeah, I feel bad. Like as a guy, like I never worry about like when's it gonna be over, because you just keep doing it. It sucks, man. Men get that too? Yeah, to a lesser extent.
Previous generations, including mine, you needed a degree. Even if you didn't have a college degree, you were going to have some sort of technical training.
Yeah.
Now,
Not
you're
anymore.
back to Amy,
Thank
who
God.
lives in Florida, and Amy is making more money than her parents wearing a bikini. That doesn't make everyone feel.
Well, I think that there always were those opportunities for people that are younger wearing bikinis. I feel like this has been a career path for a while.
Feel so good, because then if Amy can do it, why can't you?
Yeah.
For me, I went to University of Pennsylvania. I'm an Ivy League grad. I'm expecting that my kids are going to go to top schools.
All right.
Neither of my daughters decided to go to college.
How do you feel about that?
I know how much money this business makes. They can make six figures at an age that would have taken them getting a master's.
Yeah, but if she has a Yale degree at 60 years old, she can make a ton of money. At 60 years old.
Uh-oh. He gonna say it.
What is it?
One or two things happens. You do this, you make a tons of money, you have parents like my daughters have, and they teach you about savings and investing, and you created your own trust fund. You've created generational wealth.
That's true.
You will continue to make wealth if you continue to be an influencer and you haven't burned out.
Yep.
Or you can make money, spend it all, and be washed out, right? Same way you could get a college degree and become addicted to something and, you know, wash out too.
Yeah, yeah. It's like you get a master's degree in fucking philosophy, you work at Starbucks. There's like the crazy homeless guy that sometimes you come in and he talk to him about Plato and, you know, Socrates and shit. And then he goes into the bathroom and he shits on the floor. You know, we call that Monday morning. Hey, what's wrong with that?
Again, are you talking about me?
Oh my God.
This alien world, with its often incomprehensible rituals and nomenclature, exists to excite the neurons of teens.
Yep.
And ultimately separate them from their parents' hard-earned money. But besides the rapid and often vapid content, it's pretty traditional. Attractive people with varying degrees of talent are lured to LA with dreams of fame. Some make it and some don't.
That's
and
a good way to say it.
The ones who do are handsomely compensated. And after all, almost every influencer I spoke
Bro, is that Doc?
Who are handsomely compensated. And after
I mean, it's not, but it's pretty damn fucking close.
After all, almost every influencer I spoke to dreamed of a career in traditional movies or on traditional television.
Yeah.
There's nothing new in that sense. But there's one noticeable paradigm-shifting difference.
What's that?
Gatekeepers still exist, but there are fewer. No one approves scripts, no executives offer notes, no morons in suits demand moronic rewrites.
No, they still do that. Like, if you work with a brand, there's always going to be times where the brand isn't happy with what you did. You know, it's like, hey, I know how to sell the product, so I'm going to make a joke about an aborted baby. But, like, it's going to be, like, let's say it's a car, right? You're selling a car, and it's like, so the car, she's going to have the kid, and like, she's going to get in a wreck, and like, the baby is going to get aborted. And like, you know, you tell that to the executives or like, you know, the brand managers at Kia, and they're like, nope, you gotta go try another. Why don't you just say that you like the car? Why don't you just do that? You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. So that happens sometimes
some
too.
of this stuff could use an
it wouldn't
editor's
happen if it was in a
pen.
Toyota.
The content is perishable. It's quickly filmed and soon forgotten.
Yeah.
The content doesn't exist to fill some artistic need. with financial compensation a flattering bonus. The content exists almost exclusively to lure the money.
I feel like that's one big thing is like for example, like a YouTube video from 10 years ago, people still go back and they watch it. Man, nobody even talks about the fucking OK Boomer thing anymore. And that was like the biggest thing whenever it happened. I feel like the TikToks and like these videos are just like one and done. They're done and they're out of the mind of the public.
The fame for everyone to get paid. TikTok has made celebrity more democratic, but it also seems more aggressively commercial. Selling out is no longer an insult. It's the goal. If the content creators create pointless content, the only thing left is the personality, the influencer.
Yeah.
The transitory fame of a human billboard.
What are you paying me? What are you paying me? Quick.
$10,000.
$10,000
For you to kiss it on the mouth.
Give me your snake.
But first, get it away from me.
You kiss
Bro,
him
like Train, like actually put one of these around his neck whenever we were at 6th Street.
That's right.
You owe me 10 on that man just made.
Oh,
See,
man.
this is really how
Yeah.
influencers make money on aimless bets. $10,000 made. Thanks, Mom.
There was a time when I had
I hope they're nice.
Climbing on my
snakes,
body right
man.
now.
Disgusting.
Give him
They're
a kiss.
good boys.
Quick, give me.
Get away from me. Get away from me.
Yeah, they're good boys. Yeah, poor snakes. Well, the thing is, like, I just hope they take care of them. They're nice to them, right? They're good.
I'm Michael Learmonth, editor-in-chief of Vice News.
They're good.
Too often, traditional news outlets shy away from the real stories and experiences of those living through global conflicts.
I feel like
not Vice News.
I wish that, like, so, like, the thing is that, like, I feel like this painted too positive of a picture. I wish that they had showed a little bit more of the negative shit. I wish that they had showed a little bit more of the, the negative effects, the underbelly, that kind of stuff. I like that would be way more interesting for me to talk about. Is because it's Vice. I feel like Vice, bro, like they put out some good shit a lot of times. Like they put out some good shit. I'm about it. Yeah, there's a video. I linked it to you guys. Yeah, it's not. This was not a bad video. Like, they went out there, they talked about it too soon to see the negative shit. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Like, people get into this stuff and it fucks their head up in a month. What do you mean? Like, yeah, the crowd yelling, take your tits out? I mean, that's not, I mean, like, I feel like that sounds just like your typical chat room. I mean, let's be honest. Most of these kids are miserable whenever they don't get their want and their videos don't do well. Yeah, I think so. Plus all the negatives for the people who are addicted to watching. There's that true. Check the Amarath Twitter post. Shows you made 27 million. No, I saw that. Amarath made a whole lot of money. I saw Fandy posted her shit too. Because like it all started when Karina Koff got her shit posted by like I think David Dobrik or some shit, and so yeah, that was crazy. So many angry haters. I think that this proves we need Sharia law. Hey, hey, there you go, man. And so listen, like what I'm really trying to say is that like this stuff that you see. It's just like it's such a different life that people live, but like I'm not about to roast them or like try to look down on them because it's like one of those situations where like fuck, like how am I that different? Because like if the thing is like if people are gonna watch it, what I was talking about the OnlyFans thing, Fandy that you posted, and it's like how am I any different? Like, that's all there is to it. Read the 35K upvoted YouTube comment. I'll look at it right here. This is 31. I'm glad these people are doing what they love. I'm equally glad that I don't need to worry about them coming for my job in 15 years. Man, that's a fucking... Bro, that is some bless your heart fucking backhanded compliment. Oh, I love it. I love it. God damn. Yeah, you can't believe that. Yeah, you can't wait because you're doing the same thing. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, well, it's like all of us are doing the same thing. It's like playing video games. Like, it's like how much of this is like just an aversion towards the new, and how much of this is actually something that's problematic. You see what I'm saying? You see where I'm at? And yeah, job security for us folks that got a degree. Well, the thing is, like, not everybody needs a degree. Not like you only need so many of certain things, man. Like, I think as long as people are making content, they're doing what they like to do. That's what really matters, man. It seems problematic. Let's talk about. I love talking about this shit because I find it interesting. Today is the day I have decided I am getting my fucking Terpion mount today. A journey that began 5 months ago ends today. I'm buying this motherfucking bitch and I'm gonna ride it. I am ready, man. This is, oh yeah, oh hell fucking yeah. Give me a minute. I'm gonna get right up into this shit. Now, somebody said the Final Fantasy, what's it, isn't that one club? Should I go to that? Like, I don't know, maybe I should. I'm not sure, I haven't decided. Give me a minute, I gotta look at this. You don't buy mounts? Fuck no, I don't buy mounts. This is money, who gives a fuck about that shit? All right, give me a minute, I gotta talk about this. So, like, look, here's the thing, is that with TikTok, with YouTube, with Twitter, with any of these like content creation platforms, right? With any of these things, they never really, like, most people burn out. Degrees don't mean shit today. Yeah, true. I think too. Yeah, most people burn out and they're just like, they're done for it, right? And like, the thing is, whenever I first came up as a streamer, whenever like I first started hitting 20, 30,000 views, this was in 2018, right? This is a long, long time ago. Back then, Twitch was totally different. And the people that were popular back then are not the people that are popular now. Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, I go around, there are some people that are still around. But most people, for every person that's still around, there's 5 people who aren't. And like, that's nuts, man. And back to StarCraft, yeah. XQC Lyric, yeah, there are a few guys. There are a few guys out there that are still popular and they're still popping off. And that's it. Someone 1G, someone's going to be popular forever. Like, that's all there is to it. Like, he's grandfathered in, man.